All right, guys, welcome back to Sports Betting Truths live stream. I've already got started. I just started at 10:30 today because there weren't enough 9 o'clock games to justify me starting earlier. I do have one live second half bet I put in Georgia Tech. But I hope you guys can bear with me a little bit. I'm working on something on R. Bear with me with my experimentation. I'm trying to, what I've learned is that with my random forest and stuff is that the center is different. Like usually you think your center is going to be 50%, but the center is different on random forest. And so I'm trying to find that out right now to help guide my second half bets. So let me enter that one in. Hopefully it won't take too much longer, but yeah, so the week was interesting. Interesting week. If you watched my live stream last Saturday, you would have seen me have a very good day with second half betting, and that continued all week long. It really did. It was great. I had a really good week with the second half bets, so much to where on Thursday I was like, you know what, I've had however many days in a row of winning my second half bets, so I'm going to double my unit size. I was like, I'm going to ride this wave. And of course, when you do that, Murphy's Law comes into play, and that was not the case. I had a bad night. I went 7-15, and so it was just a disaster. And the thing is even though I went 7-15, I started off like 3-11 or something like that. And then after that, I was like, you know what? I'm going back to what the unit size was before. And so I went 4-3 or 4-4 or something after that. But the thing is, those 4 wins, weren't enough to eat in. So it was a bad night. And so last night I reverted back to what I had been doing with the unit size, and I went 7-3. And so I had a great week, except for the one night I decided to double my unit size. So that's kind of the moral of the story here. Don't do something drastic like double your unit size. I kind of let greed get the best of me. I learned the hard way here, and that is what happened. So if you're going to increase your unit size, increase it in proportion to your bankroll growth and not something drastic like a doubling like I did. So like I said, what I'm doing right now is I'm trying to find the center. So I have this kind of Monte Carlo test train simulation that I'm doing. So apparently the center for random forest, I just don't know. 14, that might be too high. I get it. For log odds, yeah, 48%. Okay, that makes sense. Because like I said, the center for log is the same as well. But for random forest, I don't know, 14%? Maybe the number's backward. I don't know. But for those of you who don't know how random forests work, hold on. It's like a classification tree that just, it classifies things. So X1, that's win, and live predict, that's my log regression. So I'm trying to find the best combination of the two outputs for, for bets. But like I said, the center, let me try something mean. So the center, yeah, 48%, it's not 50%. But I just feel like that's too good to be true. And also not picky enough. Not picky enough. You don't want to be. So if I sort it by index right here, it's log odds greater than 48.4% and random forest votes greater than 14%. That just seems like it would be a lot. Maybe if I divide it by trials. Let me try something. I know it's a basketball bet day, but I'm just trying to make sure I'm making the optimal bets here. And so as long as I can do that, then I might need to take a few more minutes just to make sure I'm making the right bets. You don't want to. So this is for overs. So I learned that my over bets, that's how I was troubleshooting, because I was like, okay, why is, no matter what I do, is my over bets like when I run the Monte Carlo test train, why is it always like at 45% or lower? And so then I was doing some research and I realized like the center, that's why. So if the center is not 50%, then what is it? And that's what I'm trying to find out, because I haven't been making a lot of second half over bets lately, and I was trying to find out why, and so that's kind of what I'm troubleshooting right now. So pregame bets today, not that many, but like I said, the center concept is the same for pregame bets, and I didn't find this until about an hour ago, so I'm gonna have to fix that as well for pregames. So it looks like this game is going to go under. It was looking like it was going to go over for most of the first half, but it's really slowed down, which is fine. All right, so let me look at temp MX. So yeah, that's a really high number, so I shouldn't have divided that. Oh well. So on average, what's the center for log odds, though? 47%. I mean, I guess I could give it a shot. I mean, I have nothing to lose. Like I said, it's not like I'm placing a lot of over bets anyway, so, where's my live odds script? Let me try this. I mean, it's worth a shot. I mean, what do we have to lose, right? So if that's the center for overs, then let me do the same for unders. This shouldn't take more than a few minutes. I just have to recreate the script and just change everything over to under. I hate when that happens. I had the selection selected, guys. Why are you going all the way up there? I think that's like an RStudio bug. Okay. All right, live stack MC under MC. Unders have been a lot better for me second halves than overs have been. That's part of the reason I've been troubleshooting. But let's see this. Live stack under MC 250. 250 is a good number. Yeah, so today's going to be a fun day. Like I said, I've been talking about it the past 2 weeks, but I'm going to go to Jack in the Box today and get a ton of food and try to eat it all. Like I said, I'm probably going to buy 10,000 calories worth, but I don't think I'm going to eat it all, because remember that meal I was talking about from Lake Tahoe a couple weeks ago that I got after I was done skiing, and you all were like, oh, that's a ton. I calculated that was only about 4,500 calories. And it sounded like a lot, but only 4,500. 4,500 is a lot of calories, but eating twice that, I don't think I'll be able to do it. I mean, I probably could have eaten a little bit more after that, and that was after a long day of skiing. That's another thing, long day of skiing as well. So it's another thing to eat like that when you've just been sitting in this chair all day. All right. So it looks like our center here. I'm dividing the wrong numbers by I'm dividing the wrong numbers, first of all. It should be V3, V4, and V6. Let me do that again. If all goes well, I'll be able to set my... This is kind of like finding... What I'm doing basically is trying to find keys for my machine learning keys. Like, it's keys of keys. I'm just trying to find centers. I see the chat. I just, I'm not going to respond to rapid fire chatting. Hope you don't mind. By the way, how's Georgia Tech doing? It's going to be close. It's going to be very close. I have them minus 27.5. That's the only one I have out right now. I entered in like 5 or 6 games and nothing was coming up, and that's why I started doing okay. I was like, why is nothing coming up? And then that's when I realized the center is not the same. And when I talk about center, it's like, random forest and logistic regression predictions are different. They're calculated differently, so they're going to have different, centers. And so I was assuming that the centers were the same, and they're not. And so that's what I'm trying to find out right now. What's the center for both, so I can split them out? Okay, here we go. So our top is 61%. All right, I'll do that. Like, sometimes they say if it's not broke, don't fix it, but that's the thing. All right. Man, I hope I'm not. I've kind of done this hastily, so I hope I'm not making any errors by doing this, but, it's worth a shot, Let me just make sure everything's on the up and up. I mean, everything should be on the up and up here. I mean, it's 61%. That's, yeah, I could hit 97%, but that's like a sample size of nothing, right? So I'm going through 2,500 possible key combinations here, and which is the best one? And well, it's apparently this one right here. So let's do it. Let's roll with it. That's what this live stream is about. It's about trying new things. We don't want to keep things stale. We want to, have a good time and also try out new things. So that's what I'm trying out right here. I'm trying out new ways to predict. Okay, where is my live odds? Okay, here it is. Hopefully this is just in time for and the only one we have left to do is spreads. So let me fix that real quick. That song, Ready to Go from Vegas Vacation? For those of you who've seen the movie, that song's been stuck in my head all morning because I woke up this morning and I was ready to go. I was ready to get after it. I feel like this is going to be a good Saturday because, like I said, live betting served me very well. So like I said, if it's not broke, don't fix it, but I just want to make sure it's fundamentally sound. I would rather have a fundamentally sound model that doesn't, it might take a step back than a model that's not fundamentally sound that somehow still wins anyway, because at some point you're gonna things are gonna fail. All right, hopefully this is the last one and we can all move forward after this. All right. Yeah, I'm Ryan Gutierrez. I'm still trying to figure things out for my pregame picks. It's been tough, but my second halves have just been on fire, except for the other night, Thursday night. And part of the problem this past Thursday night was the fact that there were six games that were decided, either the total or the spread were decided by the final possession of the game, right? It came down to that last possession, and I went 1-5 in those games. And so that kind of helped make things frustrating, and it was tough because I'm going to let this done before I enter these 2 second half lines in. But it seems like what sucks is, say I have like a spread or an under, right, and it all comes down to the last possession, and I just need the other team not to score on this last possession, right? And what always seems to happen is that they miss their first shot, but they offensive rebound, and then they score, right? Offensive rebounds just seem to be my bad omen. Like I had Cal and Washington State the other night, and it came down to last possession, and Cal had like 3 offensive rebounds on the last possession to score with 1 second left to push it over, and, it killed my under. What the hell? Ah, crap. I don't want it to do that. Why is that giving me an error, but the other one didn't? One, 2L, what does that all mean? Appreciate it, Matt Stansberry. I don't want an error right now. I don't want to deal with errors. Okay, so it's in the summarize function. Okay, I get it, but it's because dang it, I know why. I need to select. Or wait, no, not there. I know why this is a problem right now. It's because... Okay, but hang on a second. Where's pre-key master DF coming from? Okay. That should do it right here. Let me do a quick, just so I don't do the whole 250 all over again, let me do a quick test. All right, we should be good. Didn't give me the error. Okay. I want to get this in before there's already second half lines coming up, but I just want to get this in. All right, so like I said, I'd rather have a fundamentally sound model than a not fundamentally sound model, so I'm willing to take some time. All right, let's check on our games while that's going on. But yeah, it was a good week. I like this that this is tied because maybe I can get overtime here. Looks like Wofford is heading over. Georgia, it lost by half a point. Oh no. But I had actually, so this is my unit, like in terms of my bankroll, I actually got that up to like 106. No, I got it up to like 102. But I was actually positive on the season for a little bit until Thursday. But I was able to cut about half of the deficit back yesterday. But, man, half-point loss to start the day. Love it. Love it. All right. At least it went over, so I'm not completely skunked. But I only bet about a third of a unit on my pre-games, and I'm reserving basically full units for second halves. So, Siena Niagara, I'd like that game to go to overtime. You know, I would not mind that at all. That game really slowed down though. They scored like 24 points in the first 5 minutes of the game, right? And I was like, oh wow, that's always a good sign. But man, they have cooled off. But even at halftime, it still looked like it was going to go over. And there's a lot of second halves up right now. I just need this Monte Carlo to finish so I can set my centers. Hopefully this center approach works. I don't know. I'm kind of skeptical, but like I said, that's the point of these live streams. Try new things. All right, here we go. All right, so it looks like our center. That's about the same center I was using beforehand, so I'm not too worried. Let's go ahead and run with that. So it's not like anything spread-wise is going to be too much different. 55%, I can take that. Yeah, 55%. Almost done. Almost done with the coding, and we can get back to betting. I just want to make sure I'm making wise bets. Live odds, that's what I was looking for. Hold on, let me. All right. We should be good to go. Should be good to go. All right, so I would have bet over a Navy American had I had my system, but you know that ship is. All right, so let me enter in these second halves and we can get in our way, because there's a lot of them up right now. I'm looking at my app. All right. First off, Wofford, Western Carolina. We already have an over in there, but like I said, it's only. I was very successful this past week hitting middles with games I had bet before the game and then second half, right? I was very successful with that this past week. I don't think I lost any of them. I won probably 4 and didn't lose a single one. That's luck. I can attribute some of that to luck, but I won't hesitate to either try to middle a pregame bet I have or just go for the hedge, which I also did this past week. You know, hedging out of bad positions at halftime, or even doubling down with the worst number at the second half than of a bet I already had, but still going with it. Vanderbilt, Alabama was a game I was going to bet over pregame, but the line shifted like 2 points higher when I was trying to put it in, and I reran the model for the new number, and it was no longer profitable, so I had to pass. So maybe we can get on it at halftime. I need UMass Low to say halftime before I put it in. Okay, it does. $272.5. I'm going to put those in before I do Boston and Colgate. That is a smorgasbord. All right. But like I said, it is what it is, right? We're going to live or die this week based on my new approach. And if it sucks, it sucks. So over in Vanderbilt like I had been planning on doing before the game, and then over in the Rider game. Like I said, the main reason I was skeptical about this new approach was because LaSalle St. Joseph's, that ship has already sailed. Kentucky, Tennessee under, and New Hampshire, UMass Lowell under. So that's a bet on every single game that's up, which is fine. We'll roll with it. We'll live and learn. But that's the one thing that kind of gave me hesitation for this new approach as opposed to the old approach is just how low the centers were. But like I said, we're going to experiment. Maybe this is the way. We'll see. I'll put those in later. There's more second half lines coming up. All right, Boston U. I need that to say halftime so I can put it in. Okay, now it does. All right. Colgate has only played like the same 3 teams all season long. They've only played Boston, Army, and Holy Cross. For those of you who don't know. Okay, Loyola, MD, and Lehigh. Did I put that one in? Nope. All right. This is gonna be. This could be the way. I don't know. We'll see. We gotta just roll with it. And more overs. Wow. Okay. You know. Fine. I'll. You know. I was kind of scrambling to get that done before these second halves came up. So let's just be patient. See how it goes. All right. By the way, I don't even have my TV on. Wait, I thought I placed 3 on. No, wait, no, that's right. Okay, gosh. No, I was on the under second half for Kentucky and Tennessee. Gosh, I might have been a little too hasty here, but it is what it is, guys. Like I said, that's the point of the stream. It's to try new things. Sports betting truth. We're trying to find the truth, right? So if the truth is maybe this new approach sucks, then we're going to learn the truth about it in this stream, right? So Vanderbilt, Alabama over 142. Ryder Quinnipiac is 147.5. Wofford, Western Carolina, doubled down on that one with 154. VMI Citadel. I'm surprised that game. Those are 2 fast-paced teams. Tennessee, Kentucky, 150. UMass Lowell, New Hampshire, under 126.5. So, see, that's the thing. Maybe not picky enough. But notice there is one thing. There is no spread bets in there. I'm surprised. Let me just make sure. Yeah, the log odds, we need that to be high. Oh, wait a second. That's over, yeah. So for spreads, which is right here, the log odds never got high enough to where we needed to be to make a play on that. Interesting. What R package do I use for weighted means? I don't use one. I just manually calculate it. But Weber State, whoever they played the other night, Northern Arizona, they destroyed them. So, because I had Northern Arizona in that game, and it was not even close. All right. I just feel like I might have been a bit too hasty here. Maybe I can do. Are there any more second half lines coming up? Let me make sure. UConn Villanova is going to be one, and let me go back. And that line is up. But then after that, maybe I can do some more experimentation. Because like I said, I threw this together and I started at 9:30. I wasn't done when the stream started. Okay, UConn Villanova second half. We got UConn +4 and 74. Let's go ahead and run that through and see what we got. Another over. All right, let's do it. Yeah. So let me go back in here. I just want to, maybe I can explain the concept a little more. All right. So I run logistic regression and then a random forest with my different metrics to decide how I make plays, right? And so theoretically, it'd be like, okay, if my logistic regression says 52.4% and my random forest says 52.4%, and both of them say that, then that would be the play, right? Well, not exactly. So that's what I'm doing here. Is 52.4% the right number? So that's why I'm running this test train Monte Carlo to figure out, okay, what... so if I did it once, so let me do this test train thing once for spreads or for overs. I don't know. Since we play so many overs so far, let's do it for overs. So here's what it is. Live stack over Monte Carlo, one trial, right? Whoops. Let me stop that. And so it comes out with this data frame called pre-key master DF. And so this is the test data set that makes predictions. And this is logistic odds, and this is random forest odds over here. And so what combination of logistic odds and random forest odds is the best? So if I did a mean, right? So let's do mean pre-key master DF 2 and 4. So both of them are a little bit below 50%. Let me do this table pre-key master DF ATS res. So that's probably why they're a little bit below, is because there's only 30 overs in there and 37 unders. So we're trying to find what we're looking for to make an over play. And so what we determine is that number is 48% for the logistic and only 16% for the random forest. That's where I kind of hesitate though here. I feel like that random forest number is too low. But remember, it's a combination of the two. When the second half log is higher than 48%, 48.17, so that would be everything above here, which, a lot of ones here, a lot of ones. So what this is just a one-off though, so that's why I do the Monte Carlo to smooth it out. So if I did this, whoops. And now we only have a data frame of the log odds being met. So now we can look at what the random forest says. And so it looks like, I think the reason the random forest number of 0.16 is so low is because the log odds is a better predictor. And so as long as the log odds say that, it doesn't really matter what the random forest says, right? Because, yeah, that's everything but the bottom two. And so as long as the log odds are high enough, then the random forest doesn't really matter. And I think that's what we're getting at here, that the log odds is a better predictor for overs than the random forest is. So if we did this, ZZZ, then 17 and 12, that's 58.6% over success percentage, as long as log odds are greater than 48.17%. That's our center. That's what I've been looking for. That's why I do the Monte Carlo. So the thing is that the only thing that makes me worry here is that it's just not going to be picky. But sometimes you don't want it to be picky. If you have an edge, then you don't want to be picky. You want to take advantage of everything you have an edge on. So but that was just for one. That was for one, right? So what if I did it for 10? 10 simulations, 10 Monte Carlo runs, which still isn't enough, but you guys get the idea. So that's what this frame is right here. It goes through all these possible log and random forest combinations to find the optimal one, which is this column right here. And that's pretty close to what we already have. Even this is a 10 Monte Carlo, not enough for a good sample, but you guys get the idea. But still, I mean, it's still coming back in roughly about where we're at. So it looks like as long as the log odds are good, then the random forest doesn't really matter. That's what I'm getting at here. We're making plays based on the log odds of everything. And so if we look at this again, because this is a different train test now, and sort it by live predict, which is the log column, and come back over here. Wow. Oh yeah, because remember we stacked it. So this is based on 10, right? And so now it's 199 and 1. See, I just feel like that's too optimistic. Maybe it's overfit. 60%. But 60% is roughly what I was hitting all week outside of Thursday. So maybe that's not too optimistic. Maybe it's not overfit. And then if we do this and X1, which is random forest chance of yes, being tree second half over random forest criteria, and then do it again, we have 188/188 plus 122. Yeah, I mean, the math doesn't lie here. I think 60% is too optimistic. I do. Although that was what I was hitting this week outside of Thursday. Some days even more. I think I went 14-5 on Wednesday, which is 73%. You know, you're not going to do that every day. But, yeah, so you know what? Let's roll with this. I'm skeptical. I'm still in a wait-and-see approach, but at least as far as the test train Monte Carlos are concerned, everything looks fine. So we'll have to go with it. Andrew Phillips, I've been trying to explain that actually. What I'm doing here, like I said, so in how I select my plays is I run my 5 models, and then those outputs, I plug them into machine learning algorithms, logistic regression, and random forest, you know, to try to find what to play. That's what I'm doing right now. So the thing is that I'm trying to find the optimal like probabilities of the log and the random forest to make plays with. And so that's kind of what I'm experimenting with here. And so yeah, so I think it's going to be picky on spreads, but it's going to be pretty liberal on totals. But like I said, totals have just been there all week. And so that's probably why it's very liberal on totals, because when it's doing so well, like it's hard to be picky when you're doing well. This game didn't go to OT. Oh well. Any other half times? So we can start. I'm going to turn the TV on. I still haven't turned it on. Let's find a game that I have a bet on to put on. I mean, I have this. What's this? DePaul women's basketball. I don't want to watch that. What's on the broadcast networks? We got UConn Villanova on Fox. Kentucky. I'll put on Kentucky and Tennessee. How's that sound? But yeah, so expect to see a lot of overs and unders or total plays with second halves today, because, like I said, it's just done a good job of predicting this week, and I expect that to continue. So Kentucky, Tennessee, geez, Kentucky's up by 19. What was the halftime score? And I have under 150, and it says one. So that number's dropped because Tennessee hasn't done anything since halftime. Yeah, unfortunately on my website, I don't have the machine learning stuff on there, so you just have to go to my plays section to see what the outcome of that was. But remember, the outcome of the outcome of that was before I was trying this new approach that I've been working on since the stream started. And so the centers might not be, I don't want to use the word accurate, but the centers might not be what I've discovered them to be in the past hour. So I had the edges here, and most of them are negative because, that's the benefit of machine learning, is that you can transform negative edges into probabilities. I call the reverse of Las Vegas is always right. Because when your model's like, this, like every edge is low, and you're like, okay, that might be a play, but maybe Las Vegas knows something I don't. That's where machine learning can help you. Because it could transform those negatives and say, yeah, Las Vegas is right here. Use the negatives to your advantage. All right, let's take an early look. A lot of these games just started the second half, so this is just going to be a very early look at some of these totals. But let's go ahead and just check it out. So Wofford and Western Carolina, is that still heading over? Ooh, that slowed down a little bit. It's still, my pregame bet still looks good, but this second half one's going to be very close, just based on the first 4.5 minutes of the second half there. All right, VMI and Citadel. Let's check that one out. We have over 146, and I'm surprised. That's a very low number based on how fast those two teams play. What was my pregame pace projection? Yeah, 76.8. I guarantee you that's the highest pregame pace projection of any game on the board today. And that is 151 over 146. Okay, we're looking good there based on the first 5 minutes of that second half. Vanderbilt, Alabama. I'm kind of glad I didn't get on that because I was going to play over 153. And so if the second half over was 142, then that's, I'm glad that the line changed and I didn't get on that pregame. That game is not at the pace we need. So that one's not looking good, but it can pick up. Ryder Quinnipiac, we have over in that game, over 140. Ooh, that's dipped a little bit, but not in a danger territory yet. What I've noticed is that with my total projections is that it kind of leans under until the game gets further and further along, and then it starts to tilt more. I'm not saying, I don't want to say lean under, but the total projection tends to grow just a tad as the game goes along, especially because you can never predict the end of games where there's a ton of fouls and all that. Kentucky, Tennessee, we already looked at that one. That one's looking decent. UMass Lowell under 126.5. That is not looking good. And then Loyola MD, Lehigh, we have over there. Not good. Boston U Colgate, good. All right, so it mixed results. So how many do I have outstanding? 8. If we can go 5 and 3, I'm not going to complain. Yeah, so a line is set with computer models. They set the opening line because, you want to set a good opener, and then they just use the market to sharpen the line after that. Oh, man. I wonder what time I should go to Jack in the Box. It's going to be later. The thing with going to a place like Jack in the Box is, yeah, I can order it on the app, but the thing is, I'm pretty sure they make you, they won't order it until you get there, or they won't start making it until you get there, and also, you also have to wait in line. Like, usually when you order something like online, you just want to walk in and pick it up at the counter, right? But no, you can't go inside a Jack in the Box around here. You have to go through the drive-thru, and a lot of times the drive-thru line will be long, and you have to sit through that whole drive-thru line even though you ordered your food like an hour ago. It sucks. How robust are Las Vegas lines? I mean, they're pretty robust. I wouldn't, there's no such thing as soft lines. Every line is going to be good. Yeah. Like I said, I just want to, I don't expect to eat all 10,000 calories or come close. I just want to see how far I can get. Jack in the Box is like my guilty pleasure. Yeah, I agree. In Texas, I was allowed to walk in. But here in Nevada, no. Can't do that. Yeah. No, yeah, you have to hit a button on the app that says I'm here, start my order. But the thing is, the closest Jack in the Box from here is not even a mile away, so it's not like it'll take long to get there. I'm just worried about having to wait because I'm going to be ordering a lot of food, first of all. Second of all, sometimes the drive-through line is long and you have to sit through that whole thing. Going to Las Vegas with a group of 4 for March Madness. Any recommendations for betting the tournament? Well, first I want to know where you're going to be staying and which book you plan on watching the games at. And as far as betting the tournament is concerned, this is me. I'm not saying follow this advice. This is how I do it. I only bet on teams because for me, when it comes to March Madness, I enjoy watching the tournament more than betting on the tournament. So I will not bet against my rooting interest. That's why I don't fill out a bracket. Because first of all, I don't want to be rooting for my bracket. I want to be rooting for the teams I want to win. And oftentimes, especially in the first round, those are diametrical opposites because I'm almost always pulling for the underdog in the first round. And unless you have a bracket that's advancing all underdogs, which isn't going to happen, I don't want to be rooting for my bracket. So I only place bets on teams that I want to win and also are in congruence with my models. And that's usually a pretty good combination. The thing with March Madness KB3 is that here's my question, KB3, do you plan on paying for a place to sit in a sports book? Or do you want to sit somewhere preferably without having to pay? That's a very important question. Because let me just tell you this, there's not going to be a lot of free places to sit at sports books for March Madness. So if you want to go to a sports book, especially for the first round in Las Vegas, and sit somewhere without having to pay for it, you're going to have to show up. If the first game starts at 9:15 a.m., you're probably going to show up at 7 a.m. at the very latest. I would probably do 6 a.m. and just sit there for 3 hours until the games start, because a lot of sports books in Las Vegas, especially the more popular ones, are going to rope off a lot of their seating and make you pay for it because, the demand will be there. They can make money off the seating, so they're going to do it. And so the free seating that they do have reserved is going to be first come, first serve, and there's going to be people showing up 3 hours before the first game. I can tell you that right now. I've seen it firsthand. No, the Westgate's fine, but the Westgate, honestly, if you're going to Las Vegas for March Madness, I would start looking around with casino hosts to see if you can get seating at a sports book. Even if you have to pay for it, it's worth it, and it ensures you don't have to wake up at 6 in the morning and sit there for 3 hours to, have a place to sit. Because I've been to Las Vegas for March Madness before. I've never been for the Super Bowl, but I have been for, the college football playoff, big college football weekends, NFL Sundays. March Madness is by far the most crazy and busy I've seen any. I've been to the Westgate for March Madness. I've been to Mandalay Bay. I've done MGM Grand once. It is a zoo for March Madness. And the benefit of having 3 other guys with you is that you're going to be able to, you don't have to worry about your seat getting taken when you get up to go to the bathroom, for example. But gosh, it's a madhouse, and that's what I did. I showed up 3 hours early before the game started to make sure I had a place to sit, and the place filled up very quickly. And you have people that were rolling around at 9 a.m. when the game started, like, there's nowhere to sit. It's because people have been there for 2 hours. Yeah, I would make sure you have that table booked, because it's going to be very tough to get a seat otherwise. I know firsthand from experience. All right, this Alabama total's creeping up a little bit. That's good to know. Did I not run the UConn-Villanova second half? I don't think I did. Oh, well. Oh, I did it in over. I don't think I put the bet in, or did I? Let me look. Let me look. But yeah, no, March Madness in Las Vegas is awesome if you do it right. Okay, I did get UConn Villanova over. How's it looking, by the way? I don't like that red down arrow for overs. What was the number? 140? The thing with the Cosmos Sportsbook is it's very small. I mean, relative to the Westgate. So if you want to like have a good atmosphere for watching March Madness, that's not going to be a good place. Although one thing I do like about the Cosmo book is they have like pool tables, and shuffleboard tables, but that's more for baseball and slower paced sports. That's not for March Madness. Yeah, the Cosmo book it's tiny. I don't know if tiny is the right word. I mean, tiny would be more like the book at the Flamingo, but it's not much bigger than the Flamingo book. Yeah, I could order via Uber and DoorDash, but I don't use those companies out of principle because I just don't believe in paying massive markup on items that I could drive less than a mile down the street to go pick up. I'm not a big fan of food delivery services just because I think they're a ripoff. The Palace Station Sportsbook. Let me tell you about the Palace Station Sportsbook. If you haven't been there since the remodel, it's actually pretty nice. It reminds me a lot of the Luxor Sportsbook in terms of its layout. It's not the biggest, but it's a lot nicer than it was like 5 years ago. And you could probably get a reserved table at the Palace Station book for a lot cheaper than a place like Westgate. Exactly, Ryan. See, that's what I was getting at. Yeah, no, I like going to the Palace Station book. It's not bad. It's gotten a lot. I remember it used to be just like a smoke-filled, kind of gross kind of place. Not anymore. Since the remodel, Palace Station's not what it used to be. It's probably the third nicest station casino now. The only ones that are nicer are Red Rock, obviously, and Palms. But it's the nicest casino as station at the end of its name, let's put it that way, in Las Vegas now since the remodel. And they have an oyster bar in there. $1 oysters for happy hour. All right, I'm going to take a quick bathroom break because I've been drinking a lot of water. Not a lot of water. I haven't been drinking a lot of water. But apparently, the way professional eaters do it is they drink a ton of water before they eat, and that way their stomach expands. And I was saying I need to do that, but I don't know. I don't know if I want to do that. Like I said, I'm not trying to beat a food challenge or anything today. I'm just going to do it to do it. I have done some food challenges before, and I've never beaten one before. The most recent one I did was back last February when my mom was visiting me in San Diego, and we went to a place called the Broken Yolk Cafe, and they have like they call it the Iron Man Challenge. It's like a 12-egg omelet and a bunch of potatoes. And the thing is that I did the challenge and I didn't beat it for two reasons. One, that was way more than 12 eggs. I make 12-egg omelets all the time and have no trouble eating it. And this was way more than 12 eggs. And second of all, it was too hot. That was the problem. They start the timer when you take your first bite. And I made the mistake of not letting it cool down. And the thing with food challenges is you got to eat somewhat quickly because you only have like a certain window of time before your stomach starts to say you're full, and if you eat fast enough, you can eat a lot before that happens. But I could not eat this fast because it was so dang hot. Like to this day, I still remember the burning sensation of my esophagus as that food was sliding down my throat. It was probably the hottest food I've ever swallowed in my life. I remember my tongue was like burned for 3 or 4 days after, but because of that, I couldn't eat it fast. I had to let it cool off, and by the time it was cool enough to shovel in my mouth, my stomach was already telling me I was full. And then the potatoes. So the thing is, it comes on like, if you look at a picture of this challenge, it doesn't look very big. But the thing is, it's all about perspective. It actually came on like a 15-inch pizza pan, which is, pretty big. And there's just so many potatoes on there. And any food challenge that involves eating a lot of sodium like that is going to be tough because I can eat a lot of food, but the sodium, that's what got to me. It's not so much that I was full, is that it's all that sodium after a while and like my mouth puckering and everything. I just couldn't put it in my mouth. So that's why I didn't beat that challenge. Yeah, I went to the Circa. I have a video on Circa. If you want to look at my videos, look at my Circa sportsbook review. Circa's very nice. The sportsbook itself is probably the nicest in Las Vegas. And I don't think that's up for debate. Like I said, but the one issue I have with that place, and this might be a feature to some, is the parking. $4 an hour is very steep, especially when you can go to a place like Westgate or Red Rock for free and not have to park. So $4 an hour to park is that's asking a lot. But like I said, some people might say that's a good thing because it keeps out the riffraff. That's true. And you can park at Binion's for $2 an hour, and I think it caps at $10 or $12. So if you plan on staying there for a long time, you can go park at Binion's, pay $12 if you're fine with that. I think it's worth it if you just want to, spend the day at the Circa book. I just think the Circa book is going to be a tough ticket to get for March Madness. Because remember, not only do these books, not only are they going to rope off a lot of their seating and make it reserved, but a lot of these books are still doing the social distancing garbage, and they're going to only let you sit in every other seat and stuff like that. Or in the Westgate's case, they just took the seats out of the place. So that's another thing with March Madness, is that the free seating is going to be even less than what it normally is. So I went when they were trying to pack as many people in as possible. But yeah, I don't even know if I'm going to do Las Vegas Sportsbooks for March Madness this year because A, I don't want to wear a mask all day, and B, like I said, the seating situation is going to be nuts. I actually invited my cousin to come up here for March Madness. And so we'll see if he takes my advice. If he does come up here to visit for that, maybe I'll do it. But if not, I might just watch it here and set up my TVs like I have done in the past. Because, yeah, I don't want to wear a mask all day. And trust me, they have security guards just roving the sports books, making sure you have your mask on. Trust me on that one. Like, that's their job. That they're ordered by their boss to just walk up and down and tell you to put your mask on. If they tell you, this is how it goes. They're going to, hey, sir, you need to put your mask up. And if I have to tell you again, you're going to be removed from the property. That's when I went to the Circa for the college football playoff, the 2 semifinal games, and I heard that phrase maybe over 100 times easily. Yeah, I like the Red Rock book. It's one of my favorites. And it's also pretty close to where I live. It's probably the closest book to where I live. Yeah, I don't know what would be closer. All right, Alabama, Vanderbilt. Come on, keep up the pace. Man, all these totals are going to be very, very close. Well, the Westgate used to, and I still think it does have the reputation of being like the riffraff book, Because I remember before the remodel, like that place was just riffraff central. Because, you know, it has free parking. It's located on the eastern side of the strip, so close to a lot of like low-income housing and all that. And before the remodel, it was just all the riffraff would go there. But it seems like after the remodel, they've done a lot better job of keeping the riffraff out somewhat. Because the Westgate book used to have it used to smell like a public restroom in there, and it doesn't anymore, thankfully. But back in the day, it smelled like a public restroom. So I don't know. I don't know if the security is just tighter, but let me tell you this. I've told the story on this stream before, but I was there watching college football last year. A lot of you guys probably know where I'm going with this because you've heard the story at least twice probably now. I was watching college football in 2019. I was sitting along the rail on a bar stool, and there was this homeless guy just making the rounds all day long, did not get kicked out. All day long. He would just go by, and like he wouldn't look you at the eye, but he'd just be like, man, this guy keeps giving me winners. Man, this guy's giving me 37 winners today out of 40. Oh man, this guy, he can't lose today. But he would just say it under his breath. And he was obviously like a homeless guy who, in my opinion, was paid off by a tout to, you know, talk about this so-called guy who's just giving out winners. And hopefully someone would be like, hey, who is this guy, you know? And he didn't get kicked out. That was the thing. He was doing this all day. You think someone like that would be kicked out. And so my theory is that this guy was being paid by a tout who is affiliated with the Westgate, because that's one of my main gripes with the Westgate is that they like to cozy up with touts, and maybe this tout had a connection with the Westgate, and therefore this guy was allowed to be doing what he was doing. But yeah, but that's apart from that, you don't see too much riffraff at the Westgate book. Dividing by time, working with dates and time in R makes me want to pull my hair out, Joseph. There's a reason I don't plan on doing a date and time video on my R series. It's a major pain in the butt. So they get bonuses for every non-mask wear they call it. It wouldn't surprise me. Which is weird because I went to the Westgate last night to make a deposit into my Westgate account. Not because I ran out of money and was redepositing, but I just wanted to have more money in there for Saturdays because that's one of the issues I run into is since I have my money spread across so many books, but Westgate's my key live bet thing, is that I just don't want to run out of money in my Westgate account. But the security guard was at the entrance, and they make you take your temperature to get in. And the scanner wasn't working because, you know, I had to have a mask on. And he was like, I don't give a fuck about your mask. I was like, there needs to be more security guards like this guy. And he was like, this has been going on for over a year now. He was like, honestly, at this point, if you're still that afraid, you should probably just stay home. And I told him, you know what? I agree. And I was like, if you're still that afraid at this point, stay home. It's been a year. Oh yeah, dates and time in R are just the worst. Like my website's all messed up right now. If you go to this section, I'll show you. See how some of the dates have like a slash and some of them don't? Right there. Same with here. Like some of these dates have and some of them don't. I have just given up at this point with working with dates and time in R. Like, even if I use the Lubridate package, it still doesn't matter. You know, it's just a pain. All right, let's see what we got. We're going to have some games pretty soon get into the first half. Notre Dame and Syracuse probably about 10 minutes away. Mount St. Mary's, Fairleigh Dickinson, who was not kind to me this past week, betting them on the spread. Vanderbilt, Alabama looks like they're going to go over. UConn, Villanova does not. Kentucky, Tennessee is going to go under. This one's going to be very close. This one, what do I have? Oh, yeah, that's probably not going to go over. This one, what do I have? That's not looking good either. So yeah, maybe our experiment. Where's Ryder? Yeah, things aren't looking good, guys. Maybe this experiment is not going to be with us today. Maybe I should go back to how I was doing it the night before. Or maybe just place unders. I don't know. I think the spread one is fine, but overs are kind of worrying me. So I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. I'll be right back. So what is the key for... So that's that. I think that we're going to be fine there because, yeah, we're going to be fine for unders. Overs is what worried me is because it's so relaxed. Let me run the Monte Carlo again. Where's the Monte Carlo? And I'm going to do 400 trials this time. No, I haven't watched either of those, Life on the Line or Best of It. No, that's what I was saying, Matthew Stansberry. They're still like, even though if we get 70% vaccination, we're still going to need to wear masks and social distance. I'm like, what's the point of the vaccine then? What's the point of the vaccine? Like, if there's no life benefit to be gained after being vaccinated, then what's the point of the vaccine? Like, are we still have to social distance and wear masks and everything? Like, the hell? It doesn't make any sense. Like, I don't know about you guys, but, you know, if I want to go to I'm tired of these empty arenas and empty stadiums and closed places and wearing masks and all that. So I've said this all along, though. This is only going to end when the people say enough. And if my experiences over the, are anything, I don't think this is going to end anytime soon. Like, I still have people getting on to me in parking lots for not wearing a mask in the parking lot. Like, I went to Target the other day, and I was a good 50 yards away from the entrance, and someone was like, we're still under a mask order. And I was like, we're outside, we're in the parking lot. Like, it doesn't matter. Anyway. Okay, so, that's even lower. That Monte Carlo is even lower. Hold on. I'm going to do that again. I want to try to get this in before the second halves. I just want to be more picky, especially since it's a Saturday. I can afford to be less picky on a non-Saturday, but I don't want to play every over under the sun that comes in. So let me do this. Yep. Nothing makes sense to me. Yeah, I go to this park called Desert Breeze Park to run, and I was in the parking lot, stretching and warming up before I get started to run. And there's a dog park there. And some lady, with 2 masks, by the way, walking her dog that was the size of this bottle, makes a snide remark at me. Like, I'd like to go to this dog park, without having to worry. People are idiots, man. I just want things to go back to normal. I'm over it. Gosh, 54%. Let's go. I'll tell you this. Let's go for a number let's go for 60% like we have with. What's the highest that's at least 60%? Okay, I'm gonna filter this matrix. So I'm looking for we have 60% for unders, right? All right, so let's do that. Okay, here's the 60% range. And what's our top number again? I just want to be a little bit more selective here. So one more run, and then we can move. The phrase mask up drives me crazy. I hate hearing it. Why use up? Okay, I understand mask, but what up? Up? My gym, I go to I say this on all my live streams. I'm going to say it again. I go to a non-mass market gym, right? My gym is a pretty serious powerlifting gym. It's not very big, and there's not a lot of members, so they have a sign on the door that says you have to wear a mask at all times, but they don't actually enforce it. I think it's just there to keep the health department off their back. Because I just don't see how you could do, some of the tougher exercise, programs out there while wearing a mask. You wouldn't be able to breathe. You would pass out. I was jump roping in there yesterday. Oh, what the hell? Oh, gosh, dang it. Gotta do it again. Don't worry, I'm going to get the second half soon. Oh, yeah, if that game goes overtime, I'm fine with that. The thing with Vanderbilt is that they're just... I don't want to say it. They have too much talent to be as bad as they are. By the way, I'm 0-1 today. That Georgia Tech half-point loss to start the day. My favorite was when I was at Vail, and the parking structure, you have to, you pay on the way out, and they would not let me give them my credit card until I put my mask on inside my car. The people in the toll booth, the parking toll booth at the Vail parking structure when I was skiing there over Christmas. Yep. No mask, no service. All right, so this is everything that's at least 60%. What's the peak? All right. Oh, I'm not doing 0. I'm not doing 0. See, that's too selective. Or is it? I don't mind being too selective. As long as the log odds are greater than that. We're not going to... That's too selective. me do it again. I made a mistake there. I should have assigned it to a different data frame. Oh well. Yeah, I don't know if I want to be that selective. All right, let's take a look at this while it's running again. Any games at halftime yet? I mean, it should be getting there pretty soon. Oh, yeah, there's a lot. Crap. I got to get the ball rolling here. $57% over 1,000. Yeah, it's possible. Is it probable? No, but it's possible. I mean, I hit 60% this past week on second halves, but I probably placed, I don't know, 150 bets. I don't think I'd be able to sustain that over 9 times that, or 90 times that. Let's do greater than 0.56%. And then see what we got. Okay, so this was random forest. See, I can do that. I can do random forest. See. You know, let's do that one. But it's not that much. The percentage isn't that much higher. It's just a lot more picky. I don't know. Do we stay the course or do we switch? Do we stay the course where it's very liberal or do we become more picky? That's the question right now. Kind of wish we would see how these games ended up playing out. There's 4 second halves up right now, by the way. Crap. I need to make a decision. Do we be more picky for what looks like not the same results? Or like, it's just the results are the same. You know what? I'm gonna stay the course. I'm gonna sink or swim until we can get enough results in. Stay the course. Stay the course. I guarantee you this one's gonna be an over. Just looking at what the line is in the second half, right? Eastern Michigan and Kent State. Man, Kent State has been getting some very good treatment, and from the odds makers. I mean, they're very well respected, and I don't know if they are deserving. I'm starting to get hungry. That's good, though. I need to be hungry for what's in store. All right, let's see. It is what it is, guys. Yep, just like I predicted. So Weber State, I'm fine with that. I'm fine with, it changed to -5. You know, let's ride with it anyway. What's the odds? Yeah, let's ride with it. All right, Weber State, and then under in that game, and then over in the rest. I told you the Furman game was going to be over. I mean, predictable as the sun rising. I just wish we could have more, you know. I just wish I could see the results of these, just before deciding whether to cut bait or not. I'm not worried about spread bets. That's going to be the same algorithm regardless of the old method or new method. And the unders were pretty much the same too. It's the overs I'm worried about. Oh, man. Jack in the Box binge, baby. It's actually minus 14, the line shift. Oh, Furman Mercer total. If it's going to be that low, I'm not worried. Although we'll see. We'll see. This Kentucky game's going under. There's no way that's going to go over. Oh, I didn't get the Furman bet in. The game has already started. Huh. I was actually feeling good about that one. Oh, well. All right. Texas Tech, Kansas. I kind of wish I could test this new method on a non-Saturday, but oh well. BYU, go to my website. You'll be able to learn that game went under and under. Wow, that sucks. All right. That game was a sure lock for the over before halftime. Elon, William, and Mary. VMI Citadel went over. Good, good. Whoops, did I hit a 6 there? Dang it. Whoops. I want to change that. And then Mount St. Mary's and Fairleigh Dickinson. The team that's been a thorn in my side all week. Fairleigh Dickinson, because I keep taking them to cover and they lose outright. All right, so let's see what we got here. More overs. Dang it, I just don't like all these overs. But I'm going to play them because this is just baptism by fire here. Baptism by fire, 128 and 132. All right, time to start grading some of these. Okay. Vanderbilt and Alabama had to have gone over based on what I was seeing. Or will it? It's going to go over the 142. Yeah, that's going to happen. Where's Ryder? 143. Yeah, it's probably not going to get there. Tennessee, Kentucky has to go under. Yeah, there's no way. UMass Lowell, New Hampshire. It's going to be very close, but it's looking like under. Just no overtime. Loyola MD. Boston University, Colgate will go over, bearing a miracle. That game's going to go under for sure. All right, so still waiting on the result of 2 of these. Where's that UConn game? Yeah, that's probably not going to go over. Yeah, I should probably be more selective with the overs. I'm trying to work that out. All right, just waiting on UMass Lowell, New Hampshire, and Boston U Colgate. Yeah, Alabama did hit. Kind of interested to see if Boston University Colgate will end. This game's going to come down to the wire total-wise. I don't know. I don't think it's going to happen. 41 seconds. Yeah, that's too many. That's too much time for fouls and all that. So I really need Boston U Colgate. I just need 2 more points. Yes, okay, we got that one. All right, so we're 4-4 with 2 to still resolve, and one of them's not looking good. So looking very likely to go 4-6 for the first 10. So okay, we got some more second halves. I wasn't even aware. Okay, Southern Utah and Sac State. We got 4 and 74.5. I stayed at a hotel right across from Southern Utah when I was driving from Colorado to here. Two more over. Okay, I'm starting to really... Like, I'll do the first one, but the second one I'm skeptical about. I'll do them both, but is that it for second halves for now? Yeah. We'll see how it goes. I'll do those. I'll do them both. But need a more critical lens right now. All right, so I'm just kind of how are the so 1-0, 2-0, 2-1, or 0-1, 1-1, 2-1, 2-2, 3-2, 3-3. So we went 3-3. It's not like it was a disaster. I mean, unders, which I'm fine with the method, or what if I did like a K nearest neighbor type of thing? I'm going to try something. That's a weird looking graph. I wasn't expecting that at all. But that's because I filtered it. Hold on. Okay, that's not helpful either. That's even less helpful than the one before. But that's because I mean, I need to find a way to plot. Let me try this. It's a weird looking graph. What if I did V2? Whoops. What if I did... These are the weirdest looking graphs. Player performance regression? No, I don't. That is a weird looking, that looks like a bird. But it's not, that's the thing, it's not independent. What if I did this? What if I did this? I think we can get a graph out of that. It's not helpful. Yeah, right? This is like, I thought graphing it might be helpful, but it's not helpful at all. I can't even make sense of it. I just feel like, I just don't like how it's not being picky enough. Wait, I must have entered in the wrong line for Notre Dame Syracuse. It's 158. I don't know why I have. Hold on, let me make sure all those are right. Weber State, Northern Arizona. 129. Texas Tech, Kansas, 128. I must have just typed the wrong letters in. All right. Yeah, I'm trying to solve the problem right now of why it's not. That's just not, it's not picky enough. I don't want to watch the PGA Tour. Jack in the Box. Yeah, I don't remember them being in Kentucky when I lived in Kentucky. They've pretty much been everywhere else I've lived, though. Wait, they didn't have them in Iowa either. Over. Yeah, the reason it's not being picky. That's interesting. Let me try this. Well, I pretty much already did that. So, like, the dilemma is either too picky or not picky enough. There's, like, no middle ground. It's about home advantage is about 60% of what it's been in the past. I think Jack in the Box, they've made some changes that I'm not a big fan of. I feel like the Ultimate Cheeseburger isn't as good as it used to be. Yeah, this UConn game ain't going over unless somehow it gets to overtime, which won't happen. How did that New Hampshire game turn out? It probably went over. I would be very surprised if it didn't. Yeah, it did. By a lot. All right, so I am 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 4 and 6 to start. Just overs are 3 and 4, unders 1 and 1, spreads 0 and 1. All right, let's see how these games have started off in the second half. So we have a bunch of overs, just one under, and that's Weber State. And we had under 129 there, and that's not looking like it's going to happen. As far as overs are concerned, Eastern Michigan, Kent State, Notre Dame, Syracuse, nope. Texas Tech, Kansas, kind of. Mount St. Mary's, Fairleigh Dickinson, kind of. North Carolina State, Wake Forest. No. Sacramento State, Southern Utah, maybe? Yeah, kind of. So it looks like it's going to be another split. It's better than what I was the other night when I doubled my unit size and started the night 3 and 11. But I just, like I said, I just don't like something's off with the way I'm picking overs right now, and I'm wondering if I should. I just don't know how to fix it though. So I reran the Monte Carlo, but nothing's gonna change. It's still the really low log odd number and really low random forest number. Oh yeah, no doubt about it. They have network overload issues right now. But if it's only picking 2 plays, like when I tried to do this, that's just what's like the least picky I can be, but still, get some action in. Jack in the Box commercial. Still the same. Yeah, that's too picky. George Mason VC is about to go in a half, and I still haven't figured out what I'm going to do. Dilemma. Just a dilemma. It's like I can't find the middle ground. Oh, man, this is tough. This is really tough. Well, let's see what George Mason BC says. Gosh, I just hate how these apps always log you out and you have to log back in. All right, 3.5 for George Mason and 73. Okay. If it says over, I'm going to be mad, and it doesn't under. Okay, I'm fine with playing unders because it's a lot more picky. I'm not so much wrenching the model. Like, not much has really changed with unders and spreads. It's really the overs that I'm trying to mess with right now. And I wasn't betting overs at all this past week on the second half. So, and when I was doing some troubleshooting, I realized that the center, and when I say center, it's like, what's considered profitable with the random forest probabilities and what's considered profitable with log probabilities. And so what I've learned this morning is that the log predictor and random forest predictor don't really seem to sync with overs. So what I'm trying to figure out is what's the, but the thing is, this is just not, like, this number right here is barely above average for log. And this number, it might as well be 0. And so it's just not being very picky on over bets so far, which is fine. Maybe this is right. Maybe I can hit 54.4% on overs in the long run using this approach. I don't have a very large sample size so far. But it makes me wonder if the random forest probabilities, like why aren't the two syncing up is my question. Like, they do for unders and they do for spreads, but not overs. So what if I run an independent trial? I'm going to try something real quick. I'm going to do this real quick. I'm going to see what log only. This is pretty much going to be the same thing, but log only. Is that Detroit-style pizza from Pizza Hut any good? I'm seeing a commercial right now. I mean, it can't be that much different from the one they have at Little Caesars, which I've had a few times. So this is log only. So 0.4878, which I'm pretty sure is the number I'm using, or pretty close to it. So if I plot this, which that you see that makes sense right there. What if I did V6 instead? Okay, that makes sense too. So if you just do log, if you were just do log and not random forest at all, then anything 48.7% or higher would be profitable, but the higher the number goes, the fewer plays you have. So you want it to be linear like it was when I did this. Yeah, that's fine. I don't mind that at all. .4878, and yeah, that's pretty much what we have. So if I did the same thing but for random forest instead of log, and then plotted it out, what will it be? While that's running, I'm going to check on our bets. Like I was saying, it was looking pretty even Stevens. But Notre Dame, Syracuse, probably not going to go over this game. Probably will. So that's 1-1 right there. Texas Tech, Kansas. It's going to be very close. NC State, Wake Forest, not going to happen. Furman, Mercer, we had to take that one off. Eastern Michigan, Kent State, probably not going to happen. Elon, William, and Mary, didn't get that one in. Sac State, Southern Utah, going to be very close. Weber State, Northern Arizona, it's going to be very close. Although Weber State, the spread's looking good. Yeah, it's probably going to be even Stevens. No, I don't use the Kelly criterion. I just take the average of the last 3 lineups, minutes played. There's too many teams in college basketball to account for missing players. I just take the average of the last 3 lineups. That's just for one of my models, though. So this one peaks at 78%, and that's a higher percentage than the log odds were. Whoops. But unlike that one's linear to a point. It's linear to the top. And if I did V6, so 0.78 or 0.76, it's like pick your poison. So 0.76 for random forest. I think I'm going to go with that. Yeah, I'm going to go with that for the rest of the day. Let me try something real quick. If we're going to settle on 0.76, One more run should do it. Illinois, Minnesota. Any picks just starting? I only have 2 out right now. Both of them are going to be very close on the pre-games. But Notre Dame Syracuse is slowed down. Yeah, they're both going to be very close. Holy Cross and Army is probably going to be our next halftime check. How are you doing, Eric? I'm doing pretty good. Excited to go to Jack in the Box here I don't know, probably within the next couple hours. Looks like 0.31 is the number. This way we're going to be more picky on overs and hopefully more profits. Who are we? Kansas State? I don't know. Our defense has been pretty lousy this year. We'll see, though. Kansas State has a hard time scoring, though, so I can see they are not a good offensive team. So that might not be a bad bet. It's like a terrible defense versus a terrible offense. What's going to give? I'm going to do what I just did for unders as well. Check both the log and the... Because remember, I did this very hastily this morning. And so... I just want to make sure I'm kind of checking my work here. Oh yeah, my blood sugar definitely. I made sure the last thing I ate was yesterday at about 2:30 in the afternoon because I wanted to make sure I gave myself 24 hours. Is Steve Stevens the best handicapper in Las Vegas? Well, he's definitely one of the biggest D-bags in Las Vegas. Isn't he the one who who shoots his videos from the Mandarin? Is that who Steve? I'm not. I don't keep tabs on touts that much, but I'm pretty sure that's him, right? The one who does from the Mandarin. Like the ultimate peacock. All right, so 0.507, which is I think what we're already using, by the way. Yeah, pretty close. 53%, that's pretty good. Congratulations. Oh. So we got one at 58.9% with the log. That's what I like to see. What does the random forest look like? So keep that number in 9. 50. What was it again? 58.9%. I mean, I've done food challenges before. I was talking about this earlier, but this isn't really so much as a food challenge as I just want to see how much I can eat. Because, like I said, the reason I'm doing this is because I was in Lake Tahoe a little over 2 weeks ago, and after a long day of skiing and not having eaten all day and not having eaten since the day before, I was starving, and I went to Jack in the Box and got a decent amount of food and ate it all. And I wouldn't say I was still hungry, but I wasn't full either. I was like, I could have kept going. And so I was like, you know what? I'm gonna see how much I can eat, and so that's what I'm gonna do on the stream. Okay, that's 58.2. And a lot more selective. All right. Hold on, I'm doing this experiment real quick. I'll get back to my ramblings about Jack in the Box just right now. All right, so yeah, but I went ahead and looked at my Jack in the Box order I got that day to see how many calories it was, and it was only about 4,500. So I don't think I'll be able to get 1,000, 10,000, but I do think I can go higher than 4,500. That's good news for Eric if the game went down to 133. Oh, so Steve Stevens bashes Vegas Dave. They're the same people. I mean, they have the same gimmicks. They both peacock like crazy and try to flash success at you to make it look like they know what they're doing. Ooh, 61%. Yeah, it's pretty much identical to what we already have. All right, I'm going to stick with what I got underwise. And then I'll do the same for spreads here in a bit. Where's my spread column? Here it is. I wouldn't be surprised to see this one tilt towards the log method. Yeah, I wish a lot of people think that I purposely run the Vegas Dave ads for my video. I don't have any control over that. On my YouTube channel, I don't have any control what ads run. And a lot of people are like, oh, I get Vegas Dave ads. Why do you do that? And I'm like, it's not me. No, that's the thing. Like, I see touts here in Las Vegas. Like, I know what they look like. And I watch them, like, leave a sports book or whatever and go to their car, and they drive, like, you know, if they're as successful as their marketing makes them seem out to be, they wouldn't be driving the cars they drive. Either that or they're just really frugal people. No. Apparently what Vegas Dave does is he sells a martingale system. That's how he claims his records are so good. Because even if his martingale goes 1-7 before it hits, he'll claim a win and no loss. Looks like my suspicions were off. Now let me do the same thing for random forest. Whoops. But yeah, that's apparently his gimmick, and he likes to do it for baseball, and he'll do it with big favorites. Like, I guess if you're Vegas Dave and you really are as rich as he claims to be, you can have the bankroll outlast, a martingale drought. But most people don't. I already told that story earlier about the guy who walked around the book trying to hawk picks at the Westgate. No, I'm not going to say the name of the tout, but I saw a tout that if you saw, you've probably heard his name before. You've heard him on the radio, probably. He drives like a Ford Taurus from like the early 2000s. If he was as successful as his marketing makes him out to be at betting on sports, you think he'd be driving something better? Yeah, it's just you see the touts around here. Like, I know who they are. I don't know if they know who I am, but I know who they are. They like to hang out at the Westgate. Like I said, the Westgate's very chummy with the touts because I think the touts drive business to the Westgate, so that's why they're kind of in bed with each other. Oh, wow, this is all negative. Wow. So there really is a power of synergy with the spreads. Oh man, wakeboarding. Is that still a thing? I mean, I'm not saying it never was. Like, I'm not saying it's out of, but I just remember like when I was at TCU, there was like a guy. I'm not, I wasn't friends with him or anything, but like, I knew who he was. He lived in the same dorm, and I had some classes with him, and he was like obsessed with wakeboarding, and he like started a TCU wakeboarding team and everything. And I was like, I mean, it wasn't an NCAA sanctioned sport. It was just a club sport, but still, it's like he made it out to be like it was the biggest deal in the world. And so every time I think about wakeboarding, I think about that guy. I'm not even going to give the initials. I just don't want, I don't want touts coming after me. I'm not saying they're violent people or anything, but I just don't. Like, I don't mind naming touts when it comes to, like, their touting, but I'm not going to, like, shame them about their personal life. I won't do that. Yeah, I agree. The Federal Reserve is probably the only thing that could get away with the martingale system. That's a good analogy. I'm going to borrow that one. Holy Cross and Army. Let's go. Gosh, it logged me out again. What he looks like? I'm trying to think. I'm trying to come up with a good example. What are the, like, I know what he looks like. I'm trying to think of someone he might like look like a comparison. I don't know, kind of like a more, think about like Johnny Depp with his beard and everything, but not like Captain Jack Sparrow Johnny Depp, but more like Johnny Depp, like that would attend the Oscars type of Johnny Depp. I guess that might be close. Man, Holy Cross is like one of my favorite college basketball teams when I was younger because they were really good in the early 2000s. Like, not like top 25 good, but they they pretty much were in the NCAA tournament 3 straight years as like a 14 seed and a 15 seed and a 16 seed, and they lost in heartbreaking losses 3 years in a row. It was tough. I felt bad for that team because they had the same players pretty much on all 3 of those teams too. But they were a 16 seed in 2002, and they played Kansas in the first round, and they came pretty dang close to winning that game. And then the year before, they played Kentucky as a 15 seed, and they were tied with a minute to go, and Tayshaun Prince had the dagger 3-pointer with like 20 seconds left. And then in 2003, they were the 14 seed, and they played Dwayne Wade and Marquette in the first round, and they were winning the whole game, but Travis Diener was the name for the Marquette player who hit a couple threes at the end, and they lost by 4. Beard and glasses. Yeah, that's why I said Johnny Depp, because beard and glasses is a thing. But I'm not, I don't want to. Oh, man, I just. Like, and this guy isn't just some, like, low-level tout. He's one of the headliners at, like, a tout operation. Where is Weber State? Is that game over? Yeah, they won, but did it go under? No, it didn't. Oh, yeah, it did. It did. Yes, double win on Weber State. All right, great. Back in business, guys. Eastern Michigan, Kent State did not go over. Georgia State. Unanimous Troy spread bet at +10, and unanimous under, but I wouldn't. Sometimes unanimous is a bad thing and not a good thing. By the way, still waiting for that Holy Cross second half line to come out. Wager Talk. What a joke. So Wager Talk is pretty much former pregame touts that just, wanted to start their own operation. And what makes me laugh about Wager Talk is they're like, we want to do it right. We want to do it right. I was like, there's no way to do it right. Like, that's like saying I want to do murder the right way. Like, there's no way to sell picks right. Come on, Holy Cross Lion, where are you at? Not just that, Portland State and Idaho is coming up soon. This game did not go over at all. This game probably will. At least the second half over I put. Where's NC State and Wake? 137. That's not even going to come close. Man, well, yeah, I made a mistake riding with that over thing before I... Yeah, you can see it's backfiring big time right now. That's what I get for being hasty. Starting to get hungry. I just need a good window. I'm gonna look at the schedule, because I don't want to miss any second halves, especially with my over system that I hastily threw together earlier. Not, my hunch was right. My hunch was that it was too lenient, and I was right. All right, this one went over, by the way. I'm going to turn on Texas Tech and Kansas. Ford Taurus, I mean, it was the Ford NASCAR car. Yeah, I'm looking at the schedule right now. Okay, so we got. Jeez. I just hate seeing all these canceled and postponed games. It makes me upset. There's no need to cancel college basketball games because of this cold. All right. There's a lot of games at 1. There's a lot of games at 2. There's a lot of games at 3, but not that many games at 3. So I'm thinking after I place the 2 o'clock second half bets that I'll go. Well, that's the question. The Jack in the Box is not that far away. It's less than a mile away from where I live. The question is, how long will it take them to make the order? Because they won't make it till I get there. And B, how long will the drive-through line be? Because I remember one time I went to this Jack in the Box and I ordered online and it took like 30 minutes to get to the window. They still don't have the Holy Cross line on my app. Yeah, my uncle and cousin called me the other night because they had no power in Houston. And a lot of these games have really slowed down in the second half today. Portland State and Idaho as well. I'm still waiting for these second halves to come up, and they're not coming up. I might have to switch to another app. I guess I could try Circa if it lets me log in. I just have a hard time logging into it. I guess for the past week. So I need 14 points in the Kansas game to go over. I don't know. Yeah, see, I can't get logged into Circa. Yeah, you're lucky, North Ender. I'm not getting these, and that's my main issue with the Circa app is that it's a pain in the butt to get logged in. Okay, there we go. Holy Cross and Army just came up. Finally, jeez. So no play there. So all that waiting was for nothing, kind of. Still waiting on Portland State, Idaho. By the way, I'm pretty sure they played that game at Portland State last night. I need 11 points in the Kansas game. I just don't know. Our West Virginia, Texas just came up. That was a lot of points they scored in the first half in that one. Nothing there either. That wouldn't have been an overplay even in the old system. All right. If Texas Tech can start like fouling a lot, then there's a chance, but I just don't see it. Sacramento State and Southern Utah did not go over. Yeesh. Down 3.27 units on second half because of the stupid over system I went with. Unders, I'm 2-1. That trend has been consistent. There's Portland State, by the way, but overs, I just made the mistake of having a system that was flawed to start off the morning. Nothing for that one either. It was pretty close to being a Portland State play. All right, BYU and Loyola Marymount. Nothing there either. Okay, we're getting to picky territory now. The under was close. Yeah, the under was pretty close on that one. Syracuse end up winning. Yeah. Notre Dame was killing them at halftime. Oh, wow. I'm surprised. I know I had the over in that game, which didn't hit, so. Yeah, all my results today are over bets, and they're all, they're 2-4. Wide open three for Kansas. He missed it. But offensive rebound, nobody put a body on that guy. So I need 6 points in the last minute. And Texas Tech, Kansas. 3-pointer from Texas Tech. Well, there's a start. I think I'll get there because there's going to be a lot of fouls down the stretch. So that game should go over. VCU and George Mason is going to be very close. But I'm not feeling good about it, underwise. Okay, there it's at 128, so unless there's no points for the rest of the game, which probably won't happen, that game's going to go over. There's a three from Tech. Bricked. There's the foul. I just need one free throw. I'm telling you, you can't leave number 2 for Kansas open. He'll make those shots. You know what? I might go to Jack in the Box after I place these two. bets. Yeah, I'm going to do that because there's only 2 games I need to put in, and I don't have any games to look at the results for. Wow, this game's going to push. That sucks. That sucks. 2 missed free throws, and then Texas Tech decides not to foul. That sucks. I'm not happy about that one. Yeah, so I'm going to get these Illinois minutes. So I'm going to start building out what I'm going to buy. Let's do that. All right, I'm going to open my Jack in the Box app. They usually have coupons on there. Sometimes they'll have 2 for $6 ultimate cheeseburgers. I like that one. But they always have a 2 for $6 something. $2 for $6 breakfast burritos. You know what? They have good breakfast burritos. I'll admit that. They are good. So I'll do that. So breakfast burrito. Let me make this bigger so you guys can see it. Breakfast burrito. I don't know how many calories those are, but it'll be a part of it. I'm definitely going to get ultimate cheeseburger. I always do. I don't know how many I'll get, but you know what? I'm going to do this instead. I also know I'm going to get loaded tiny tacos. Those are good. So let's just assume 1 for now. I just want, whatever I do, I want this to equal 10,000. Bonus Jack. I'll get one of those. I'll get the triple. Let me tell you something why I don't like quads. Even though quads are good, and when I say quad, I mean 4 pieces of meat and 4 pieces of cheese. I used to get that at In-N-Out Burger, but it's so messy and it falls apart, and it's hard to keep it all together. So that's why I won't get that. So these sauced and loaded taco fries, those sound good. I'll get 1 of each. I've never had those before. I guess that's their new thing. And then spicy. What's the Fuego Bird chicken sandwich? Let's do that. This is going to be more like a sampling of the menu, because a lot of these things I haven't had before. Triple burger. I like Culver's. I used to go there all the time when I lived in Iowa. They had good. I mean, their food is what it was, but I really like their frozen custard. I don't know. That's the thing. I don't know if I'll take all day to eat it. That's the thing. I might just leave it at that. Gosh, the app is freezing, by the way. Everything freezes these days. No, that's the thing. I took a before and after picture of my face after I ate that meal in Lake Tahoe. Oh man. You wouldn't have recognized me. I had a total fat face. I'll probably look like that on the stream. Culver's in California, Freddy's. Freddy's isn't as good. They have Freddy's everywhere, but I'm pretty sure Freddy's is based in California. Gosh, my Jack in the Box app freezing, so I'm going to restart it. Illinois. I don't know if I have one. Yeah. Waiting for halftime on that one. I still can't believe that Texas Tech game didn't go over. That's just BS. This George Mason game is going to be very close. Dude, Jack in the Box app, what is your problem? I'm trying to actually use you to order a bunch of food and give you business. You know what? I'll just go to their website. I don't think you can order on their website, but at least I can see what they have and make a plan. Oh, I fast all the time. Yeah, I'm a faster. I like to fast. Like not multi-day. I won't fast more than 24 hours these days because I don't like the muscle breakdown. But got to get bacon cheddar potato wedges. Maybe tacos. I'm already getting loaded tacos. We'll see. But I'll definitely get bacon cheddar wedges. I like the buttery jack. I'll get one of those. The bacon and Swiss one, though. It's going to be a lot. And I've heard the chicken tater melt is good. So I'll get one of those. All right. Zaxby's is okay. It's better than Raising Cane's. I'm not going to get any sugar. Getting 2 breakfast burritos. Let's see how many calories this is so far. If I can get into my Jack in the Box app. I'm going to get the sausage burrito just because I don't like... Ooh, that's a lot of calories for a burrito. Jeez. That's more than there's burgers. Gee, that's 1/5 of it right there. No fish sandwich for me. 700. Oh, Jamie Wood, were you on here last week when I was showing you my memory book? Who was here last week for the memory book? For those of you who don't know, my memory book is like when I was in first grade, we had an assignment to like keep a log of what we did for the week. And I just never stopped doing it. And I've been keeping up with that for 26 years now. I call it the memory. It's like I can go back and see what I was doing on a certain day. Like, yeah, I showed that off last week on the stream. What the hell? All right. I don't know. These burgers, they're not that much bigger than the In-N-Out ones, yet the In-N-Out ones have less calories. Okay, that's already half. I might need to axe some things. I don't have a chicken sandwich on there, by the way. Jack Spicy Chicken. Oh, yeah, I do. I have the Fuego Bird chicken sandwich. Loaded. Oh, yeah, I need to add these. Sauce and loaded. Wait, those aren't taco fries. I thought it was taco fries. Is it? No, it says taco fries on the app, so that's what I'll put. 800 calories for the taco fries? Jeez. The spicy ones are only 740. Triple burger. 810. The Fuego bird chicken sandwich is 680. We're getting there. Loaded tiny tacos. I think it's only $4.90 for the loaded tiny tacos. Because those are good. Those are one of my. That's one of the best things on the menu. Is the loaded tiny tacos. Oh yeah, we went down memory lane last week on the stream. I was talking about like how I used to troll on IRC and AIM and all that. Man, every time this commercial comes on, the song Cats in the Cradle gets stuck in my head. All right, there we go. That's going to be my order. You think I'll be able to eat it all? I don't think I'm going to be able to eat all that. But we'll try. Oh man, I'm wishing I didn't cash out because I got when I got my money back from 5 Dimes, I got it back in Bitcoin and I cashed it out immediately. Oh man, if I just left it there. Oh well, hindsight is always 20/20. I'm gonna start putting this order together, just so it's ready once I get these numbers in. Man, the people working at this Jack in the Box are going to be so mad when they see this massive order come in. I mean, I'm sure they get them all the time for like people ordering for a bunch of different people, but still. What does mukbangs mean? I see that all the time. What does it mean? All right, what am I missing? I have 10 things in my bag right now. I think I just need the potato wedges and the burritos. Man, I get the worst connection in this apartment complex. Like, I was using the grill the other day outside, and I was getting no service at all. So I'm guessing part of the reason I have such trouble is just because I get bad service here. All right. Everything's in the bag. It's $48. That's not too bad. I thought it'd be more than that. There's no way I'll be able to eat all this. But oh well, it is what it is. It's like, where do I start? Like, I guess with the most expensive stuff first. All right, I'm gonna put it in once I get these second halves in. I'll keep the stream running. You know, I'll just put it on I'll just have a message saying I'm going to Jack in the Box. I think this George Mason VCU game is going to go over, sadly. So I guess, yeah, mukbang, that's what I'm doing. I've heard that word a lot. So we're waiting on Georgia, Florida, and then... Oh, actually the 1 o'clock games. Dang it. I just don't think I'll be able to get there in time to get all these 1 o'clock games in. Oh, well. I might just forego the Illinois-Minnesota game. I need to have like a greatest hits, like for when I'm gone from the computer. It's like my order won't even go through for some reason. All right, I'm close enough to where it let me hit the prepare food now button. So if they're making the food now, so I'll go in like 15 minutes because it'll take me like less than 3 minutes to get there. So I'll give them 15 minutes. So at 1:35, I'll go. All right, halftime with this game. Won't be surprised if I have to log in again. Yeah, I think that George Mason game's going over, sadly. Dropped me to 7-11 on the day. Like the thing is, I hadn't been betting overs in the second half all week, and I was trying to incorporate them in today for the live stream, and I messed up. If I had just done spreads and unders today, like I had been doing, I'd be up. Oh, I have pants on. I have my favorite Old Navy joggers on that I wear. I have like so many pairs of those just because I'm a big fan of joggers. Oh, for crying out loud. Why do I have the worst connection in this apartment complex? All right. All right, are we going to end the drought here? And by drought, I mean hasn't given us a play in a while. Okay, we got one under. All right. Like I said, I'm fine with making under bets. Oh, for crying out loud. Gosh, the worst cell service in this apartment complex. But I turn on Wi-Fi and it gives me a different set of problems. Yeah, I have these Old Navy joggers. I have a black pair, like a white, like a very light gray pair, and a red pair. And I might, you can find them on the clearance rack a lot. at Old Navy, but they're the best joggers. It liked Georgia and Florida under second half, 80. Like, I don't mind playing unders. Unders have done very well for me, second half. So I started the day down about 8.56 units on the year, and now I'm back down to 88. But I'd actually gotten that number above 100 at the end of Wednesday night. I was over 100, but then it dropped back down to 85 on Thursday because I decided to double my unit sizes. I lost 17 units on Thursday alone. Wiped out all my progress pretty much. Yeah, I just don't see any situation where this George Mason game will not go over. But that's what I said about the Texas Tech game as well, and it didn't, so. I'm trying to find the channel it's on. I think it's on CBS College Sports. Just cheer for a Brick Fest after Brick Fest, I guess. No, it's not on CBS College Sports. What channel is it on? Yeah, the joggers have pockets and zippers. I mean, they're nothing special. I mean, you know. Joggers are pretty much just tighter fitting sweatpants. It's on NBC Sports Network. I don't know what channel that is. Oh, there it is. Oh, man, they're playing Cheaters on VH1. Does anyone remember that show? Cheaters? What was the name of the host? Like Danny Greco or something like that? Cheaters. That show was filmed in Dallas also. But yeah, there's one episode where the host got stabbed. And I think leggings are really skin-tight fitting pants that girls wear. There's a 3 from VCU. No good. I like it. I like to see bricks. George Mason can slow the pace down. There might be a snowball's chance here. There's a show on True TV that ran in like maybe 8 years ago, and it was called Lizard Lick Towing. And it was pretty much like a reality TV show of a towing company that repossessed cars in North Carolina somewhere. And it was fake, you know, like they reenacted everything. So basically it was reenactment of the stories these guys would tell about their towing adventures. It was fun to watch at first, but then it was just the same stuff over and over again. So I'm guessing that's why they canceled it, because they were like, this has no depth or substance to it. But it was kind of the same concept of cheaters, only instead of confronting cheaters, they confronted people saying, we're repossessing your car. All right, about 7 more minutes until I can go to Jack in the Box. I might be able to get... That's the thing, I'm probably going to miss all these first tasks right here, unless I have my food. It says I can go in and pick it up at the counter, but I'm skeptical to have my food ready. But maybe if they have it ready, I can get it immediately and come back. I might be able to get these second halves right here, that group. Maybe. I don't think so. I probably won't get them in. Oh man, this George Mason game is going to be very, very close. I just don't know. What's the number I have? Under 135? Oh yeah, I doubt it. There's going to be too many fouls. Man, someone's hurt for VCU too. He looks like he's in pain. What happened to him? ACL tear, I'm guessing. He planted on that knee wrong. Yep. That knee did not go the right direction. Oh yeah, that was the guy who shot himself was the mayor of Murphy, Texas. It's north, like a suburb north of Dallas. I remember that was on, I lived in the area at the time. I remember that was news. Oh, I'm not wearing a mask. What was it? I went into an ATM vestibule the other night. Bank of America one. I'm not a Bank of America customer, but I don't use them for a bank, but anyway, I went in there because I have this like AT&T gift card that I wanted to get money off of, and Bank of America is one of the ATMs I could use it at. But I went into that vestibule and was not wearing a mask, and there were two other people in there. They were staring at me. They didn't say anything, but you could tell they were mad that I didn't have a mask on. That's why I don't think this is gonna end. It's not like Las Vegas is San Francisco or some ultra left-wing city. And I live in Summerlin, which is probably more, conservative than the rest of the city is. And yeah, I get mask shamed all the time. So if that's happening here in a purple area, this isn't going to end. Too many sheep going along with it. Like, that's what I said this earlier, but I'm going to say it again. It's been a year. It's been a year. If you're still afraid at this point, stay home. Let everybody else live their lives. All right, this game's at 1:29, but with a minute and a half left. But so is the Texas Tech game. We'll see. Okay, I just need bricks. As long as bricks are thrown from here on out. Can't have that. Can't have an and one. Can't have an and one. Yeah, this game's going to go over. I might as well just give it up. All right, 3 more minutes. I'm going to get my stuff together. All right, I have everything. Here are my keys. Here's my phone. It'll take me less than 5 minutes to get to the jack. It'll probably take me longer to turn left on the street I need to turn left on than it will the rest of the drive. What George Mason's problem is they didn't take enough time off their previous possession. I'm not going to disagree with you, Clint. Like, I was asking that question earlier. I was like, you think the Biden administration would take advantage of this the vaccine and declining cases and everything like that, and just, declare mission accomplished, we've defeated this, we're on the downswing. But instead it looks like they're trying to drag it out. Because you have Fauci who's like, oh, this is going to continue into spring 2022, and they're like, we're still going to have to be wearing masks and social distancing even after everyone gets the vaccine. And so it's like they want to drag this out, and it's like, why? And it's probably because there's still some various political agendas they need to get accomplished that they can use COVID as the leverage for. So there you go. Yeah, I feel bad for the Jack in the Box employees because they're probably like, man, this is a huge order. But like I said, I'm guessing they get call-in orders all the time for like someone buying for a group. So it's probably nothing new. Illinois, Minnesota. I'll do that one and then leave. I don't know if I'm 7-11 or 7-12, by the way. Illinois +2 and 78.5. Illinois spread. At least it seems like the avalanche of... So I'm 7-12. At least it seems like the avalanche of overs is over with. All right, guys, I will be back. Let me set a thing saying... Truth. All right, guys, I'll be right back. That was pretty quick. That was a lot quicker than I thought it would take. Hang on a second. Let me put in these second halves and then I'll start eating. I was able to walk right in and they had it ready, which was good. I thought I wasn't going to get back in time to do these second halves, but nope. Some of them haven't even got to halftime yet. All right, South Alabama, App State, Troy, Georgia State, Merrimack, Bryant. South Alabama, where are they? 4-72. And I think I have a bet on Merrimack in that game. Well, that's not going to get anywhere close to going over at that pace. Wow, nothing. All right, awesome. There's more. Oh man, there's. Yeah, my All right, we got Pacific and Portland, by the way. Wow. Still being picky. Let me see what the internals were. Yeah. Not really close on the totals. All right, how many games are we waiting on to get to halftime? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5. Any up here? 6. So 6. Auburn and LSU. We got Auburn minus 2.5 and 89. That's a high total. Okay, we got LSU second half. What was it? 13.5? Surprised there's not a lot of unders coming out. It's not like the bar is that high. No, but I went and got a laundry basket out of my room to carry it into my car. It's really windy outside today. It was incredibly windy. Yeah, I had to make 2 trips in my car. I mean, it's in 5 bags, but I just didn't want to risk dropping anything. I felt bad for the workers for having to make all that. And then we're also waiting on Sacred Heart St. Francis, which I don't see in here. Let me run that. Nothing there. Stanford, Washington State's up. Whoops. But it says 0-0 for some reason. I don't have that much fried stuff in there. All right, we got a hedge opportunity here. I'm definitely going to place a bet on the under, but I'm pretty much going to hedge out my Stanford bet. No, I can go for a middle. There's a very small middle opportunity there. If the final margin is 5, then it would be a push. Oh well. It's kind of a hedge. And I'm placing more money on the Washington State side. I don't know. I had an under second half. I had Stanford and whoever they played Washington under the other night, and that game went over in the second half before like the 10-minute mark because they just were not playing defense. All right, Albany and Stony Brook, Florida State and Pitt. And then Binghamton as well, which I thought that game got canceled. Oh, wait, there it is. It got canceled last night. Where's Florida State? Did I put that in? Nope. Under in the Stony Brook game. How many more are we waiting on? There's Sacred Heart. I thought I missed them. Nothing there. All right, is there any more games we're waiting to get to the second half? No, that should do it, and I should be able to start chowing down. All right, let's get started. All right. I don't know what's in all these bags. I don't know what's in here. This looks like the triple bonus jack. I'll start with that. I don't mind starting with that. Whoops. Here we go. Let me see how this is. Oh, God. Should I go full screen for this? I'll transition back and forth. Not bad. Pretty good. I mean, honestly, it tastes like a Big Mac. The bonus jack, because it has a... I mean, the ingredients all look the same as a Big Mac to me. There's no way this burrito's 1,000 calories, but it's what I'm going to eat next. I'll switch back and forth between wide shot and... Wow, George Mason upsets VCU. What was the money line on that? It was only $4.25. Whoops. So I've eaten 700 calories, according to the website. Like I'm just skeptical that this one burrito has 1,000 calories in it, but sausage is pretty fattening, but I'm just skeptical, that's all. All right. All right. They have good breakfast burritos. Back when I was fat, and lived in Seattle and would have to drive to Portland for work, I'd usually leave at like 4:30 in the morning because the traffic would be really bad in Seattle and Portland otherwise. And so I'd always stop in Vancouver, Washington at a Jack in the Box and get these burritos. Yeah, they're so good. I'm going to turn on the SEC network. I still don't know all the channel numbers. I like how a lot of you are probably like, yeah, back when I was fat. They're like, are you saying you're not fat? Yeah, I'm going to feel fat after eating this. No, I never took the ferry in Seattle. I only took it to go to Bainbridge Island with my mom one time. I don't see how you could commute to work on a ferry. That just, I mean, I guess it beats sitting in traffic on I-5. At least on a ferry, you can get out and, read or whatever. Guess I'll do the bacon Swiss buttery jack next. Not bad. I mean, you kind of have to eat fast. You only have a set number of time before your stomach's like, I'm full. Oh yeah, I didn't spend all this money to not eat at all. I mean, I don't think I'm going to eat anywhere near all of this, but I just want to see how far I can go. No. Block of cheese is a diet food. No diet food today. I want to try one of the fries. This is a tiny tacos. Sauced and loaded taco fries. I'll let you know how they are. All right, let's see how these. I don't know if these are the spicy or regular, but it's obviously Jack in the Box attempt to compete with the Taco Bell nacho fries. They're pretty good. Not bad. It's like, I don't know if you can see anything, but let me make the screen bigger. It's like, they're pretty good. Kind of tastes like chili cheese fries almost, but not as chili cheesy. Or not as chili-y. It'll be easier if I dump them out. They're the curly fries, by the way. Pretty good. Illinois looking good. As of right now, the under in this Florida game's looking good. Oh yeah, these are really good. These taco fries. I don't know if those are the spicy or regular. Try some of these weird burgers. This looks like the triple burger. I'm going to do a chicken sandwich first. I don't know which one this is. Oh, I don't like tomatoes. I'm going to take that off. I do not like tomatoes on burgers. I don't know what this is. I'm guessing it's the Fuego bird. Whoops. Kind of crowded in my space here. It's pretty much a chicken sandwich with jalapenos on it. You know, I'll come back to that. Let's put, I ate about 2/3 of it. Let me try this triple burger. Not bad. Yeah, I took the Florida Georgia under. This triple burger is very cheesy. Yeah, I'd be very surprised if the Florida game goes over. I'll come back to that. I had about a little over half of it. I love the bacon cheddar potato wedges. These are like one of my all-time favorites. Like I liked them since I was a kid. I remember when like this alone would be enough to make me full. That's actually why I haven't had any water yet. I'm worried it'll make me stomach too full. Oh, when I go to the gym tomorrow, I should have a great workout. I'll be plenty carved up tomorrow. I gotta admit, this has been pretty enjoyable so far. Like that food challenge I did at the Broken Yolk was not enjoyable. $5,000 calorie mark. What should I move to next? Water. Yeah, I've been to Hash House as well. They told me at Hash House they should name a food challenge after me. Man, I wish I could have something like sweet right now. Yeah, at Hash House, I ate an entire one of those burgers that are pretty big and an entire pancake and the fries. I ate it all. They're like, man, I've never seen anyone do that before. Like, their pancakes are massive. eat some more of these taco fries. Oh, this is a spicy one. It's got to be. Mmm. 80 hours, and it sucked. Like a 48-hour fast for me is easy. Like that's not hard at all, but once you get past the, once you get to the like 60-hour mark, it starts to get hard. Yeah, I really am starting to feel it. I might call it quits now. I just don't want to feel miserable on this stream. So I can always come back. I can always come back to it. So I had about 5,300 calories on that attempt. That's not bad. Some things I didn't even touch, but you know, that's more than what I had at Lake Tahoe, and that was after a whole day of skiing. So, like I said, I could keep eating if it was something sweet. Like, you know, I'm gonna see if I have anything sweet in the pantry. Nope, nothing. I don't really keep anything like sugary around because I don't eat it. I probably should have kept that in mind. I should have gotten like a shake. Like I could easily knock out a shake or something like that right now. I think that was the issue with this challenge I did. I got too much food. That's a good thing about desserts is that they're they're high calorie, but they don't, you know, they're not very filling. No, I didn't go to. I don't feel miserable. I could keep eating if I wanted to. I don't want to get to the point where I feel miserable. So I'm stopping myself now. What's in here? Ultimate cheeseburger. I guess I'll take a bite. So when I would go to Jack in the Box for you know, when I was in high school and stuff, my usual would always be an ultimate cheeseburger and bacon cheddar potato wedges and 2 tacos. No, I'm thinking about running down the street real quick to get some ice cream. It's just they don't have Bluebell around here. Where would you rather work? Taco Bell or Target? Taco Bell or Target? No, I've been to the place that Nancy Pelosi got her ice cream at. I didn't pay for it, though. I would have never paid for it. Like, my sister used to live in Los Angeles, and so she took me to Jenny's Splendid Ice Cream one day. And it was good, don't get me wrong, but it wasn't worth the price. And that's where Nancy Pelosi got her ice cream from. Jenny's Splendid Ice Cream. It was $50. $50. They need to slow this Florida game down. Like, this Florida game was a lock to go under. As long as Florida was ahead by like 15. But now I'm kind of get a little antsy. What's up, Scott? The thing is, $50 doesn't sound like a lot to spend on food, but I don't spend a lot of money on food. Like, throughout the week, I eat, the same thing every day pretty much. Yeah, I ran the pit game through my thing and nothing came up. Oh yeah, it's clear as day that Joe Biden has some mental deficiencies. It's like, how much longer can they drag him? Weekend at Bernie's him. That's what it is. Weekend at Bernie's. Dude, play defense, Florida. It's not hard. There you go. That's what I like to see. Oh, that was a technical foul almost, or a flagrant foul on Georgia. That guy got popped in the mouth. Who would you rather be friends with? Yes, Kamala will run in 2024 because she's going to be president in 2024. I think their goal is to try to get Biden through the midterms, but I just don't know if they can pull it off. At some point, so many people are going to catch on to the fact that Biden's senile and all that the media will have no choice but to report on the fact that he's not there mentally. And just talking about this right now could probably get me deplatformed. Like, if YouTube was watching this video right now, they'd probably shut me down for just saying that Joe Biden doesn't appear to be mentally there all the way. What? That's at plus money, Scott K? That would be a good 170% return on your money. a lot of people are saying that Trump shouldn't run in 2024, but I think he should. Because if he doesn't, I think Trump needs to run because he can plow the field. By plowing the field, I mean the Republican establishment is going to try to force Nikki Haley down our throats. They're going to try to shove her down our throats like they tried to shove Jeb Bush down our throats 4 years ago, and like they shoved Mitt Romney and John McCain down our throats before that. Nikki Haley's the anointed one, and the uniparty wing of the Republican Party is going to try to shove Nikki Haley down our throats. And I would rather just the Democrats win than her, because she is basically George Bush in a skirt, basically Mitt Romney in a dress, John McCain, Because my number one issue politically is permanent Middle Eastern war. I hate it. I hate that we spend so much tax dollars on pointless wars in the Middle East. And a Nikki Haley presidency would ensure that that would not only continue, but probably ramp up. And honestly, that was the main reason I supported Trump so much, is because he was the actual anti-war candidate. Like, that's my number one issue is Middle Eastern wars. Like, I know people who have died in the Middle East, and I'm like, for what? What'd they die for? So the military contractors can get richer? There's no need for us to be over there. And for that reason alone, that's why I could never support someone like Nikki Haley, because she's just a part of the permanent war machine. Her, Dan Crenshaw, those are two names that the Republicans are going to try to shove down our throats here in the next, decade. Resist. Don't let them. I call Dan Crenshaw Dan Krenkane is what I call him. Chael Minar, are you referring to triple parentheses? Oh, yeah. DeSantis, if Trump doesn't run, Ron DeSantis would be my overwhelming choice. He's a great governor. Man, Georgia's going to make this game go over because they refuse to quit. Yeah, this game's going to go over. I feel it. Like, Florida's not defending. Like, they can't defend without fouling, and Georgia's... give up, Georgia. Give up. Looks like they're giving up. Okay, good. Yeah, they're giving up. All right. Had a little scare there. All right, so I'm 8-12 now. Although I wonder what I'd be if I didn't make that mistake with the overs earlier. So those of you just tuning in, I hadn't been betting over second halves all week. So like before the stream began, I tried to throw something together to get some over bets placed. But I didn't, I was too hasty with it and didn't look it all the way through. And so pretty much all these over bets you see were made with that mistake. And they went, let's see, 0-1, 1-1, 2-1, 2-2, 2-3, 3-3, 3-4, 3-5, 3-6, 4-6, 4-7, 4. They went 4-8. So obviously I made a little bit of a mistake this morning, but hopefully now that I'm not doing that anymore, things will be different. All right, so I've eaten about 2/3 of this ultimate cheeseburger. So 5,800 calories. Like I said, I could, if someone put like a Culver's frozen custard in front of me right now, I'd eat the whole thing. I just want something sweet. That's why I'm considering getting back in my car and going to get some like ice cream or something. What's around here? Like, that's the thing. I don't go to those places though. I hardly ever buy ice cream or anything like that. I mean, there's a Target right down the street that I could get some ice cream at. What if I Google ice cream? What will come up? Like if someone put a slice of cheesecake in front of me right now, like a big one, like the ones you get at Saltgrass Steakhouse, I would be able to eat it. Oh, there's a Baskin Robbins right by that Target as well. Like I walk to that Target sometimes. I won't walk now if I'm gonna go. Yeah, it's only 0.7 miles away. But when I feel like, just if I just need to get one thing and I feel like taking a walk, I'll go there. But it's too windy today. If you go out there, it's windy as hell. Dude, I've been to all right, Scott K, are you talking about Nielsen's frozen custard on over like on Eastern and not quite Henderson, but you know what I'm talking about, Scott K? Is that what you're talking about, Nielsen's? I've been there. That's the best frozen custard I've ever had. But it's too far. That's probably at least a 20-minute drive. I live in Summerlin, so that's closer to Henderson. Yeah, where's Nielsen's? Yeah, Nielsen's. Yeah, it's the one. Yeah, I've been there. It's really good. It's like the creamiest frozen custard I've ever had in my life. Like I have a video on my phone of me eating it. Yeah, that's a. According to this, it would take 22 minutes to get there. That's too far. But let me pull up that video. Here it is. Here's a video of me eating. Let me zoom in so you can see it. Here's a video of me eating Nielsen's. But what I said in that video, I said, it's so smooth, because it really is. It's like buttery smooth. No, I'm not going to go to Baskin Robbins. If I'm going to get ice cream, I'll just pick it up at Target and get whatever's in the freezer there. I'm gonna do it, though. Let me get these second half bets in, and I'm going to run to Target real quick. It'll take even shorter than it, but I just, like I said, I have like no sweet anything in this house, which is by design, by the way. I don't eat sugar, except on days like this where I decide to go outside of my diet boundary. No, we already talked about Postmates earlier. I already said I don't use those companies out of principle alone. I just don't like paying huge markup just to have something delivered to me. Yeah, Freddy's is Freddy's is closer. There's a Freddy's over on Sahara or Charleston, one of the two. But that's still kind of far. Yeah, Freddy's. I like Freddy's. It's not as. The thing with Freddy's is it depends on the location. There's some locations where it's pretty dang close to Nielsen's in terms of how smooth it is, but there's other places where it's closer to like Dairy Queen soft serve, where it's a little bit more gritty. You think it's a ripoff buying from Postmates? I know people who have like tried to do that as like a little part-time thing. They say it's horrible. They say like, someone will order like $6 worth of McDonald's and they won't tip, so they'll make nothing off of it because they get paid like a percentage of the order and then tips. And so if someone orders a $6 McDonald's order and doesn't tip you, I mean, you're not going to make anything off of that. But I did no, Syracuse is never minus 17. I had them at minus 3 this morning. I did Uber like for fun. When I was living in Kentucky, I like worked at the TV station. I worked as a bartender, but like just like I had to get rid of my Audi TT, and that was a car I drove when I first lived in Kentucky. But the repairs became just too much, and I just got rid of it. And I got a Volkswagen Jetta. And the reason I got a Jetta is because I got one for really cheap because they were one of the models that like didn't pass emissions or whatever. And so they could only sell them in certain states, and Kentucky is one of them. So I got like a Jetta for dirt cheap, like brand new and everything. And so I was like, well, now that I have a 4-door car, you know, I could do Uber with it. And so, you know, I didn't, Uber is not bad if you're doing it like just because you want to, not because you have to. But I tried doing Uber back in 2018 after I got laid off, you know, for like to get actual money. It was horrible because when you don't have to do Uber, you can kind of like just go. You don't really care if you get a ride or not. You know, you're not like forcing yourself to do it. So if it's slow, you can just say screw it. But I didn't mind doing it in Louisville. It was, you know. But then I did it in Dallas after I got laid off, and I hated it. Oh man, when I was in high school, I I worked at a pizza parlor called Palio's Pizza Cafe in Southlake, Texas. And you know, if you don't know what Southlake is, it's like a really affluent, upscale neighborhood outside of Fort Worth. And so this pizza parlor was like, you know, it served the privilege. Let's put it that way. But I would do everything at that restaurant. One of the things I did was, you know, I was a driver, and you know, I would deliver to mansions and pro athletes' houses and stuff like that, CEO houses. And man, those guys would tip me like $20 to $50 just to deliver a pizza for them. And so when I was at TCU, they opened a Palio's over in West Fort Worth. And, you know, I was at TCU at the time. I was like, oh, I should go work for them, you know. That would be pretty cool, work at the same company that I worked for in Southlake. So I applied and I got hired there. And so I started working for the Palio's in Fort Worth. And the difference is that I wasn't delivering to mansions and stuff anymore. I was delivering mostly to apartment complexes and stuff like that. And I wasn't getting tipped anywhere near what I was getting tipped when I worked at Southlake. Plano and Richardson's just a tad more blue collar than Plano. Richardson's also becoming a lot more and more Hispanic these days. Like the suburb I grew up in, Hearst, like the mid-cities area, Hearst, Euless, Bedford, that's where I grew up. And when I first moved there, well, really in the 80s, Hearst, Euless, Bedford used to be like what Southlake is now. It was pretty much all like upper class whites, right? But, you know, like with all neighborhoods like that, the zoning laws and stuff like that, building low-income housing, you know, it attracted a lot of Hispanics. And now, today in 2021, Hearst is over 50% Hispanic. So that's what's happening to Richardson right now. It's becoming a lot of people are leaving, and the people coming in are a lot less affluent, a lot more Hispanic. Plano's too big for something like that to happen. Plano's big. There's a lot of people that live there. It's always going to have its nice areas, its not so nice areas, you know. But it's kind of sad what happened to my high school. Like, they can't even get enough people to go out for football these days. Because, you know, Hispanics, they don't really care about football. So, like, my high school in football, we weren't very good when I was there. We only won 3 games my senior year, but we would have beaten today's teams by 50. Because they can't even get enough people out there to, you know. It's kind of sad. But yeah, they've won like 3 football games in the last 5 years combined. Paris, California. I used to drive through there all the time when I'd drive to and from Las Vegas from San Diego. All right, we got some games at halftime. That's what I was waiting for. Got to get logged back in though. Wright State, Northern Kentucky. Where's that game at? We got Wright State -4 and 78.5. And then UT Chattanooga and UNC Greensboro. Got UT Chattanooga +6 and 72. And finally, Moorhead and Tennessee Martin. This is the first wave. Okay, we got Moorhead and the under. Moorhead -15 and under 154. But wait, there's more. Jacksonville and Stetson. What is LH highlights? What the hell is LH highlights? Oh yeah, I'm not saying like going to school with Hispanics is a bad thing. It's just that it changes. Like I said, like the football program at my high school, it used to be one of the best in the state of Texas. Like they were a state power in the 80s, and now like they can barely even field a team these days because they can't get enough people to go out. Like the middle schools, like when I was in junior high, we had an A team and a B team, and the A team had about 75 guys on it, and the B team had like over 100. That's like, we had probably over 200 football players in one grade, like my 7th, 8th, and 9th grade teams. Over in the Jacksonville Stetson game, by the way. But now they only have they don't have an A team and B team anymore. They just have an A team. And it only has 40 guys on it total. That 40 football players in the middle schools. That's ridiculous. Oakland and UW Milwaukee. That game was very high scoring last night, by the way. Not today. Not today. They don't play soccer either. They don't play anything. Yeah, it's the school district that I attended as a student is like 45% ESL. Like we had ESL when I was there, but it was nothing compared to what it is now. No, I have not watched LH highlights. Yeah. Like at my high school, you either played football, you played baseball, or you were in the band. Or you did both. Like baseball and football. Now we got Robert Morris, Detroit, Tennessee Tech, Belmont. Oh, so now Robert Morris wants to play. Okay, I see how it is. I had them last night at +9, and they gave up a meaningless dunk with no time left, and they lost the bet. And so now they want to be ahead. Okay, we got Robert Morris, which changed to 9, by the way, so hold on that. And under 148. I'm going to examine the Robert Morris number. I'm going to change it back. I'm going to see what happens when I put in 9 and see if it still wants us to play that. Nope. No on the Robert Morris. But see if it goes back to 9.5, then yes. I'll keep an eye on it. Eastern Illinois and Austin P. Where are we at? I'll get back to the chat in a second. I'm trying to put these in. I want to interact with the audience. That's what I get the most out of these live streams. Having like someone was asking, why would you want to watch a live stream of someone sweating out their bets? And I'm like, it's not so much about watching me place bets and everything. It's more about just coming together with a common, interest of sports betting and just talking about stuff. Like, yeah, the subject is sports betting, but we can branch out. All right, over in the Eastern Illinois game. What was the number? 138.5. Awesome. I just pick him up off the clearance rack at Old Navy because you can always find one of the colors on clearance. I have like a dark red, I have a navy blue, I have a black, which I have on down, like a light gray that's almost white. All right, what games are we waiting to get to halftime? So, just Canisius, Fairfield, and Jacksonville State, Tennessee State. So just waiting on those two. I remember when Javon Freeman Liberty played for Valparaiso last year. And he was such a ball hog. Also, Cleveland State and Fort Wayne. Lamar, Texas A&M, Corpus Christi. I haven't seen that one come in. There's Lamar. Okay, Lamar's on there. TCU and Kansas State as well. Got Lamar minus 1.5 and 72. Kansas State, TCU's up. We got K-State plus 4.5 and 70. Then we have Cleveland State minus 4.5 and 74. Let me run those through the ringer. So just under in the Cleveland State game there, 74. What was the number? 126. Yeah, I'm just waiting on that one, I think. It's up. IUPUI and Youngstown State. And then Canisius and Fairfield is not up yet because it's not halftime, I don't think. I bet on IUPUI live in this situation last night. They were +6 and they ended up winning outright. So let's see what they have tonight. Nope, not tonight. Canisius Fairfield. I never put in Oral Roberts, South Dakota. That's weird. That's because they had a TBA start time for their game today. That's why. All right, Jacksonville State's up. We got Jacksonville State minus 7 and 73.5. Under in that game. Has anyone seen that Dr. Pepper commercial with like the Prince band or the Eric Clapton lookalike band about the cream soda Dr. Pepper? Like, dun, 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 like treat you right or whatever. You know, do you guys, has anyone seen that commercial, or am I the only one who sees it? All right, Canisius and Fairfield is up. It doesn't say halftime. So did that person ever like explain why anyone here would care about the LH Highlights YouTube channel? Or were they just spamming? Like, I can tell you, I never did it, but I can tell you that the worst way to promote your YouTube channel is to spam it. Which I never did. Like, my YouTube channel, I didn't advertise it when I launched it. It just grew organically. All right. I think that should be it. So Purdue and Nebraska is going to be the next one we put in. Yeah, he looks like Prince in that commercial. All right, should I run to Target? All right, I'm gonna run to Target real quick. It'll take like 10 minutes. It's not very far. It's literally like just 2 blocks down the street. So let me put this back up. Although I'm not at Jack in the Box. I'm just gonna get like some ice cream, that's all. I just have a big sweet tooth right now. And I will leave this up for you guys. Don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere, guys. I'll be back. Oh boy. So I got ice cream sandwiches. Like, I didn't want to get like a tub of ice cream because A, I wouldn't eat it all, and B, it would sit in my freezer forever before I touched it again and would go, get freezer burn anyway. So Seagull Sweets, gosh. I don't know why anyone would want to live at a place like that. I mean, it's pretty much a prostitution and crack place. I used to do daily fantasy. It's illegal here, though. I see Kelly in Vegas all the time at the Westgate. I think she's a runner for people because she's always there. But she's a tout. You don't know what Tinder is? Not bad. Oh, did I have an under in that game? Crap, I did. Shit. Sorry for the language, but Stanford and Washington State going to overtime. Not good. Kelly in Vegas is like John Lewis, the politician. Now, I'm afraid if I say anything, what I'm about to say about John Lewis, I'll get banned from YouTube, but I might as well say it. John Lewis in the 60s, yeah, he fought on the front lines of the civil rights movement, and yeah, he deserves a lot of respect for that. But he pretty much rode what he did in the 60s for the rest of his career without doing anything else after that. And that's what Kelly in Vegas is. She always posts that parlay ticket that she hit who knows how long ago. And, has been riding on that ever since. And also her looks. If she was ugly or if she was a guy, no one would care about her. That looks like under to me. All right, we're starting to gain some traction here. If not for that overtime game, we would have had 6 wins in a row. Oh, it was way before 2013. Yeah, it was a 3-team college football dog parlay that she hit. All right, if this Washington State game comes through, we're making progress. Rutgers money line, who are they playing? I don't even have Rutgers on here. They're going to a second overtime. But Rutgers I had them the other night against Michigan +9, and they were one of my only wins that night. And that was a backdoor cover if I've ever seen one. Yeah, I saw that, Eric. I've thought about doing a Tinder live stream before, but I don't think it would translate very good to a stream. So if I eat one more of those ice cream sandwiches, I'll be at 6,000 calories. "2014, yeah. I'm pretty sure she's like a runner or something like that, because I see her all the time at the Westgate. She might like be a proxy or something like that. Yeah, I talked about that last week, but I actually prefer Bumble to Tinder. There's less volume, but better quality. I feel like a lot of girls are on Tinder not because they actually like want to use it for what it's intended for, but for just to see how many likes and matches they can get for validation purposes. You know, put a bunch of hot pictures of yourself on Tinder and just see how many likes you can get. More of like a self-esteem type of thing. But I think girls who are on Bumble are actually on there like to be serious. But yeah, Scott, she's ridden that parlay for the past 7 years. What nobody knows is how many moneyline dog parlays she lost before that one hit. And second of all, was that her bet? Did she make that bet or did someone else make it? Duke and Virginia? For some reason, that's a primetime game tonight, even though there's better matchups. It'll be close. I think the -2 spread is pretty accurate if you ask me. And the total, I don't see any value there. Who would you rather hang out with? Would you guys rather hang out with Seth Travis Schweiznitz or Connor Jonathan Kitchens? Interested to see the answers. No answers so far? All right, let me rephrase that question. Do you already know who either of those two guys are? No, that's Christopher Hitchens. I was talking about Connor Jonathan Kitchens. Here we go. Leftward Ho is one of the Public Radio Seattle's flagship programs. Hosted by Connor Jonathan Kitchens, Leftward Ho wraps up the afternoon drive in the cleanup spot where Kitchens analyzes the news of the day. This show is defined by one motto: always go leftward. If you want the absolute most progressive take on the news and issues, then look no further than Leftward Ho. So Connor Jonathan Kitchens is a radio host. Let me read you his bio. Always move left. Always continue to progress. Don't look back. That has been Connor Jonathan Kitchens' motto ever since he learned he was a true progressive as a young teenager. I was raised in a home that voted reliably Democratic, but I never knew why. When I was about 13 years old, I began to do my own reading and research and learned that I was far more progressive than my parents had the household to be. I was 13 years old when Bush defeated Gore in the 2000 election, and that's what set off the tinderbox for me. I became very heavily involved in progressive politics from that point on. I grew up in the Republican stronghold area of Conroe, Texas, so Kerry supporters are few and far between in 2004. I decided it was me who had to step up. Kitchens used his experience to leverage his way into Stanford University. I was excited to finally get the hell out of Texas and into a state that I was more aligned with politically. Stanford was great because instead of being surrounded by redneck conservative hicks, I was surrounded by like-minded progressive intellectuals in which we were able to rub off on each other and make each other more progressive. Stanford was the place I actually got to live my motto out. Would any of you guys be friends with someone like that? Oh, crap, I forgot to get rid of the Be Right Back banner. I'm sorry, guys. Oh, man. Wait, there are games at half. Oh, they just started. Sorry, guys. I'm getting sidetracked here. I thought we were down on second half bets until 3:45, but there was a couple that I missed. All right, let me put them in. That's the thing with Saturdays is like during the week, your second half bets always come out about 45-minute mark of every hour. But there's some games that start at the 30-minute mark on Saturday, and that kind of throws me off. Let me get logged in. Yeah, sorry about that banner. I forgot about it. I think Steve Stevens, I'm pretty sure, is the guy who records himself from the Mandarin on the Strip, which is like one of the nicest hotels on the Strip. I'm pretty sure either that or he just has a green screen, and that's his background, which I'm sure is far more likely than him actually being in the Mandarin recording those videos. All right, Purdue is -4, 75.5 against Nebraska. Okay, over in the Seton Hall game and then under in the Purdue game. All right, let me pose you a question now. Would you rather hang out with Connor Jonathan Kitchens or Steve Stevens? Yeah, what do you think about that? There's some funny profiles on here. Here's my favorite one. This person named Amalonda Phillymare. Let me read you their bio. All right. Amalonda Phillymare is one of the newest faces around Public Radio Seattle, but the respect XE commands from the rest of the staff is as if XE has been around for decades. That's how much respect Public Radio Seattle has for XIR. Amelon to Philly Mare's parents disowned XIR when XIE was only 16 years old. Yeah, you can't even read this crap. I came up with my last name based on my favorite TV show of all time, My Little Pony, Friendship is Magic, and it is a combination of the words Philly and Mare. Like, these people are nuts, and this is what your tax dollars are going to. All right, let me Google Steve Stevens. Not the guitarist. Oh, man, look at this idiot. Yeah. Here, this is what I was talking about right here. God, what a clown. Imagine being this idiot. He had a show on CNN. Yeah, that's the Mandarin right there. That's the window. Or the Bellagio, one of the two. Like anyone who carries himself like that is a total idiot.
I'm going to do a promotion for these guys. Okay. And one thing about me is I've never taken $1 from somebody that I didn't either A, earn or B, deserve. That's true. So what I'm going to do is this. I'm going to give everybody an opportunity to get one of my personal plays. The games that I sell for $2,500 each. I am going to give you guys a personal play, which I charge $2,500 for $100. And I'm not done. If the game does not win, I will give you an entire week of my personal plays absolutely free. You think I want to go give out free shit? You think I want to sell a personal play for $100 that I get $2,500 for on the regular? No. But I'm so confident I'm going to win the game. And then
Hang on a second. If he was so confident that this guaranteed play that he's selling for $100 was going to win, why wouldn't he load his entire personal bank account and mortgage and everything else on this game instead of trying to get people to buy spend $100 for it? I'm gonna call this number. All right, what an idiot. All right. Of course, no one's answering. What an awesome service this guy has.
Calling VIP Sports, the #1 documented sports service in America. Due to high call volume, we are currently on the other line. Leave your name and a detailed message, and a representative will get back with you immediately.
You suck. Let me tell you something, Steve. If you actually were so confident that this guaranteed play was going to win, you wouldn't be trying to get people to call this number and spend $100 on it, okay? Idiot. People like you are why sports betting has such a bad reputation. You're a clown. You're an idiot, all right? You are a long-term loser, and you won't put your own record on the line. You're a liar, and you hide behind this veneer of success with your green screens and everything in the background to make it look like you are a winner, and you are not. Do us all a favor. Go over to where the tunnel system here in Las Vegas that used to run over where the Stardust is. Go in there and live there for the rest of your life because you are a loser. See ya. Yeah, right, Chris Young. If this pick loses, I'll give you a week's worth of picks absolutely free, as if those week worth of picks have any value at all. I can't stand touts, but they make it so easy. Like the silver lining about touts is that they allow me to have content on this channel. I was able to film an entire series about how bad touts are. Here's the number. It was like an 800 number. What a clown. And the sad thing is that there's people that actually buy his shtick. The Rolls Royce cam. Like, he gets no likes or anything on his tweets. The only people that are commenting are people that say he's an idiot. He only has 7,000 followers. That's pretty bad for, like, I have more YouTube subscribers than that. Here, let me find the number for you. I like how there's like a rivalry between Vegas Dave and Steve Stevens. They're both idiots. Here, I'm gonna type the number in the chat. Stu Feiner. Hold on, I'm gonna put these ice cream sandwiches in the freezer and I'm gonna come back. All right, I'm going to make a flow chart for you guys, okay? I am going to make a flow chart for you guys. By the way, too. So I ate 6,000 calories. 6,306 calories today, guys. This number isn't updating for some reason, but that's because it didn't have the ice cream sandwich row. Okay, that's a pretty good number. I'm proud of myself. All right. So I'm going to make a flow chart for you guys, okay? Let me get PowerPoint open. To answer, the likes of Richard Poplis. I should probably make a video about this, but since you guys are watching, I'm going to do a flow chart real quick. All right. Do they sell picks? Can you guys see this? Right. No. And yes. If yes, they suck. There is no, yeah, they sell picks, but no. If you sell picks, you suck. No. And then here, if they don't sell picks, well, do they lie or embellish their success? So in other words, do they lie about their results, or do they embellish their success, like showing videos of them driving around Las Vegas in a Rolls Royce? If so, they suck. All right? If they don't lie or embellish their success, I need to flip that around. No, if they don't, then proceed with caution. And that is what I call the sports betting truth flow chart when it comes to online sports betting personalities. Do they sell picks? Yes or no question. Yes, they suck. No? Well, do they lie or do they come across as an arrogant douchebag? If so, then they suck. If neither of those two things are true, then who knows? Proceed with caution. I'm going to call that the sports betting truth flow chart. Well, it used to be that tout services used to be like this is a third overtime. But they used to have to put a lot of effort into having a tout service. But then the internet allowed anybody to become a tout. You used to have like a 900 number and probably a phone bank, a boiler room. A lot of people would have to buy advertising on the TV and radio. It used to be... There used to be a high barrier to entry to be a tout. That didn't make them any less scummy, but the problem today is that every Tom, Dick, and Harry can become a tout. Exactly, Eric. I guarantee you he doesn't own that Rolls Royce. The tout that I can remember is Duke's Sports Report. Or was it Duke's Football Report? It was one of the two. It was like a infomercial that masqueraded as a talk show. And it was just like a bunch of touts screaming at the camera. Let me see if I can Google it. Football Report, I think. It wasn't Duke Blue Devils. That was the name of the show, like Duke's Football Report. Here it is. I found it. Yeah. So it's on YouTube. Gosh. Like, I remember this when I was a kid. This is like my first exposure to touts. Because these guys would just scream at the TV. But this is what touts used to be.
I'm certainly not the handsomest fellow on TV, but I am the hardest working. I have more system friends. I graduated as a certified public accountant years ago, and I gave it up to do the best in order to win consistently, week in and week out. Nobody tries harder. Now I'm very glad to welcome back to this.
So that's what touts used to be. They not only did you have to buy their picks, but
6669, pay for 1 day, get 3 days of free service on an 800 number, $150 value for $25.
Like, you used to have to call a 900 number to get in, but what was my favorite? When Duke would, like, scream at the TV.
Crazy. Don't do it. Don't give away $250 worth of free service, but it's the holiday season. I want to make you winner. All you have to do is call 1-900-288-2800. They said I was insane. They said I was crazy. But I'm going to bust up your man. I love my game. Call now. Now we're going to shift out for a special report from the #1 handicapper in Las Vegas, Jeff Allen.
So you used to have to call a 900 number, so you not only did you have to pay the tout, but you also had to pay to call them. But they would scream at the TV and everything like that. And this guy, I'm pretty sure, is still around. This Jeff Allen guy. This guy right here. I'm pretty sure he's...
Out there who didn't have an opportunity on Thanksgiving Eve.
But yeah, they used to run him during WWE. See, this guy right here, I'm pretty sure...
Call 1-800-638-3411.
See, they're making promises like, I'm going to go 5-0 or give you like a week free of picks. But yeah, this guy's, I'm pretty sure he's still around, this Jeff Allen guy.
Absolutely free. 1-800-638-3411. Sports fans, this is your chance to make $5,000 this weekend. Take my 5,000 unit NFL lock of the month, load up and make 6 parlays, 6 best bets. You'll win big on Sunday.
5,000 unit lock of the month. Yeah, so I mean, anyway. That's what touts used to be. There used to be a high barrier to entry to be a tout. And now, like, anybody with a Twitter account can be one. $250 value out of their rear end. That's how. Man, my pregame picks today are just not coming through spread-wise. 1-4. Like Stanford, that's not going to happen, but Austin P probably won't get it done. Seton Hall is probably the only chance I have of flipping unless Eastern Kentucky can somehow rally. Stu Feiner. You know, you keep asking about Stu Feiner, so I'm going to Google him. I don't know who that is, to be honest with you. He looks like a tout. Yeah, he's a tout. Yep, and he links up with the like a bar stool to give him credibility. Yeah, this guy's a clown. I'm gonna send a message. Anita, go for a dump. You suck. 1, 2, 3 at jumpofabridge.com. Give up. Tout scub. I don't know. I need a better message than that. Give up. Find a different line of work rather than scamming people out of their money with your false marketing and misleading advertising, clown. Jeff Allen went to jail because I'm pretty sure he's I obviously he doesn't have a 900 number anymore like that, but I'm pretty sure he I've seen him making YouTube videos that don't get a lot of views, by the way. So yeah, this clown links up with the likes of Barstool to give him credibility. So why Barstool would link up with touts like this really lowers my opinion of them. Like, Barstool should know that touts are trash, but instead they link up with the likes of idiots like this. Like all this biography right here is just pure tout garbage. I need to make a video about this guy. Maybe they'll come after me. Oh man, what a total idiot. Will I win more than anyone on the internet? I have every year since the site has been around 15 years. So he knows how every single person online has done, and he says he's done better 15 years ago. Will I win 8 in a row? I mean, everybody can hit 8 in a row at some point. I mean, it's not like it's impossible to do. Yeah, this is all tout. I know my policy has been to not... Jeff Allen died? From what? Yeah, no, Joseph Tider, you're right. That's why they link up with guys like this, because they bring traffic for... yeah. I know but like I said, I know I said my policy isn't to call touts out by name, but now that this stuff like this is becoming more mainstream and he's linking up with the likes of Barstool Sports, which does get a lot of casual eyeballs, I think people need to be warned about guys like this. Did you know Jeff Allen, Scott K? Yeah, people need to be warned about. Like, it's one thing if touts operate independently, but when they link up with very well-known media sources like Barstool, they need to be warned. So I'll make a video about this guy, this idiot. Like, $1,500, $200 for 3 college basketball picks, and he says that they're going to go 3-0. That's the thing. That's why all this is garbage. Okay, so $1,500 for one day. So you can pay him $1,500 for one pick. One pick is $1,500. I hope that nobody actually pays for this crap. Man, yeah, stuff like that just it makes me upset. All right, so if Barstool Sports or Stu Feiner decides to sue me, then I'll just ask them in the discovery phase to produce the fact that, are you going 3-0 like you say you're going to? Are you? No? Okay, then you're lying to people. John Morrison, like the wrestler? I'm going to Google that name. Tony Chow. Sounds like this guy went to jail. The Whale. Does he call himself the Whale? I'm pretty sure there's someone else who calls himself the Whale as well. Washington State won. All right. Thanks for letting me know after 3 overtimes. All right, so I'm almost back to where I started today. I think I've only lost the juice. So I'm 12-12-1, only haven't lost the juice. But if I didn't make those dumb over picks, I would be 5-2. Yep, 5-2 is my record after fixing that. Yeah, Jeff Allen used to be like one of the biggest like TV touts. But like you know, the internet probably killed people like him. I'm gonna Google Jeff Allen sports. Is it still around? It's on Rainbow. That's not too far away from where I live. But yeah, that's why I probably think he's still around. His website can't still be up and operating if he's dead, though. Oh wow, this looks like a website from the like early 2000s. He has a Twitter account, but it hasn't tweeted since 2018 because, like he said, two-time world champion handicapper.
I've been handicapping and wagering successfully in Las Vegas. How do I consistently beat the spread? It's hard work. I spend endless hours breaking down matchups, whether it's football, baseball, or basketball, identifying the strengths and weaknesses of each team, and then understanding coaching philosophy.
Yeah, like how does one like be a world championship handicapper? Yep, here's the justice.gov press release about this guy. His name is Jeff D'Ambrosia. Gambling and tax charge. Yeah, it looks like they skirted on taxes and illegal offshore bookmaking. And also sports handicapping telemarketing services. They violated the Wire Wagering Act. Fake tax returns. Money laundering. So here's the money quote right here. They solicited customers through false advertising to call their handicapping services for the purpose of receiving guaranteed winning picks. Once a customer called one of the four services, phone salesmen would make and use false pretenses, statements, and representations in an attempt to sell weekly or monthly winning pick packages to the customer. So in other words, why were they charged with this in 2001, yet people do this today and get away with it? So yeah, I'm reading this Department of Justice filing, and they're just, saying how they misled people about their handicapping service, but that happens today. So why, if they got charged with it, why is nobody else? Oh yeah, crap. I'm losing my mind today. Yeah. 3:00 halftime games. Shit. I'm like getting so wrapped up in everything else that I'm forgetting the whole purpose of this live stream. All right, let me get those second halves for you. All right, we got 5 games at halftime. All right, Eastern Kentucky and Southeast Missouri. I might need to buy my way out of that one. I had Eastern Kentucky before the game. All right, Louisville and North Carolina. We got Louisville -2 in total 77. Arizona USC. We got Arizona +7 in total of 76. Miami of Ohio, Northern Illinois. We have Miami, Ohio -1.5, total 72. Pepperdine and UC Santa Clara. Pepperdine -3.5 in a total of 79. Oklahoma and Iowa State. I'm pretty sure I have a pregame on that one. We have Oklahoma -2.5 and a total of 76. And finally, the Egg Bowl basketball version. We got Ole Miss and Mississippi State. Ole Miss +5.5 and 69.5 is the total. Those are the ones up right now. Oh, wow, that's a lot of unders. But like I said, I'm fine with unders. So over in the USC game and under in Eastern Kentucky, under in Louisville, under in UC Santa Clara Pepperdine, under in Iowa State Oklahoma, and under in the Magnolia Bowl. I'm fine with playing overs now that we fixed it. But remember, I just knew from the start when all those overs were popping up, I was like, something's not right here. How is TCU doing? Like, I used to be the biggest TCU basketball fan. And I just don't care these days. I think part of the reason I don't care is just because the athletic department doesn't care. And by that I mean they don't let people go to games. Like other Big 12 teams let fans show up, but not at TCU. Yeah, I think they might lose at K-State. That's sad. That would be a really sad loss. All right, I got these 6 under bets in. Or 5 unders, 1 over. Bingo. What's my favorite under out of all those? Probably the Louisville game. All right, we got some more. Or no, we don't. That should... Is there any... No, that's it for now. Yeah. I should be able to grade some of these. Where's Morehead State? Well, they didn't win by 15, which is a bummer. I think that's my first spread loss today. Second half spread loss. Yeah, it is. No, I lost on Georgia Tech by half a point at the beginning. And the total is 148. We won the under. So under bets have been fine today. That hasn't been the problem. All right, where's Jacksonville at? That game looked like it was going to be very close, over-wise. Where's that Jacksonville Stetson game at? What am I missing here? Oh, there it is. 168. Yeah, that's over. Eastern Illinois and Austin P over 138.5. That's a winner. All right, we're actually above water now on second halves, like we should have been all along if I didn't make that mistake earlier. All right, Cleveland State, Fort Wayne. It's probably going to go under. But I'm not going to count my chickens yet. Jacksonville State and Tennessee State. No, that's going to go. I think it already did go over, actually. Yep, that went over, so that's a loss. Cal Baptist was undervalued last year, but they lost a lot of guys to graduation and transfers. What Cal Baptist did is they kind of held some guys back when they're still in Division II. They held them back and redshirted them and stuff so they'd be ready when they got to Division I. But those guys either graduated or transferred. Like one of them transferred to Oklahoma State. He was one of their best players last year, and he's like a bench warmer for Oklahoma State now. Man, seeing these college basketball teams so spread out on the sideline just makes my blood boil. Man, this Cleveland State Fort Wayne, I don't know what's going on, but looks like they've hit back-to-back threes in that game. It's like at some point you just got to give up. I'm going to turn this game on to see if Fort Wayne's still fouling like crazy. So yeah, in the last 11 seconds, there's been 8 points scored in that game. So at some point, Purdue Fort Wayne just need to be like, okay, we're not going to win. Let's just stop. I'm going to turn it on like the true clown I am. What do they call it? Clown World? Okay, it's final. It didn't go over, thankfully. Purdue Fort Wayne gave up. All right, good. All right, so we've really turned things around since I made that fix. So since I made the fix, I'm plus 3.76 units, and I'm 9-4. I'm 9-4 since I made the fix. But yeah, look at that. I'm actually up 1.5 units on second half bets today. Better than losing. Or wait, no, I'm up 0.5, not 1.5. Which is canceled out by this right here. Going 5 and 10. I just can't solve pre-games. It's weird. I pretty much use the same like mathematical approaches for pregame bets than I do second halves. And yet I have wild success with second halves, and yet pregames they just never work out for me. No, I don't have a tutorial for that because I don't have anything that retrieves live odds. I enter them in manually. And for the odds in the morning when I run the model, I just copy and paste them. Yeah, I project fouls in the Indian team. So, Scott K., are you still there? I actually have some questions for you, Scott K. So, you said you worked for a service. Like, what exactly did you do for them? I can't believe we lost to Kansas State. That's sad. What am I going to do with all this Jack in the Box I didn't eat? Like, it feels bad if I throw it away, but I just don't know when I'll eat it. Because, like I said, I only eat like that, like maybe once every 2 weeks. I eat healthy every other day of the week. All right. Do I have a dog? No, I don't have a dog. Here's the deal. I don't believe in having dogs unless you have a yard for them to play around in. I just don't like when people lock their dogs up in a small apartment. And I don't live in a small apartment. You know, it's about 1,200 square feet. But, you know, dogs need to have yards. Like, I just remember in the apartment I lived in San Diego, like, people would have these massive dogs that they kept in their studio apartments, because all the apartments on the other side of the hall in my apartment in San Diego were studios, and they'd have the biggest dogs in there. I felt so bad for them. They'd leave them out on the balconies and stuff. The ice cream sandwiches, it was pretty good. I put the rest of it in the freezer. I only ate 2 of them. I don't see the St. John's game on here. DePaul and St. John's? I wonder why it's not showing up for me. Oh, here it is. I have a bet on the over in that game. Yeah, Scott K., I was asking, what you did for your service. Like, did you just answer phones or? Yeah, so Scott K., you agree with me when I say that touts are less about actual handicapping games and predicting games and more about marketing and advertising. Like, am I correct that 90% of the work a tout does is marketing themselves and advertising themselves? Because it's a sales job. It's not a handicapping job. It's a sales job. Yeah, my favorite tout tactic is when they say like, do you really want to win? You don't sound like you want to win to me. And they like kind of shame you into like, kind of like challenging your manhood almost, like show me that you want to be a winner. Like, I'm honestly surprised more touts don't end up dead from their customers. Like, there's no way these touts have happy customers. Like, that's why I don't understand how touts can last a long time, because ultimately you're going to run out of people to con. Because you're not going to get loyal customers unless they just have Stockholm syndrome and enjoy paying money to lose. But yeah, that's the thing. Like, I'm surprised that touts are able to stay in business as long as they do, because you're not going to have repeat customers, because ultimately the customer is going to wise up and realize they're not winners. And second of all, they're going to be like, they're going to tell their friends not to do it, and so there's going to be no word-of-mouth advertising, so you really got to have unsuspecting suckers, a never-ending stream. It just doesn't sound like a sustainable business model to me. People paid $250,000 for picks. Oh, I agree. Yeah, that's what touting is about. It's about marketing and sizzle and hype. You're trying to sell the hype. Like, you're trying to sell a can't miss opportunity. Like, I'm gonna let you guys in on a little secret, because I haven't really talked about this yet, because I it's not done, and I don't want to put myself on a timeline or deadline or anything. But I've been writing a book. It's going to be called The Truth About Sports Betting, and hopefully I can finish it and publish it and get it out to everybody. But I kind of go through the natural progression in the book of a sports bettor. And, initially the sports bettor thinks that they can, they watch a lot of games. They're a fan of sports, so they can just go out there and, use their own knowledge to win, right? Every person who bets on sports is not going to pay a tout from the day one, right? Because they're like, I don't need to. I'm good at predicting. I know my sports. So there's like a natural progression of a sports bettor, right? And I walk through this in the book. I've written about 6 or 7 chapters so far, but the natural progression of the bettor, they first use their own knowledge, and then when that doesn't work, they often are like, okay, I'm going to have to start, doing a little bit more research. And so the sports bettor goes from just betting with their gut to, trying to do some research before the game, looking at the stats and everything. But that's not going to work either. And so from there, the sports bettor is like, okay, my gut instinct's not working. Research isn't working. So where do I go from here? That's where they fall into the tout funnel. That's where they fall into the tout funnel. And touts are trying to pounce on those bettors. Because like I said, people aren't going to like start sports betting and pay a tout from day one. That's not how it works. Because they're going to like, I don't need one. I can make picks myself. Because they haven't lost using their own picks yet. So you wouldn't take money up front. So you would like go and collect on these guys. Yeah, I'm actually really interested in what Scott K has to say. So what would you do to these customers that wouldn't pay? Would you like send out like, Sopranos style collection notices? Like, would you break their kneecaps and all that? Yep, selling both sides of the line is the oldest trick in the tout book. This is really interesting stuff, Scott K. This is probably the most interesting thing that's ever come across any chat that I've had on these live streams that I've been doing probably for the past 4 months now. Well, established services don't need to sell both sides. Selling both sides is a recruiting tactic. It's like a lead generator. So let me ask you this, Scott K. Would you ever have like desperate people on the phone? Like, man, I really need a winner, otherwise I'm going to lose my house. You got to give me. Would you ever have people like that? And if you did, would like your service prey on those type of people? Like, did you have any remorse or sympathy for guys like that? Because honestly, if touting was a legitimate business, I probably wouldn't have as much of a problem with it, but they prey on the weak. They prey on the desperate. I've heard stories of guys like, taking advantage. We already talked about Stu Feiner, Mojo. I left a hate email on his website about 30 minutes ago. But yeah, I just don't see how touts could prey on the desperate. That makes me sick. No, I understand, Scott K. Because like the radio station I used to work at way back in the day, like we had touts that would have their own show that they paid for, by the way. It's not like the station produced it. The touts paid to have the airtime. It was like an ad pretty much. But we would get phone calls all the time from people who had been ripped off by these touts, while they were on the air saying, oh, I'm hitting 75%. And people would call in, flood the phone lines just to say, hey, they're full of crap. Pick dogs. I'm going to Google them. Pick dogs. That's funny. Oh, man. Look at this clown. Man, these people have almost 4 times as many subscribers as I have on YouTube. And they're giving out parlays. Oh, man. Oh, man, Kyle Hunter, he's on like every tout website. He must be like the whore of touts because I see him everywhere. So look at this. All these people have winning records. None of them have losing records. Awesome. Oh, wow. Pick dogs, top dogs. What the hell? Yeah, for $29.95. $150 for a week. Okay. I bet all these numbers are wrong. So $1,300 for the year. I bet they changed these after the fact. Oh man, this is horrible. So if they're such good pickers, why are they selling a week's worth of picks for $150, right? Why wouldn't you just pick them yourself and make a lot more than $150? What games are live for me right now? All the ones in this light blue color, but I'm not feeling good about Eastern Kentucky, for example. The Oklahoma game really slowed down, by the way. Yeah, I've seen that happen before too, Sports Capper. Like, yeah, I don't think Seton Hall is going to cover the 4.5. I didn't like that bet when I placed it this morning, though. I have over here, and that's not looking good. So I have over in this USC game, which I have on TV, and then under in all these right here. But I actually have under, so I'm actually trying to hedge out here in the Oklahoma game. And when I say hedge out, it means I'm betting against what I had before the game. No, hey, Mojo, Z-Code system is definitely tout. I can assure you that. I've had Z-Code email me countless number of times wanting me to advertise them and be a sponsor. And I'm like, no, I remember you guys from 8 years ago spamming message boards and stuff about your garbage. No. Yeah, no, I've seen people in the fetal position in sports books before. No, I don't use Don's Best. No, I don't. I'm not quite sure about Steam bets. No, like, here's the deal. If the prospect of you losing a game makes you have any kind of emotion other than, oh, well, on to the next one, you bet too much money. And so that's my universal truth of sports betting. So I tell this story all the time, but I'm going to tell it again. I was at the Westgate one night when it was still called the LVH back in 2012 on a Friday night in September, and Baylor and UL Monroe were playing a football game. And Baylor was I want to say they were like a 6-point favorite or 7-point favorite, something like that. And UL Monroe scored a touchdown, like a 25-yard touchdown pass with no time left to cover. They didn't win, but it was a meaningless touchdown. And the final score is 47-42. And there's this guy in there that absolutely just started losing it. Like, this desk I'm sitting on right here, imagine me just smashing it into splinters, you know. He completely destroyed the sportsbook desk thing that he was sitting at to wood splinters. And security came in and like hauled his ass. I don't know where they brought him, but they hauled his ass away, and there were just splinters everywhere. And I guess the custodians of the Westgate had to come in and clean it all up. But I was saying, if you get that mad about a bet, you bet too much money. Like, I'm probably going to lose a Seton Hall bet right here, right? But I don't care because I am smart and I don't bet enough to where losing will have any kind of impact. On the flip side, yeah, winning isn't going to really mean much either, but you have to focus on the long run. Too many people focus on the short run. And therefore, I made the same mistake on Thursday, guys. I'm not perfect. On Thursday, I had been on such a hot streak betting second halves that I was like, you know what? I'm going to double my unit size tonight because I had literally won second half bets like 8 nights in a row. And I had a bad night, and I kind of learned my lessons. Every now and then you kind of have to learn the hard way about things like that, but greed is what will kill you every time. And so when this guy's talking about people like begging for his money back at the Flamingo counter, and me watching the guy destroy the desk at the Westgate to smithereens, or there was one time I was at MGM Grand and I saw a guy in the fetal position against the wall. Yeah, you bet too much money. I don't know if they were curled up in the fetal position waiting to die, but you could tell this person was like distraught over losing a bet. Because I don't think they have them anymore, but the MGM Grand Sportsbook, there used to be like couches up against the back wall. And this guy was just on one of the couches, like curled up in the fetal position. Like a grown man. Like maybe he didn't lose a sports bet. Maybe he lost in the casino and was just on that couch to lay down. I don't know. But whatever he did, he was distraught. And that's what happens when you bet too much money. Yeah, Eric Catherine, same thing. Like you can see my unit sizes over here. Like if 100 is my bankroll, I started the day at 91.44. So I started the day down 8.56 units. Hold on, my neighbor's asking a question. I'm gonna go talk to him real quick. Man, someone like just dumped a bunch of trash out in front of our doors. So my neighbor's like, "What is this?" No, my neighbor, he lives upstairs, but his front door is right next to mine, and so he's actually he works with a Win. Yeah, bookies really do have gunmen to rough you up if you don't pay. No, I haven't bet NBA in 5 years. By the way, this is my tout flow chart for those of you who didn't see it earlier. Yeah, someone just like dumped a bunch of trash in front of our doors, like just dumped it all out everywhere. We were like, who did this? Not me. No, I don't feel bad. Like, I could have kept eating if I really wanted to. All right, this Arizona USC game's looking good over-wise. Yeah, NBA is really hard. There's a reason to do college basketball instead of NBA. I say this every live stream because I understand that a lot of people want to come in and maybe get some NBA advice, but if you can only do one or the other, you can find softer market. You can find soft markets in the NBA, like your standard bets, like your pregame spreads, your money lines, your totals. Those are going to be difficult, but you might be able to find something in first quarters, maybe second half, like I do. Player props. Like if I was going to build an NBA model, like after the stream, for example, I would probably build it around player props. Yeah, maybe it was Steve Stevens that found out it was me who called, knows where I live, and dumped all that stuff in front of my door as payback. Because if those of you didn't see it, I called the Steve Stevens number and left a voicemail. Yeah, that's what's really kind of been I wouldn't say it's killed me because I came into the day only down 8.56 units on the year betting basketball. But the years I've done well in college basketball, it's been pretty much all because of money line wins. And if you look at my plays on my website, you'll see that I haven't placed any money line bets in like a week, first of all. Just because I cannot find an edge on money lines this year. I can't. Yep. So, like, honestly, you need to hit money lines, especially money line dogs, if you're going to have a really good year. Because it's kind of hard to grind away on just spreads and totals. Especially, like, pregame. Like, I'm just really struggling with my pregame bets. But second halves, for some reason, I use the same exact machine learning techniques for my pregames and second half bets. I can't explain it either. Sit out on the rooftop, shout it out. Baby, I'm ready to go. I'm ready to go. On the rooftop, shut it out. I need some more water. I ate all that and I didn't drink very much water, so I'm kind of thirsty. I'll be right back. Here's that Dr. Pepper commercial again. Yeah, Matt Stansberry. I scraped the NCAA website. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that DePaul game. It's like, what pisses me off is that, honestly, it's been a year. It's been a year, and how many college athletes have been hospitalized because of COVID, let alone died? 0? So why are we canceling college sport games because of positive tests that for a virus that doesn't kill or hospitalize or pose any threat to college athletes? Can someone fill me in here? All right, what's going to be the next wave? We should have a wave of games coming up to halftime pretty soon. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then, 5. This one's probably going to go over. Yeah, I'm not feeling good about that one. Which is weird because Eastern Kentucky destroyed them last night, and now they're getting destroyed tonight. They aired NASCAR on FS2. Is it a Xfinity? I already talked about the Duke line. I think the line is very sharp for that game. What I've learned about college basketball is that the bigger matchups, especially your primetime ESPN Saturday night matchup, those lines are going to be pretty sharp. If you notice all the games I placed bets on today, I mean, most of them are, lower profile games. If you win 56% of your spread bets, it should be proportional. Your ROI is going to mirror. It just depends on what your unit sizes are. North Carolina, I put an under bet on that game at halftime. Under 154. How's it looking? Oh, yeah, that's going to go under probably. I didn't know there was an overtime in NASCAR, but now I'm going to have to get on my soapbox about NASCAR, okay? I used to like NASCAR. When I was in middle school, pretty much, because my dad took me to a race at Texas Motor Speedway one time, and I liked it, and I watched for a few years, but like everybody else, I feel like it just got too corporate, too generic. The rule changes just made it too complex, and they kind of went away with what made them popular in the first place. And then you add in like what happened with Bubba Wallace and everything last year. I stopped watching probably around 2004 or so. But yeah, NASCAR has like run a clinic over the past 15 years on how to kill your brand. Yep. So I haven't watched a NASCAR race probably since 2003 or 4 or so. Like I watched it every Sunday. I used to like religiously watch it. Like especially like the summer 2000, like after Dale Earnhardt Jr. or after Dale Earnhardt Sr. died, which was 20 years ago the other day. I kind of like after all the media coverage and everything, and then my dad took me to the TMS race a couple weeks later after that, and I started to follow NASCAR, and I loved watching it, but all the reasons you hear people saying why they don't watch NASCAR anymore, I'm the same way. Yeah, that Bubba. I'm surprised people still watch after the Bubba Wallace thing. Like, if that didn't push, whatever NASCAR fans are left, what would push them away? I just don't buy the fact that was not planned. Was Eric Bischoff really involved in NASCAR? Yeah, I know he was the main NWO authority figure on WCW back in the day. Yeah, I didn't know he was involved with NASCAR. Because I know he was a on-screen figure once WWE bought them out. What's my favorite sportsbook in Las Vegas? I'm gonna say Westgate every time. Circa's nicer, but Westgate I don't have to worry about parking. I also like the Red Rock. Red Rock's the closest one to me, and it's nice. It's just not as it just doesn't feel, the atmosphere isn't as good as the Westgate. Like, if you want good atmosphere, you have to go to the Westgate. Oh yeah. A lot of people think that they rigged the first race after Dale Earnhardt died at Daytona Speedway to let Dale Jr. win. I wouldn't be surprised if they rig a race to get Bubba a win. Although I will say this, devil's advocate, they never did it for Danica. They never rigged one for Danica. So maybe not, but we'll see. I mean, yeah, WWE is never going to get back to what it was. I still watch it. I'll admit, I still watch WWE. I'm still a fan. I'm a network subscriber. I watch the pay-per-views. I try to watch all the weekly stuff. I didn't watch it last night, though. I was too busy betting college basketball and doing very well. But I like WWE. But the thing is that it's not going to ever go back to what it was in the late 90s, but I don't think the average person understands how many people are watching wrestling in the late 90s. It would get the same ratings as ABC's college football game of the week gets today on Monday Night Cable. Think about your biggest college football matchup of the week. It would get the same ratings as some NFL games get today. Not like your game of the week, late afternoon Sunday NFL game, but think your noon kickoff NFL games. That's what WWE Raw and WCW Nitro used to get each. They each got ratings. It's never going to get back to that level because, it's just people have more entertainment options these days. Back when WCW and WWF was in their wars in the late 90s, people didn't really have the internet yet. They didn't have online video games or social media or anything like that. So your entertainment options were TV. Yeah, you had video games, but, they were single-player games. Not online games like they have today. So that's how wrestling was able to grab an audience. So today, wrestling fandom is kind of divided. You have people who think wrestling can be as big as it used to be, and wrestling just needs to do this, this, and this. And then you have people hey, wrestling's not coming back, so wrestling should just try to, keep the audience that they had, right? Or just try to come out with a good product and let it, the ratings will be what it is. It's not all about ratings these days because WWE still does very well on social media metrics. They just signed $1 billion deal with NBC, so it's not like they're, it's not like people don't see the value in their content. It's just as far as pure TV ratings are concerned, it's not going to get back to that level. But, you have wrestling fans these days that think that the path is to, basically do what AEW is doing, which is, another wrestling show that's on TNT that started a year and a half ago. And AEW is different because they seem to focus more on in-ring work and stuff like that instead of storylines and drama. AEW believes wrestling should primarily just be what happens in the ring, But the thing is that it's, you need to give people a reason to care about the matches, which is why storylines are so important. And AEW doesn't think storylines matter that much. They just care about what's called work rate, aka like what can you do in the ring? Can you do a lot of flips and flippy stuff and exciting stuff in the ring, you know? And I don't think that's the way. Yeah, no, AEW brought Sting back. He's actually in there. He's actually a weekly regular these days, but he just comes out and talks. Like, he doesn't actually wrestle. Oh, yeah. Trust me. Yep. The millennials come to Las Vegas these days, yeah, not to gamble, but to drink and party. Yep, you're absolutely right. And, yeah, I agree, Scott. It's dead. Scott, do you still live here in Las Vegas? Ben Crook, I think it's possible, but it'd be very difficult. You just have to find stats, if any, that are self-contained and that matter. And when I say self-contained, you know, it's like, you know, boxer versus boxer. Yeah, Las Vegas absolutely dead. Like, I went to the Westgate last night, like I said, to deposit money. And I'm not saying Westgate is like the spot, the place where it's happening, but it's just the whole social distancing and COVID and mask stuff just kills the vibe. It kills the vibe. Oh yeah, I listen Jim Cornette, you know, I think he's hilarious. He hates AEW because he hates marks. And Mark, for those of you who don't know, Mark is someone who takes wrestling too seriously. You know, think of the person who takes things like Star Wars or Star Trek too seriously. That happens in wrestling too. And all he does is rip on the marks, and he makes them so mad because AEW is pretty much a promotion, and so is NXT. But those are two wrestling promotions that cater to the marks, you know. Mike Wilson, no, I've never looked at anybody else's model before. Yep. What's killing me is that the reason I'm missing these halves so much isn't because I'm like losing my mind or like not paying attention. It's because it keeps logging me out of my app that I have that I'm checking, you know, to see if it's halftime yet. And so I keep refreshing it, nothing comes up, and then I realize that I'm logged out. Have I ever bet on WWE? I have, actually. Not anymore. You can't bet on it here in Las Vegas, but I used to do it when I was a 5 Dimes member. Just because there are some matches that were so obvious what was going to happen. Like, storyline-wise. All right, Monmouth and Iona. I don't think the relief package is going to do anything here in Las Vegas. Monmouth -3 and 83. Cal Poly and Long Beach, we got 2.5 and 76. We got Central Connecticut and Long Island, 3.5 and 81. And then finally, St. Francis, PA, and Wagner. That is a low-scoring first half. We got -0.5 and 68. Wagner's been very good for unders this year. I'll tell you that right now. I've noticed that trend. All right, we got Wagner spread, and then we got Central Connecticut, Long Island under out of that group. Yeah. Oh, yeah. There was a pay-per-view last year where it was a triple threat tag team match or a fatal four-way, one of the two, and the New Day was like plus 3,000, 30-1 dogs, and they won. They won the tag team belt. So yeah, the dogs can happen, but there's some that are just so obvious for storyline reasons. Like you knew Ronda Rousey wasn't going to lose to Carmella. I think it's who she fought at Royal Rumble 2 years ago. Like you just knew. Like that would have ruined the match that she was going to have with Becky Lynch at WrestleMania. They weren't going to ruin that. I mean, the thing with betting wrestling though is that low limits. It's not like you can bet a lot of money on it. I like Roman Reigns too, and the Marks hate Roman Reigns. The Marks do not like Roman. Has anyone ever heard that song "I'm Ready to Go"? It's been because when I was doing my model this morning, I had the TV on and I put on Vegas Vacation because it was randomly on, and there's that song's in that movie. It's been stuck in my head ever since. Man, they've really gone cold in this Arizona game. This Arizona game looked like it was going to go over easily. Eastern Illinois, Austin P went under? Say it ain't so. Eastern Illinois has been on a tear lately. They've won back-to-back road games against Murray State and Austin P. That's pretty impressive. I mean, those are the number 2 and 3 teams in the league outside of Belmont. Oh, I didn't have a bet on that game, though? Oh, I had Southeast Missouri, Eastern Kentucky, which went over. Dang it. I got the two confused. All right, how's Louisville doing? Oh, wow. 153, that looks like an over to me because North Carolina scored 99 points. Oh, it went under by 1 point. Wow. So when I said that was my favorite second half bet, I ended up winning. All right, UC Santa Clara, that looks like an over if I've ever seen one. Yep. Oklahoma, Iowa State looks like it's going to go under. That's an under, I can tell you that. All right. So Arizona USC is... It depends on how much fouling USC wants to do here down the stretch. But I'm pretty sure Oklahoma, Iowa State looks good. Man, I have the hiccups. I think all that food's starting to get to me. I think it's not the food, it's the fact that I'm starting to drink water. Kind of make me feel bloated. You know what I'm going to do real quick? I'm going to go step on the scale to see how much weight I've gained. Hold on. You know what? I'm surprised. I'm honestly surprised. Anyone want to guess how much weight I've gained since this morning? I was very surprised. No, I didn't come close to eating at all. All right, Hawaii and CS Northridge is at halftime, by the way. I'm going to put that one in. We got Hawaii, it's a pick'em, and the spread is 78.5. Over. Chris Young is correct. 4 pounds. I thought it was going to be more. But 4 pounds. I was 165 this morning, and I just stepped on the scale. I was 169. And you're probably asking, well, what about your clothes and everything? Well, I know how much my clothes weigh. You think the DePaul game's going to go over? Ooh, the Hawaii game, the line actually changed, but I'm going to place it anyway. Over 148.5. Standing on the rooftop, shout it out. Yeah, 4 pounds. Because sometimes, like, when I eat a lot like that, I'll gain, like, 8 or 9 pounds. But you got to remember, I haven't had a lot of water, though. That's probably a part of it. This USC over is going to be very close. Standing on the rooftop, shout it out, baby, I'm ready to go. Yeah, BetMGM's one of the 3 apps I use, but Westgate's my main one only because I get the best connection with it. I just deal with a lot of connection issues and timeouts and errors and everything with the Circa app and the MGM app. I actually think this USC game's going to go over now. It's at, but he missed that free throw. But who got the offensive rebound? USC did. It's at 140 with a minute and a half to go, so I need 5 points. Why are you hesitating, number 4? You're the number 2 draft pick for a reason. Projected number 2 draft pick. Are you saying food court music as in terms of a ready to go? Because that's exactly what I think of as well when I hear that song. Because it's like the 90s song of all 90s songs. And it was on Vegas Vacation, which is a 90s movie. Baby, I'm ready to go. On the rooftop, shut it out. But that song was playing while I was like putting in my bets today on Vegas Vacation, and so I was like, this song is perfect for, I'm ready to go. I'm ready to place bets today. Houston and Cincinnati. Houston's had some questionable losses lately. I don't see that game on here. Is it on tomorrow? I was about to say, I think that should be a game. Usually those teams play tomorrow. Okay, they're at 142. I need 3 more points. Where is that game? I'm looking for Cincinnati and Houston. Isn't that game on tomorrow, though? It's not in my... Yeah, it's... I don't have it. Oh, yeah, I was about to say, I was like, usually the American Conference plays on Sundays. Yes, but yeah, sometimes, though, they have odds for tomorrow's games on the apps. Oh, he missed a free throw. So I have 1 minute for them to get one more basket. I don't care who or what. I just need... My worst case scenario here is USC misses a shot and then they just don't foul and let the clock run out as it is. He bricked it. There's a foul. Okay, I just need... I can't have what happened in the Kansas game. Remember that earlier? They missed 3 free throws down the stretch and it pushed. And then Texas Tech didn't foul, even though they were down by 6. And, you know, there was, 18 seconds when they missed that last 3, so they could have easily fouled again. All right, the Oklahoma game went under, so I was able to buy myself out of the pregame bet I had. All right, so I'm up about 1.15 units, and the Arizona game went over. So, all right, I'm up about 2 units on the day just on second half bet. So I've really been able to turn it around. Like, I'm going to make all these... No, I'm going to turn all these red. These are the bets I made with my model that was a mistake. So with those, I was minus 3.27 units, but with the corrected model, I'm plus 5.24. So obviously that I made a mistake earlier, but it looks like I fixed it. San Diego and Gonzaga, that game's on right now. I just don't see how Gonzaga can stay motivated in conference play. All right, what's my record today? 0-1, 0-2, 1-1, 2-2, 2-3, 3-3, 3-4, 3-5, 4-5, 4-6, 6-6, 6-8. 6-8-1, 7-8, 7-11, 11-11, 12-12, 12-13, 16-13, 16-14, 17-14, 17-15, 18-15, 18-16. So I'm 20-16-1 today. Not terrible, especially considering I had a bad model to start off with. Ben Crook, you're correct. There's probably a reason why I do so well in second halves and not so well in games bets I make before the game, even though I use pretty much the same approach for both of them. Yeah, it's because when I wake up in the morning and run my model and place bets on, pregame bets, they haven't been sharpened yet, or they've been out for hours and have been sharpened by the market. But I pounce on these second halves as soon as they come out before the market can affect them. Yep. So that's probably why I do so well on second halves. I mean, it's not like I'm a genius or anything. It's just I'm jumping on lines that the market hasn't been able to shape yet. Like I might do better on pregame bets if I were to place them, but I like to update my model first. Baby, I'm ready to go. I'm ready to go. Baby, I'm ready to go. My question is, how come Duke is playing in the primetime game tonight? Like, they suck. No, like, if you, like, my machine learning algorithm that picks pregame bets and picks my second half bets is the same thing. And yet I've been hitting 60% of my second half bets the past 10 days or so, and I'm floundering on pregame bets. Well, I've kind of done that. I'm placing, 0.9 units on these, and I only place 0.33 units on the pregame, so I'm aware. Yeah, I'm aware. What's Forex? It sounds familiar. I don't think either Kentucky or Duke is making the tournament, but I think Duke has an outside shot. But Kentucky's not going to. I wouldn't be surprised if, teams like Kentucky and Duke, just to save face, opt out of the NCAA tournament and ACC and SEC tournament and all that. Maybe not Kentucky because they went to the NIT in 2013. It's not like, but Duke has such a long run of NCAA tournaments in a row that I could see them trying to say, we're going to opt out. Like that way the committee, if they get left out, it's, they can say, oh, well, we would have got in if we didn't opt out because we wanted to keep everyone safe. I will say this. I do all my live betting and second half betting on my Westgate app. I have doubled my initial deposit. But I pretty much make all my pregame bets on my Circa app and MGM app. And I can tell you those balances are a lot less than what I deposited in there. Yep. My Westgate initial deposit is officially doubled. I just need to win $21 more and it's doubled. Field, I would take Field any day of the week on that bet. Oh yeah, no doubt about it. Like Gonzaga and Baylor, they're good teams, but they have weaknesses. Gonzaga's defense is very suspect. And then you have the fact that they haven't really been challenged in the past, since before Christmas. And then you have Baylor, who hasn't played a game in, 3 weeks now? And, that's a long layoff, and that can really hurt. And also, they play a 2-3 zone, which makes you really suspect of offensive rebounding and three-point shooting. Those are two things Gonzaga's really good at. But a team like Villanova, very good at three-point shooting and offensive rebounding, so I would definitely take the Field. What I hope doesn't happen is I hope Baylor doesn't, I hate how they're sitting all these games out. And they're going to be like, yeah, but we're undefeated. But it's still I don't like how, sitting games, you should be punished for sitting games out. Also, just the initial deposit I made at Westgate was a 4-figure deposit, by the way. So it's not like I doubled $100 to $200. No, I've been able to double a 4-figure deposit. But like I said, my deposit at Circa and MGM are lower than what I put in because that's where I make all my pregame bets. Who else hates the fact that there's no fans at these games? Can someone give me one good reason why there shouldn't be fans at sporting events? All right, what can I flip as of right now? This game could flip. It's very close. This game, Irvine. Here, I want to talk about the UC Irvine game from last night. So I had UC Irvine -10 last night, and they were up by 20 midway through the second half, and I was like, yeah, it looks pretty good. And then Cal State Fullerton just goes on a run, a tear, and they tie the game up with 4 minutes to go. And I'm like, okay, the -10's dead. But then UC Irvine closes the game on a 17-3 run and wins the bet. But here's the deal. It was very close, though. Like, it could have gone either way at the end there. But I ended up... So Irvine tonight, I took the same bet again, only this time it's 9.5 and not 10, so we'll see. Oh yeah, Clint, I always pick the best available line across the 3 apps, but if there's a tie, I bet it on the Circa or MGM app, and most of them are ties, because I just like to I want to keep most of my bankroll, which is in my Westgate account, for second half and live bets. So, but there's like 3 or 4 pregame bets I've made on my Westgate app this morning. But yeah, I definitely check lines. Oh man, I talked about this before, but I just hate how I get emails from like the Kansas Jayhawks or TCU Sports or the Texas Rangers. Ooh, you spend $100 on a cardboard cutout? And I'm like, no. Why would I do that? Why would I do that? Yeah, Chris Young. So did the end of that game make you pucker as well? I mean, like I said, if you're puckering because of the end of a game, you bet too much money. But it's just one of those things. It was my last game of the night, and it was the difference between a winning day or losing day on my pregame bets. And so it was kind of like just more of a moral victory type of thing. But I was actually watched the end of that game at the Westgate because I went there to go put a deposit in. And, yeah, I watched that. The end of that game was something. All right, so the flip I'm looking for right now is Irvine. If I can flip that, I can get to 10 and 10 up here, which isn't horrible. Like I said, I think my new model approach is kind of like stop me from having really bad days. It's raised the floor. It hasn't really raised the ceiling, but it's definitely raised the floor. All right, where would you rather work? Would you rather work at... I need to come up with a good comparison. Would you rather have a full-time job working 40 hours a week at Wendy's, or would you rather have a part-time job working 25 hours a week at FedEx office? I'm interested to see what anyone has to say about that one. All right. So it looks like DePaul, St. John's, San Diego State, Fresno State. That's going to be our next wave. Those are games that we're supposed to start at 4:30, but got off to late starts. How's our friends Wagner doing? Pretty good. Not bad. Not bad. Not bad. I probably want the LIU game to slow down just a tad. Hawaii CS Northridge. It's going to be very close. You'd rather work at FedEx office 25 hours a week, Ben, instead of Wendy's 40 hours a week? Two answers for FedEx. Interesting. Oh, crap. One of my lights turned... What the hell? One of my lights turned off. Hold on. This cracks me up. More time to do other stuff. You're absolutely right about that one. Panhandle. There's so many panhandles here in Las Vegas, by the way. Like they're all over the place these days, but they're always in the same. You always see the same ones at the same spots here in Las Vegas. And it's like, okay, obviously that's a good corner because you're there every day. Otherwise, you'd find a different corner to stand on with your cardboard sign. Oh, you heard me whistling? I didn't think I was close enough to the microphone. But, that's the thing, in San Diego, there are panhandlers, dime a dozen everywhere. That's because there's a lot of homeless people here. But here, I'm guessing that, like, with panhandlers, it's almost like, a pimp, like prostitution, how, like, prostitutes have their corners that are run by pimps and everything. I think it's the same thing with panhandlers. Like, there's panhandling pimps that are in charge of corners, and have their panhandlers stationed out everywhere, and they, collect money from them. I'm almost certain that's how it works. Because, like I said, you see the same people on the same corners every day. So if it was a bad corner, they wouldn't be there. So it's a good corner. But if it's a good corner, that means other people would want to stand there, yet there's other people who aren't there. So there's got to be some kind of, this is my turf type of thing going on. I don't know. I'm just rambling here. Waiting on these new second halves to come in. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. I've read stories that you can make like $100 an hour panhandling. Like, I see the panhandlers I see here in Las Vegas, I see people roll down their window all the time and give them money. So if that happens 12 times an hour and say they average $5 a person, that's $60 an hour. Like, I've always said, if you want to help out someone that's holding a cardboard sign, don't give them money. That's like one of the worst things you can do for them. You're not going to help them out. The ones that make me mad the most, and I saw this a lot in San Diego, are the, like, families who panhandle together. Like, the mom, usually it would be like a mom without, like, a father figure present, and, like, kids and maybe a dog. And you have the mom holding the cardboard sign with their kids just kind of, like, sitting around, Oh, that made me sick. Made me sick. And it's like, we're a starving family, please help us. And the kids seem fine, if the kids really were starving and desperate, you think they wouldn't be like, happy, sitting on the grass playing with their toys and everything. But that one makes me really mad. That's exploiting your kids to panhandle. But you saw panhandlers like that a lot in San Diego. Or my favorite, the ones that come up to you in the parking lot, hey, my car broke down and I need money for gas, you know, and that's a classic scam. And another classic scam is the kind of the same concept, but like I'm a woman has an abusive husband and I need money to, you know, get to the shelter or whatever. Like that's another classic scam that you see in parking lots. And then my favorite is the rap CD scam. Does anyone know what the rap CD scam is before I get into detail about that? Oh yeah, my sister, when I was in New York City with my sister, Matthew, the one I did the vlog about, there was a guy on the subway going up and down like asking for money. And my sister offered to give him her leftover burger from the restaurant we went to, and he said, "F no, I don't want that." So yeah, they just want money for drugs. But yeah, the CD scam, this happened to me when I was with my sister in Los Angeles, and it also happened to me at a gas station one time. But someone hands you a CD, you know, they like shove a CD in your chest or whatever to make you grab it. And then they're like, "You owe me $20. Like, you know, because they're like, you know, that CD is not free, and they act like you stole it from them, you know, because it's their CD that you stole. And like, if you don't give me $20, we're gonna have a problem. That's happened to me twice. And honestly, the way you beat that scam is not like act like a little bitch about it, because that will just embolden them to, you know, actually respond with violence. But you just hand it back to them firmly, hand it back to them, and just ignore them from there on out. And if they want to make a scene, they can make a scene. Yeah, Mitch, it happened to me on Hollywood Boulevard. The rap CDs. Yeah, they shove a CD on you. It happened to me at a gas station in San Diego as well. Like someone just went up to me at the pump and did it. And then there was another scam where someone gave me like a piece of paper. It was a flyer, you know, like they're handing out flyers. So I picked it up and it was like sign language translation. And you know, and the guy pretended like he was deaf and he was like, and at the bottom it said, "This costs $10 to produce, so do the right thing and, you know, compensate me for this." And it was just like a piece of paper that was printed out with like the sign language alphabet, right? I wasn't gonna give him $10 for that, and so he had a handler with him that spoke because the other guy, I guess, was either really deaf or pretending to be deaf. What are you gonna do? Just steal from a deaf man like that? And I was like, I didn't steal anything. Yeah, no, but my sister got really mad at the rap CD one because I did what you're supposed to do, and I just handed it back to him and just walked away and didn't make a scene and let them make the scene, you know? But my sister was like, "We're not interested, thank you." And my sister's not like a, you know, she's not a mean girl at all. Or another way they do it is they'll put headphones on your head. Like you're just walking down the street minding your own business and they'll come and put headphones on your head and try to guilt you into buying their rap CD. "We just gave you free music and you're not going to pay us for it." Oh, the fake dead family member posters. I know that fake GoFundMe's exist for that. Like, my family member died, please help pay for our funeral, and it's totally fake. Yeah, those are real. Yep. Like, I haven't had someone put headphones on me before, but I've had other people tell me that, because when I was telling people about my rap CD incident, people are like, "Oh, I had the same thing happen to me, but only they put headphones on my head." Yeah, but that's how you react. You don't make a scene. You don't act like a little bitch about it. You firmly say no and then just move on. So it seems like all you guys are aware of these scams. I mean, I would much rather someone just come up to me and ask for money instead of trying to, like, swindle their way. I have much more respect for panhandlers than I do swindlers. and scammers. Oh yeah, fake GoFundMe's for non-existent family member funerals are totally real. I heard a story about it on the radio. Like when I was at TCU, I don't tell the story a lot because but when I was at TCU, someone broke into one of my teammates' locker and stole their wallet. And so naturally my teammate called the police, the TCU police, just to investigate. And so they reported the card stolen and everything, and it had been being used at and it was funny. So Coach Patterson, it was during spring practice, right? And so after spring practice one day, Coach Patterson was telling about where this card was being used, and it was so funny. He was like, so you're telling me you're going to break into your own teammate's locker and you're going to use it on things like $4.79 at Whataburger, and you're going to use it for $3.22 at the 7-Eleven. He's like, I don't know about you guys, but if I was going to go through trouble stealing from my teammate, I would probably make it worth my while instead of, spending $4 here and there. But he was like, ultimately, he was like, just give the card back, Oh, yeah, Jay, that happens all the time in San Diego. Oh, man, the I'm a veteran, please give me money. Oh, God. And you feel like such an ass for not giving them anything because you don't know if they're legit or not. They could be, but San Diego has a lot of veterans. But, yeah, that's a tough one. Oh, yeah. Usually the women that try to scam me are more along. It's like, I'm trying to escape my abusive husband, that scam. Yeah, Jeff Jones, that's what I said earlier. My sister tried to give a guy on the subway that was he gave an impassioned Braveheart-style speech. We were just minding our own business on the subway one night in New York City, and some guy gets up and he's like, hey, guys, I just wanted to let you guys know that, I'm a man in need, and I was always told, the best thing you can do as a human being is to help other people in need. It was a really motivational speech, and my sister was kind of moved by it, and so my sister offered to give him her leftovers from the restaurant we were at, and he's like, no, F that, I need money. So he went from giving an impassioned speech, sounded like a good guy, to being a total jerk when my sister actually tried to help him. But yeah, it was like a Braveheart. It reminded me of the speech from Planes, Trains, and Automobiles where Del Griffith's like, I like me. Other people might trying to gain sympathy is what he was doing. Yeah, exactly. That's Matt Stansberry. That's what I say. I say when people come up to me asking for money to help a veteran, whether it be a veteran organization or a veteran, I just say, you know what? I already gave to the Wounded Warrior Project, or something like that. Even though I didn't, I don't carry cash on me. That's the thing. And so here's the deal. When I lived in Seattle, I had someone try to panhandle money from me, and I said, I have no money. I don't carry cash on me, I never do. And so I say I have no cash, and they're like, okay, well, what bank do you have? I'll follow you to the ATM. And I was like, are you serious right now? And then he was like, there's a Wells Fargo right down the street. Are you Wells Fargo? He's like, there's a Bank of America over there. I said, no, I'm not going to have you follow me to an ATM. And then I've heard, I haven't seen this myself, but I've heard stories that some homeless people have the credit card readers on their phones. And when they're panhandling you, they'll try to, they want you to swipe the card. I'm serious. I've heard that. There's going to be a ton of second halves coming up, by the way. Trafficking victims, I haven't gotten that one. I have got the I'm trying to escape my abusive boyfriend or husband one a lot. Like one time me and my mom were at a gas station in Texas, and there's two dudes there in a truck at the pump next to ours, and they came up to my mom and were like, we're out of gas and we're trying to get back to Tyler and we just need, some help. And my mom said no. And at the time I didn't know it was a scam. I was like, oh, but those people are going to be stranded here at the QT. And she was like, trust me, no, they're not. That's what my mom said. Yeah, Chris Young, I've heard of homeless people that have credit card readers on their phones. Yeah, I'm still waiting for the second half San Diego State line to pop up on my app. That's the thing, though. It drives me nuts. It logs me out. That's what I don't want. I don't want to be logged out. That's like the fourth time today I haven't made the connection that I'm logged out, and that's why the second half line isn't there. Okay, San Diego State minus 5.5, and they won by a lot last night, by the way. No, they won by 14. I'll get to that in a second. Standing on the rooftop, shout it out, baby, I'm ready to go. 80.5. All right. Let's see what we got here. Under in the San Diego State game. Oh, it changed to under 70. I'm going to have to re-enter. That's the thing. Like, I don't get how the lines change so fast unless someone's using computers to bet. Still under. Because, like, the line literally just popped up. But, yeah, I had Fresno State last night plus 14 against San Diego State. And what happened in that game? It pushed. I know it pushed. But it was one of those like pushes that made me mad because I was like, that should not have pushed. Like it was kind of like that Kansas and Texas Tech over we had earlier today that pushed. That should not have pushed. Oh yeah, Matt Stansberry, we've talked about that. OnlyFans and all that. OnlyFans is basically like panhandling for women. Yeah, it's at 69 now, the San Diego State total on here. Yep, Fresno State plus 14 pushed last night. It was either last night or the night before. But I just knew that like Fresno State should not have that should not have pushed. I forgot how it played out at the end, but I just know I was very disappointed at the end because I thought it was a sure thing. I think I've made like $10 in super chats today. So I've been applying for jobs the past week, and I've gotten a lot of rejection emails, like, the generic rejection ones, like, we have a lot of good candidates and we've decided to move forward with others, those types of emails. And I'm like, what the hell? I have 7 years of data science experience, 4 years of data science management experience. And yet I'm getting like rejected. I haven't gotten a single like phone screen yet, let alone an interview. I've probably applied for 60 or 70 jobs, and I haven't even gotten a phone screen. And I don't know if I want to say it or not, because I feel like this would backfire on me if I do. But I was telling somebody else about this. I'm not going to say who, because I don't want to expose him or her. But they're like, I don't know if I should say this. I don't want, like, I'm afraid like a prospective employer would like watch all my live streams to find stuff that might, be a red flag. But I'll go ahead and say it. It was a she. She was like, oh, honey, these days you're the wrong gender and skin color. Because I was saying about how like I can't get I can't even get a phone screen, and this person works in HR, for a big company. she's pretty high up the chain, and she's like, "Oh, honey, these days you're the wrong skin color and gender." Because, you know, I remember in 2017 when I was living in Seattle and started to look for jobs outside of Seattle, like, not only did I find my new job in Kentucky in less than a week and everything, like I had everything from the time I started applying for jobs, period, to the time I was signing my offer letter in Louisville, it took a week. All right. And so I guess I'm spoiled in that sense that, you know, the job I got in Iowa, the job I got in Seattle, and the job I got in Kentucky, like all those moved very fast. But then when I lost my job in Kentucky and started to look for jobs, you know, it took me about 4 or 5 months to get my job in San Diego. But the thing is, I didn't really have a lot of problem getting phone screens and interviews. I was either getting bad offers that I rejected, or I was, you know, just not being hired after going through the whole process. So I guess, you know, I started applying for jobs last Friday, so it's only been a week, but still, like, at this point in my previous job searches, I've always had at least some phone screens and interviews lined up by this point, and I've gotten probably about a dozen and a half rejection emails. You know, we are sorry to inform you that while, you know, you appear to be a strong candidate, we have decided to move forward in this process with other, you know, I'm like, I wish I want to know the reason why, you know, like what is it? Because like I said, I'm experienced at what I do. You guys see my videos. I mean, I'm pretty good at R, you know, which is like the thing you need to know for data science. Green Bay, Illinois, Chicago, by the way, is up. So, you know, 7 years of experience in data science is pretty good. 4 years of management experience. And it's not like I'm applying for jobs outside of my league, you know. It's not like I'm applying for like vice president or CEO level. Like, I'm just applying for data science jobs. Not even managerial jobs, just data science. And I can't even get anyone interested in interviewing. Like, give me a phone screen, like the benefit of a phone screen at least. Like, come on. But one thing that worries me, and not because of my race or skin color, but the fact that I've done all my previous work in the same industry. I've pretty much done data science for TV stations and radio stations and stuff the past 8 years. Oh, this went over at 1 point. But, you know, I think that might be maybe a reason why people are balking at me, because I'm trying to not work in that industry anymore. Another reason is that I didn't actually go to school for data science. And so if they're looking for someone with like a bachelor's in computer science or statistics, I don't have that. But I don't think it should matter, though. Like, who cares? I mean, that's the thing, though. I haven't even got to the salary expectation part of any phone screen or interview yet, though. So that's not disqualifying me, I would think. Maybe they see my work history and be like, oh, this guy's going to command a lot of money, you know. I made more than $120K a year at my San Diego job. You might be right, though. Some people might like see my resume and be like, oh, this guy has a lot of experience and therefore he's going to be expensive. That might be it. I mean, that might be it. Maybe I should be applying for more, you know, higher level positions. I kind of feel like I'm in no man's land, though. Because there's only one person at my San Diego job that I would put down for a reference. Just one. I wouldn't put down anybody else. Like, my San Diego job, you got to remember, I was hired for that job and sold, like, because I did not want to move to California, right? But I went ahead and interviewed anyway because I was going to try, you know, A, I didn't have a job at the time, and B, you know, I was like, you know, maybe I can get a good offer out of it if I make it far enough. I didn't think I was going to make it far, though, and I ended up beating out 150 candidates for that job. And so, you know, but for me to move to San Diego, because that was the biggest obstacle with that job. I didn't want to move to California, but, you know, I was promised a lot of things that never came into fruition my 2 years there. And so I don't think I burned bridges at my previous job in San Diego, but like I said, my team was pretty small, and I only had one superior who I wouldn't use as a reference. And then I had a subordinate who got promoted to another department, and I would use her as a reference. But she's the only one who speaks the language, so to speak. Yeah, no, I'm just wondering, like, I just want to know why I'm being rejected. That's all. I mean, what are they looking for? If not me, then who? You know, so that way I can tailor my resume, maybe tailor my cover letter. You know, like, am I being rejected because I'm too qualified? Because I'm not qualified enough? It's not, like I said. I look at the job description before I apply. Like, yeah, I have all those skills. You know, R, Python, SQL. You know, yeah, machine learning, linear logistic regression, clustering. You know, I can do all that, you know. That's what I've done for the past 7 years. And it's not like I'm hurting for money right now either. I just know how long getting a job can take, so I'd rather start now rather than, you know, start when I'm starting to run out of money, which will be a long time, you know. I could easily make it, you know, a year or two without working. But, you know, it's not so much as making it as, you know, I want to get my retirement and investing back up to where it was when I was working. That's the main thing I'm missing out on right now. Yeah, I can survive, but I'm not growing my wealth. Yeah, Matt Stansberry, everyone tells me, like, you should inquire why you got rejected. And yeah, they ghost you. They act like you don't exist. Yeah, you're absolutely right. I wish people understood that. Other people are like, you need to reach out to the hiring manager, or you need to reach out to the recruiter or HR, and guess what? They don't answer you either. Crap, HR people are so busy. Like, even like in my past job processes, like, they're so hard to get a hold of, and I'm the leading candidate. Like, HR, for my San Diego job, they were letting me know the whole way, hey, you're a leading candidate. You know, they're bending over backward to make sure I was happy and everything, and even then I had a hard time getting through to them at times. What do I want to do? I just want to keep making money doing data science stuff. I mean, it's what I'm best at. And it's not like data science jobs are, you know, low supply, high demand. It's more like high supply or high demand. Wait, how does that work? Oh, there's plenty of data science jobs out there. One thing that kind of drives me nuts, though, is how some of them are wanting people with master's degrees, and I'm like, what the hell does a master's degree have to do with whether or not you can do data science or not? Micah, were you here about an hour or two ago? Because I spilled the beans, you know. I haven't really talked about it yet because I just don't want to put myself on a deadline or rush myself or anything, but I have been writing a book that I'm going to publish. The Truth About Sports Betting. Here it is. I don't know. I've written like probably 10,000 words at this point. And it's a rough draft, you know. I'm not anywhere close to being done, but where is it? It's in my OneDrive. Here it is. The Truth About Sports Betting is at 43 kilobytes right now. I work on it about every other day, you know, because, you know, like, I don't know if it's writer's block, but, you know, I'm writing, and I just like to kind of like, I write a paragraph, and then I kind of sit back and let it process and everything, and then I write another paragraph, you know, so it's kind of one of those things, but no, the truth about sports betting, it's not about modeling. There's going to be chapters about models, but it's going to be more of like, okay, this is the truth about sports betting, you know, this is what you're going to be getting yourself into if you're going to bet on sports type of book. Yeah, it's just those things take startup capital. I don't have that much money. I mean, I have money in the bank to live off of, but startup capital is another thing. Truth about sports betting. I'm going to open the file. Don't read it. I'm going to scroll very fast so you can't read it. Yeah, I mean, according to this, I've written about 10,000 words so far. I mean, it's not like I'm going to make bank if I publish that book or anything, but it'll be a side income source. Man, why was this Texas player freaking out today? Like, what was he so mad about? All right, there's got to be games hitting half times here in a bit. Oh, yeah, plenty. All right, let's get going. Like, there could be a day where I could live off the money I make from this YouTube channel alone, but I don't ever want to do that. This is all. I always want this to be more of a side thing than a full-time thing. All right, there we go. All right. San Diego Gonzaga. San Diego plus 12.5. $81.5. Have you ever noticed that these betting apps always default to parlay bets, and you have to like say specify you don't want to do a parlay? They do that on purpose. Green Bay, Illinois, Chicago. Illinois, Chicago won that game last night. 70.5. Got UC Riverside and UC San Diego. I'm seeing a Riverside bet possibility there. Kennesaw and Lipscomb bet. We got Kennesaw plus 7 and 72. All right, let me run those through. I'm standing on the rooftop, shout it out, baby, I'm ready to go. We got over in the Kennesaw game, under in Colorado, under in Virginia, and under in UC Riverside. The line changed in the Virginia game, by the way. I'm going to have to rerun that. And then under in UC Riverside game. I'm going to have to rerun the Virginia total. I'm standing on the rooftop, shout it out, baby, I'm ready to go. UC Irvine and CSU Fullerton's up. Irvine was up by like 16 at halftime last night. Denver UMKC. We got Denver plus 7 and 69. Okay, still under in the Virginia game, even though the line changed. I'm standing on the rooftop, shout it out, baby, I'm ready to go. All right. I don't think that's it, though. It might be for now. Are we waiting on... Okay, we're waiting on North Dakota, Nebraska, Omaha, and we're... Marist, St. Peter's. All right, so let me grade some of these plays. I saw Wagner won by enough, so that's good. How's Hawaii and CSU Northridge looking? Yeah, that's going to go over. Oh, yeah, no doubt about it. All right, so look at that. Look at that. I am now up about 2.75 units on second halves. You went to Kennesaw State in Georgia? I mean, if I was making $10K a month on my YouTube channel, I would still want to get another job because then I could make $20K a month or something like that, you know. I'm in my prime earning years. I need to be earning. I'll give bonus points to anybody who knows what this is from. Well, that entitles me to earn. Anyone know what that's from? All right, so who was the one who was all over the DePaul plus 11.5? Or was it St. John's? Standing on the rooftop, shout it out, baby. Okay, Marist and St. Peter's is at halftime. So that's one of the ones there's North Dakota, Nebraska, Omaha, by the way. We got North Dakota. They're not playing South Dakota, so they're losing. North Dakota can only beat South Dakota. And I'm also waiting on Marist and St. Peter's, which will come shortly. Nothing for that game. I know, it's been stuck in my head all day. Because I decided to put Vegas Vacation on when I was doing my model this morning. It's the scene where Audrey Griswold gets up on the Neon Museum sign and it's like, I'm starting my vacation. Utah Valley State. They suck this year. Go ahead, Brendan. Oh, yeah, New Mexico State has been bad this year. I don't blame them, though. Them and New Mexico have had the worst situation. The probability of a possession ending in a free throw made. Is that what you're asking, Brendan? I did not bet the Colorado or Irvine second half. It means you're stuck in an infinite loop. You're not incrementing the loop, the while loop, to escape the loop. If the stop sign doesn't go away, it means that you're stuck in an infinite loop. I don't know what I have in the Utah Valley game. Where's Marist and St. Peter's at? There they are. Jeez. Sometimes the lines come out right when halftime hits, and other times they drag their feet. Okay, we got under in Marist St. Peter's, under in Marist St. Peter's. I'm standing on the rooftop, shout it out, baby, I'm ready to go. All right. Marist St. Peter's. Under, was it 125? Oh, wow. Under 103.5. That might be the smallest under bet I've placed all year. Jeez. Let me see what I have in that game. New Mexico State's been a very hard team to analyze this year because of their situation. For those of you that don't know, the governor of New Mexico does not allow sporting events to be played in the state. So they have to play their home games at random places. Like, I think New Mexico State's been playing them in Arizona. I have New Mexico State. The over is really the consensus there, not really so much on the spread. I do agree that 8.5 is a lot, but yeah. It's either going to be a missing close bracket or you're just not incrementing the while loop variable. All right. Not a lot of live bets going on. I might have to try to scalp live lines like Scott K was talking about. I haven't really looked at those today. All right, I don't know how much longer I'm going to go tonight, but things have kind of slowed down a little bit, so I'll put in the South Dakota State line. Yeah, there's really not much left. Yeah, so I'll call it quits once the... Yeah, there's only 4 games, 5 games. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, there's only 6 games left tonight. So I'll get this South Dakota State line is, and then I'll close the stream out with that. Wait, they played the game? I thought... That's weird. By the way, Bucknell and Lafayette was canceled. I don't know why it's on here. How am I doing on live bets? A lot better since I made the fix. All these bets I made in red, there is something wrong with my model that I didn't fix. And so once I got it fixed, it's been a lot better. I'm up 5.97 units with the fixed version. I thought Utah Valley, New Mexico State played last night. Maybe that's what you're looking at? And they're playing in tonight, but I know they might be playing a back-to-back. If the stop sign isn't going away, you're stuck in an infinite loop. If you have a bracket issue, the code just won't run. You're not going to see the stop sign if it's a bracket issue. Yeah, because I'm pretty sure that was one of my 3 live betting losses last night was New Mexico State and Utah Valley, where I had the over and it went under or something like that. Duke and Virginia, second half starting. Yeah, it's an infinite loop. That's just all you need to fix. It's not a bracket issue. It could be a bracket issue in that maybe you have your increment your loop increment outside the wrong bracket, maybe it could be both, but you're definitely stuck in an infinite loop, I can tell you that. Here's my tout flow chart, by the way, for those of you who missed it. Is there anyone here who thinks there's anything wrong with this tout flow chart? Here, I'll even make it full screen. Like, is there anyone that sees anything wrong with this tout flow chart? Here's how it works. Do they sell picks? Yes. They suck. No. Do they lie or embellish their success? Yes. They suck. No. Proceed with caution. Why is my eye burning? I'm going to save this because I want to use it in a future video. Tout flowchart. So do any of you guys have a problem with me making a video calling out that Stu Feiner guy? Do it. I have the under in this Virginia game. Is it just me, or is it pretty high scoring so far in this first half? Virginia scored the first 4 points of the half in a minute and 15, so it's not terrible. Yeah, I agree, Matt Stansberry. Cal screwed me over the other night. I took them at plus 2.5 against Washington State, and they lost by 30. But what really made me mad in that game was that I had under 131.5. And Cal, on their final possession, the total is 130. And Cal had the ball in the last meaningless possession, and they got like 2 offensive rebounds, and then finally put one back in with a second to go, and it went over by half a point. Like, that was on my Thursday night, and, you know, the night that was not good for me. So it just made a bad night worse. So I have San Diego State under 132, but over pregame of 129.5. So I have a very slim middle opportunity there. What do I have on the Cal game? Like I said, Cal got destroyed the other night. So my model's split on that game, guys. The over is where it's pointing at. Yeah, Chris Young, you were on Cal the other night too. Like I said, it wasn't so much about the spread for me as it was the total. I mean, if you have a negative ROI but a win percent of 56%, then you must be calculating your unit sizes wrong somehow. Like, you might be hitting 56%, but did you bet the same number of units across the board? Because ROI is simply calculated by units won divided by units bet. So if I won 5 units but bet 100 units to get there, that's a 5% ROI. All right, this Duke game's going a little too fast for me. Virginia needs to slow it down and stop. They need to be Virginia and stop shooting so early in the shot clock. I think you're calculating ROI wrong. That's my theory. Units won divided by, not like total units won, like net units won. You know, units won minus units lost divided by units wagered. Yeah, you got to be careful with keys. That's one thing I probably should have pointed out in my keys video, is that you can fall into overfitting territory very easily. I actually think with keys, the more bets that it has, the better. So if like one key is like 12 and 4, but the other one's like 120 and 100, I would take the 120 and 100 every time. Bigger sample size. So 15 points, and that's too many. Quaddy Green, I call him the human turnover machine. Quaddy Green, the turnover machine. Whoops. So I'm 22 and 17. Yeah, I'm going to try to scalp as well. Let's see what we got. DePaul St. John's. We got DePaul minus 9.5 right now. San Diego State minus 21.5. Gonzaga minus 39.5. I wouldn't take that one. I took them at minus 33.5 the other night, and yeah. They did not keep their foot on the gas, let's put it that way. Colorado, Oregon State. I'm going to put this one in. And 129.5. No scalp there. Matt Bradley played the other night for Cal. Gonzaga's now 40.5. I just don't see them putting their foot on the gas. $42.5 now for Gonzaga. No scalp on San Diego State. Here, I did my tout impression last. Here's how touts operate. All right. Let's pretend the Sandus card is a coin. Heads. All right, let's do a game that hasn't started yet. All right, heads, we're going to pick Cal. Tails, we're going to pick Washington, okay? All right, it's tails, so Washington's the play. All right, they're 1-point favorites. All right, they got Quade Green back. They get there at full strength. Nate Robinson's playing really good. Meanwhile, Cal lost to Washington State, who Washington beat the other night, but Cal lost to Washington State by 30 the other night. So obviously, transitive properties show that Washington's a better team. They're not getting enough respect here, so therefore that should be Washington. Pay me money for that pick. And that's how touts work. Which tout was it, Chris Young? Like, you can make a convincing sounding write-up no matter what side you're on. It's not hard. Like, what was that site we were at earlier? Pick Dogs? Like, it looked like they have write-ups on there. Like, you can make convincing sounding write-ups for... Look, they have a Cal Washington one. Yep, see, look what they mentioned. They mentioned exactly what I mentioned in my fake write-up. Cal's coming off a 30-point loss to Washington State. Honestly, it sounds like a computer wrote this write-up. $1 a day for premium picks. All right. Yeah, sign me up. If I am not mistaken. Okay, here's the deal. If you're a tout, then you should not use the word if I am not mistaken. You should know that this is the first and only time Washington has been favored in a conference game this season. You shouldn't use the phrase if I am not mistaken. Why would you trust a tout if they don't even know something as basic like that? As if it matters, by the way, which it doesn't, but I do not feel comfortable even laying a measly point with Washington as I believe Cal is slightly the better team. Okay, for what reason? I will take Cal on the spot, but I'm not rushing to the window nor TV for this one. Okay, so... Stupid. It's like, okay, no analysis at all in there. Look at this clown. Like, would you take a pick from a guy who obviously... Chase Diamond, I guarantee that's not his real name. What makes him world famous? What makes him world famous? Like, these people can't even get punctuation right. Like, if they can't get punctuation right, like, look at this. Like, these periods space out wrong. You can't afford not to get these. That's bad grammar. Bad punctuation. Bad spelling. Bad grammar. And yet you would trust these guys to make good plays. You guys are total clowns, man. Would you pay $1,300 for 1 year pass for Kyle Hunter? I like how these guys are I like how these guys like wear suits and ties in their pictures, like as if that makes them any more credible. And like this guy right here looks like he just stretched his arm out to take a selfie. Look at this. 3 days fading the public package. Okay, you can do that without paying $99 for it. Yeah, I know what you're talking about, Scott K. What should a while statement look like? I'll type it out in the chat. Albert Nino. Yeah, this guy looks like a total guy who knows what he's talking about. So this guy is $70 for 3 days, and this guy is $80 for 3 days. So look at this guy. I'm pretty sure this guy's used the same picture for the past 10 years. So for 1 month, he's $300, but there's another guy for a month that's $500. So why would you buy this guy's pick when there's a guy who's $200 more who's obviously better? So you can buy a Edmonton Oilers versus Calgary Flames pick for $50 or a $70 guaranteed. How can these people live with themselves? I don't get how these people can live with themselves. Parlays. 2-for-1 passes. Exactly. Like, I wouldn't even pay $40 to $100 for stats. You're dead on the money, Matt Stansberry. What is a World Handicapping Championship? Like, I want to know what that is. Like, how does one enter the World Handicapping Championship and win? Man, how do these people live with themselves? All these guys are evil, let's put it that way. Because they lie to people. These people make money by lying to others. Like, how do you look at their long-term records? Like, okay, hottest capper. How do you know if they're hot? How do you know that they're not past posting plays? Last 7 days, this guy is 37-24. Okay, but how do we know that these aren't past posted plays or line manipulated plays? So in the last 30 days, he's only up 1 unit, which I guess isn't horrible, but how do you know, so the guys who aren't on this list, where's Alex Smart, huh? He's not on this list. Oh, they're hiding, yeah. That's the gimmick right there. They're hiding his last 7-day record. They're hiding his last 30 days record. They're hiding his this year record. So if you're not going to manipulate, if you're not going to fudge these plays right here, well, you might as well hide this right here. Oh, man. Joe Pace, I'm answering your question. I don't believe either method is, you bet, if it depends on what your model says. Dogs, favorites, I don't think it really matters. I mean, I've been doing better on unders for live betting because that's just how the machine learning's set up. All right, where's that? We got 2 second halves up. These are going to be the last ones I do on the stream. Why are you doing this? All right. We got South Dakota State -2 and 76.5. And then we got SIU Edwardsville and Murray State, which I don't see. Here it is. Jeez, that is a rout. SIU Edwardsville +6 and 73. Under in the South Dakota State game. And that's probably going to be it for... That might not be it for live bets, but I'm going to end the stream once that game closes out. So I might make more live bets, but we won't see how they turn out on the stream. Is St. John's coming back? I have the Virginia Duke game on my TV. On the rooftop. Ooh, UC Irvine, they're down. They're not going to do it tonight. They did it last night, but they're not going to do it tonight. By do it, I mean cover the 10 point, or 9.5, 10. Same thing. Not tonight for UC Irvine. Yeah, I can't remember the last time I bet on Bradley. I know I've been betting unders in their games a lot, but I don't think I've actually bet on Bradley. Yeah, I just really, if you didn't know already, I just hate touts and everything about them. They're liars. The reason I hate touts is because they lie to people to make money. Like, they can't earn money in an honest way, so they have to lie to people. That's just wrong. San Diego State over Indiana? That wasn't that dumb of a pick. Yeah, it's 2006. It was a 6 versus 11 matchup. San Diego State only lost by 2 in that game. It went down to the wire. I think Indiana hit a 3-pointer with maybe 11 seconds left to go ahead in that game. Yeah, that was a close game. That was Mike Davis's last tournament win at Indiana because they lost in the next round against Gonzaga and Adam Morrison. San Diego State definitely covered the spread in that game. They didn't win. They lost 75-73, I think was the final score. Let me check that out. Yeah, I remember the game because Adam Morrison and Xavier were the game before that. It was played at... it wasn't played at Viejas Arena, but I remember the game very well because San Diego State it came down to the wire. 2006, lost first round. They were at 11 seed. It was 2006. They lost 87-83, so that was close. Yeah. But, yeah, Indiana hit a 3 to go up like 80, 85. San Diego State was up 83-82 with like 10 seconds left, and Indiana hit a 3 to go up 85-83, and then San Diego State missed on the other end and fouled, and then Indiana hit 2 free throws. Utah Valley. I don't see live. Are you getting a live line for Utah Valley? I'm not. I'm getting one for the Utah-Oregon game, but not Utah Valley. By the way, Gonzaga minus 41.5. Yeah, I think I'm gonna lose my. I'm gonna win my over bet on San Diego State, Fresno State, but I'm gonna lose the second half I made. You know, I went for the middle and I failed. Let's put it that way. Went for the middle and failed. How's Virginia Duke looking? That's probably gonna go under. Marist St. Peter's, the lowest. That's probably the lowest under I've ever placed, whether it be live or second half. That is a very low under. $99.3 is the current projection, so jury's still out. Yeah. I remember because that was Mike Davis's, like, he had already been fired pretty much before that game started. I remember that game very well. Yep. Oh yeah, if you tell me any NCAA tournament first round game since 1998, I can tell you all about it. Saj, 1913, you're not wrong. You know, when Norfolk State beat Missouri, they were a bigger underdog than a lot of the 16 seeds were in that tournament. Bob. I don't know who Bob is. Guess he's a tout, though. Yeah, I'm waiting for that line, too. Gonzaga minus 42.5. Colorado minus 8.5. This Virginia Duke game's really slowed down. They scored like a combined 12 points in the last 8 minutes, which is good. It's fine. I have the under. Oh, man, that must have been a tough one. Gonzaga moneyline versus UCLA. Oh, yeah. Who could forget that game? Total meltdown. They were up by, 18? And then they totally just collapsed in the last minute. I still remember Gus Johnson's call of that game. Farmer! What a game! What a game! UCLA! Yeah, I remember that game very well. It was on my birthday. That game was played on my birthday. My 18th birthday. Oh, yeah, that was brutal because Gonzaga just started, like, turning the ball over there at the end. But the thing is, Adam Morrison started crying, and the game wasn't over. That's the thing. They still had a chance at the end, and he was crying like it was over, and it wasn't. Maybe if he wasn't crying at the end there, he would have been in the right state of mind to make a shot. Yep. Indiana hired Kelvin Sampson right after that tournament because Kelvin Sampson coached in that tournament as well with Oklahoma and lost in the first round of Wisconsin-Milwaukee as a 6th seed. Then he bolted for Indiana. Oklahoma hired Jeff Capel in his place. Lehigh was in the tournament in 2010. They played Kansas in the first round, and they played pretty close for a 16 seed. I think they ended up losing by 16 points in the end, but they played competitive for 30 minutes, but then we know what they did in 2012 against Duke. But that's the thing. I actually won the money line bet on Lehigh in the Patriot League final in 2012 when they played Bucknell on Bucknell's floor. It was a Wednesday night, and Lehigh was about plus 185, I think, and I won that one. Florida Butler 2000, Mike Miller in the lane at the end. Yeah, I remember that one. Yep, Mike Miller's floater in the lane at the buzzer. I still remember the Butler guy with like his fingernails in his mouth after he made that shot, and the Butler guys are like staring around like, I don't know what he's looking for. Yep, that was on March 17th, 2000, I think. It was a Friday. It was a Friday afternoon, because I got kicked out of the house that night because my twin sister had her birthday party that night, and it was a sleepover, and so I had to go to my friend's house. So that was a game I watched before I had to leave. March 17th, 2000. I miss crowds in college basketball, man. I've been here since December 27th. I think my all-time favorite first-round NCAA tournament game was probably Vermont against Syracuse. Probably, if I had to pick like my favorite all-time NCAA tournament game, it'd be that one. Vermont and Syracuse in 2005. Because you got to remember, there had been really no big NCAA tournament first-round upsets for like 3 years. Like, there was like a 3-year drought between like a big NCAA tournament first-round upset. And, you know, it was looking like it was going to be a third straight tournament. And then, you know, it was the Friday night wave of games, and that game was epic. Yep. Gonzaga's original tournament run in 99. I want to say they beat Louisville in the first round. And then they beat Cincinnati or Stanford, one of those two. And then they beat Florida. But then they lost to, in the Elite Eight, they lost a pretty close game. Was it to, it wasn't to Ohio State. Duke, Connecticut. It might have been UConn. The benefits of being able to live in Las Vegas and bet on sports, just the ease of it. It's easy. Another one of my favorite all-time NCAA tournament games was Holy Cross against Kansas in 2002. That was like the first 1 versus 16 game I had ever watched where the 16 seed really threatened to win the game. What a roller coaster that game was. But the refs came to the rescue of Kansas in that one. Oh, yeah, I remember dates. Because all these games happen around my birthday. So if I can, yeah, that's why I can remember dates pretty well. My birthday's March 24th. Yep. Holy Cross in Kansas was March 14th, 2002. And Holy Cross led most of the game, and then the refs just started calling tic-tac fouls on Holy Cross, got their good players fouled out, and Kansas was able to. If you look at the final score, Kansas won by 11 in that game, but it was much closer than that because Kansas really ran it up in the last minute in garbage time and stuff to make it look like a bigger margin. Yeah, that Vermont team was crazy. You knew they were going to be pretty good, but coming into the year, you knew Vermont was going to be pretty good. It's not like they came out of nowhere. Yeah, I don't think McNamara played in that game. I think it was just Warwick. But then, like, that game and then Bucknell beating Kansas, like, literally happened back to back. No, I think McNamara played in that Syracuse game, in the Vermont game. St. John's. I remember them. But you got to remember what was it? I'm not in 2014, I got to admit, Kentucky's run in 2014 was very fun. Like Kentucky or hate Kentucky, their games were entertaining that year. Like the Harrison guy just hitting threes in the last 5 seconds, like 4 straight games in a row. Tayshaun Prince played for Kentucky. He was on that Kentucky team that Holy Cross almost beat in 2001. Yep, the final score is 70-59 in that game. Holy Cross was up 40. No, they're up 35-33 at halftime, and they extended the lead as high as 44-39. All right, Virginia and Duke is at 116 with 5 minutes to go. It's going to be close. It's going to be very close. I just don't... Yeah, I wasn't able to pull off the middle. I could pull off a semi-middle if San Diego State could somehow run the clock here. Yep. I'm too young for that Santa Clara win, but I know what you're talking about. I remember the Hampton-Iowa State game very well. How much am I paying for rent? I'm paying about $14.50 for a 2-bedroom, and it's a pretty nice I mean, it's not like a top-tier apartment complex, but it's probably top 10%. Would I move to Las Vegas for the purpose of sports betting? No, I would not. I meet too many people who come here thinking they can, move here and make a living betting on sports. I would not do that. I would make sure you have like either a ton of money in the bank that you can live off of, and you're going to want to work. I would not live here without a job. Like, I'm trying to find a job right now. All right, Tarleton State and Dixie. Like, if you're going to make any real money betting on sports, you should probably have a bankroll of at least $50,000. Like, if you want to have a chance at making a living betting on sports. And a lot of people I meet, they're like, yeah, I came here with $5,000. I'm going to try to make it. That's not enough. So, yeah. And I think $50,000 is probably a minimum. Mike Jarvis. I remember he was coaching at Florida Atlantic not too long ago. Holy Cross was not that good of a team that year, though. They were 4th place in the Patriot League. They won on American University, won the league that year, and they won on their home floor to win the auto bid. But the reason they were 18-14 Holy Cross is because they had some injuries. But at full strength, they were pretty good because they had pretty much that entire team came back the next year and lost in a heartbreaker to Dwayne Wade Marquette team in the NCAA tournament the next year. So they were like a 16 seed, but had no, like, talent-wise, they were probably more like a 14, 13. Kansas just got a raw deal. Come on, Dixie State, Tarleton State. I won live on you last night. I want to do it again. So last night, Tarleton State at second half was plus 6.5, and they won easily. They won by like 20. You think Iowa State Hampton was fixed? I remember that game very well because I woke my dad up. I was 12 years old, and Hampton rallied from 10 points down in the last 4 minutes to win. they held Iowa State scoreless over the last 5 minutes. And Hampton played like their center who had 4 fouls with foul trouble like for the last 8 minutes and he didn't pick up a foul. And he was the one who hit the winning shot. But what's funny about that game is that their PA system went down. So they had to use air horns as their, as a buzzer. And so that's why you hear the air horn going off when that game was over. Are there any tax benefits from from betting in Las Vegas? Not that I'm aware of. I wouldn't know anything about that. I know they attached like a tax form to my Westgate application. Marcus Tinsley. Or no, Jamal Tinsley. Yeah, he was the one who missed the shot at the end. But that shot that the Iowa State point guard missed at the very end of that game was very, very close. Like, it was just an inch away from going in, and Hampton would have lost. Because it was a layup in the lane. Yeah, but there was an Iowa State player who wanted to, like, fight somebody after that game. If you watch the replay of that game, like, there was an Iowa State player who was, like, yelling and being restrained. I think it's because... I think what Larry Eustace said in the press conference after that game is that Hampton was so busy celebrating that they won that they didn't shake hands or anything, and the Iowa State players felt disrespected. They didn't want to shake hands. I think that's why he was so mad. Would I consider buying a home and permanently living in Las Vegas? If it's to bet on sports, no. No. If it's to get a job in Las Vegas or a job that you can remotely work and live in Las Vegas, well, yeah. Real estate is getting... I would wait until the real estate bubble pops, though, before buying a house in Las Vegas. Scott K., do you think that's why Shane Power quit the Iowa State team, and transferred to Mississippi State after that game? But yeah, Braxton, I've tried to talk so many people out of moving to Las Vegas for the sole purpose of betting on sports, because it's not a good idea. If you want to move here and work and, earn an honest living, yeah, I'd recommend moving here, absolutely. But for sports betting reasons, as your primary reason, no, I would not. That was actually 2005, Wake Forest in West Virginia. Yeah. Well, Larry Eustace after the game was like walking around just like, okay, you guys don't want to shake hands? Screw you guys. And just turn. You can see him at the end of the game. You'll see like Larry Eustace like looking around like, okay, you guys don't want to shake hands? Well, that's how it's... But that... It might have been fixed spread-wise, but I think Jamal Tinsley really did try to make that shot at the end because he was very, very close. It just rimmed out by a hair. Yep, because Wake Forest beat Chattanooga in the first round. They were tied at halftime in that game. And then Wake Forest blew them out in the second half. And then they faced West Virginia that barely beat Creighton in the first round before that. Creighton had them, but West Virginia came back. Yeah, those Chris Paul Wake Forest teams had a habit of playing really close first-round games in the NCAA tournament because in 2003, they played 15-seed East Tennessee State and won by 3. And then the next year, they played Virginia Commonwealth in the first round, and they won by 1 as a 4-seed. And then the next year, they were a 2-seed, and they played Chattanooga in the first round, and they were tied at halftime before pulling away. But, yeah. Yep, University of San Diego had a player named Brandon Johnson that shaved points. I think point shaving still goes on in the SWAC. In the MEAC. Because nobody's going to do anything about those teams, because if they did, they'd be accused of racism. Absolutely not. Sports betting is not my most profitable investment. I'm down this year on college basketball. I was down in baseball, so the only sport I beat in the past calendar year has been college football, and I only won like 8 units on the year, so no. At least in the past year, absolutely not. I wouldn't even call sports betting an investment, because investment applies... Like, I think investment's the wrong term to use as sports betting. I would say it's more entertainment money. My rule is always assume that whatever sports bet you make is going to lose. And if it wins, okay, well, that's the price of the entertainment, you know? Yeah, it's Miak and Swack. They point shave and no one's going to do anything about it because they'll just be accused of racism if you do. That's why nothing is done. I think this Duke game's going to go over now. Over 146. There's going to be too many fouls at the end. Yep. Miak territory, yeah. The race card is what will be used if anyone tries to crack down on point shaving in those leagues. You know, like a lot of those schools in the SWAC and MEAC only graduate like 12% of their student body. And yet they still get all the state and federal funding. It's like, why are they getting so much funding if they're only graduating 1/8 of the students that go there? You know, why are we throwing money at that? Oh, it's because racism, if you try to point that out. And they graduate 12% of their students, not athletes, like total student population. Howard's probably the only exception there, but they're a little bit different. They're an actual academic school. Yeah, no, I mean the Jamal, but you got to admit that it almost went in. It was a layup that just, you know, a little bit too strong at the backboard. Oh, I've seen the ending of Iowa State Hampton so many times. I don't need to watch it. I have it in my memory. MEAC school that takes sports seriously. I'm gonna guess Florida A&M, and I think that's why they're changing conferences. It used to be Hampton, but they left for the Big South. I mean, Norfolk State cares about basketball, and so does North Carolina Central, but they don't really care about anything else. Oh, it's telling me an under and over. I haven't seen that yet. Crap. I knew it was going to happen eventually. Wow. I knew it was going to happen eventually. That's a wash, so no play. Yeah, that's the same as SWAC schools, is they love their marching bands. But the thing is, their facilities are so bad at those schools, like they should honestly be in like Division II or Division III. But they compete in Division I so they can play all those body bag games to make money. But yeah, as far as facilities are concerned, they're Division II or III at best. Probably low Division II, high Division, maybe high Division III in terms of facilities. Like my cousin played Division III basketball, and you know, honestly, his facilities are no different than your high school, your typical high school. But, you know, they weren't bad. Like, the gym was no different than a high school gym. Ooh, that was a travel on Virginia, and they didn't call it. So unless this game goes into overtime, tie ball, possession arrow, Duke. I'm kind of getting overtime sweats here. Because if Duke hits 2 free throws here and Virginia hits a 3-pointer, we're going to overtime. And there's a very good chance that's going to happen. Yeah, if it says, I knew this was gonna happen at some point where it says both over and under. But yeah, push. No play. I mean, it doesn't get more down the middle than that. All right, any other second halves coming up? That should be it. I've entered them all in. How'd San Diego State wind up, by the way? Did I get the semi-push like I was talking about? I did. I did get the semi-push. Or the semi-middle. All right. Baby, I'm ready to go. I'm ready to go. So I'm 22-17-2 now. As long as this game doesn't go to overtime, Virginia Duke, that's a winner. Let's check on Marist. Oh, it's going to be very, very close. It's going to be very close. They're at 87 right now with 5 minutes to go. I don't know. I'm not got into my head. I think it's going to go over, but we'll see. Yeah, I appreciate it, Scott K. I really appreciate your insights about being a former service guy. Come back anytime. That's the kind of content I like to see in the chat. We were talking about that earlier, Caroline. We believe that any field bet, like the field against Gonzaga and Baylor, would be a good bet. Yeah, I remember the Jimmer Fredette air ball. That game was on March. That game was on March 18th, 2011. No, March 17th. My bad. March 17th, 2011. Sorry, I was off by a day. Yeah, Matthew Stansbury, the thought came through my head, I should interview this guy. But you know, Wofford that was the first NCAA tournament I ever bet on, was that tournament. And I had Wofford in that game. Because I knew that they were good. They had pretty much their entire team back from the year before that almost won an NCAA tournament game. I don't know about Loyola this year. I like them more. Okay, so Duke missed a free throw. That's good. But I liked Loyola more in 2011 because I was at the Missouri Valley Conference tournament that year. You got to get a shot at Virginia. Air ball at the buzzer. Duke wins and it goes under. Thank you. But I went to the Missouri Valley Conference tournament in 2011 or 2018 when Loyola made their run, and I got to see them in person. They had their first game was against Northern Iowa, and they had their jitters because they were the odds-on favorite to win the Missouri Valley tournament, and you know they were nervous. And it took them about 30 minutes to shake the nervousness off. But after that, they had a close game against Bradley in the semifinal, but they overcame that one, and then they just easily beat Illinois State in the final. I was like, okay, this team's a complete team. They got good guard play. They're a little bit thin in the front court, but you know their backcourt is what matters for a team like that, and they had very good guards. Loyola did. All right, 23-17 on lives. But the real thing is I'm doing very good after I fix my model. I'm up almost 7 units now. So we're waiting on Marist and St. Peter's. Do I think there are legitimate sports betting services out there? Great question. Does anyone else remember? So I know you just joined this live stream, but we talked about this earlier, so I saved this for a reason. So I have what I call the flow chart. Here's how the flow chart works. All right, I'm going to make this full screen. All right, the question at the top, start here. Do they sell picks? If the answer is yes, they suck. So if they sell picks at all, they suck. So no, they're not legit. If the answer is no, then do they lie or embellish their success? So do they like lie about their record, or do they, or do they peacock about how like rich and successful they are because they're so good at betting on sports? If the answer is yes, they suck. If the answer is no, then proceed with caution. So that is the flow chart. I hope that can help answer your question. So the answer to your question, no, there are no legit services out there. They're all built on a throne of lies. All right. What game should I turn on now? All right, I said I was going to stay on until the end of the South Dakota State game. This Marist game is going to be very, very close when it comes to the total. And it could go into overtime. A March Madness stream? I was thinking about that. I still don't know how March Madness is going to work this year for me. In a normal year with no masks and social distancing and all that, I would definitely go to the books. But I don't know if I want to deal with all that. So we'll see. I don't know if I would do a stream, though. I just get way too into the games. Maybe I could have like a stream, like a camera that just shows me watching the games, but I don't know if I'd interact. We'll see. I have a lot of time to think about it. Man. My ear's bleeding. I don't know why. I have a lot of trouble with my right ear when it comes to stuff like that. I had to have it drained one time because there was like a clog in my eustachian tube. This Marist game, I wonder if I can find it on TV. Down and on the rooftop, shout it out, baby, I'm ready to go. I'm ready to go. On the rooftop, shout it. It's on ESPN 3. Hang on, guys. I need to go get a Q-tip. My right ear is bleeding. I wouldn't be surprised if I have to get a hearing aid one day in that ear. Okay, how can I watch Marist? There it is. It's 47-46 with 2 minutes left. It's going to be very, very close. Oh yeah, I have a lot of content planned for March Madness. I had a lot of content planned for March Madness last year, and it got canceled. So there's a reason I moved up my annual Colorado ski trip this year. I moved it up a week this year so I could focus on the March Madness content on my channel. William Valentine, I scrape for college basketball. I scrape it from the NCAA.org website. For baseball, I download it from Baseball Savant. College football, I just copy and paste. This game's going to be very, very close, total-wise, in the Marist game. Yeah, I had an eardrum rupture when I was 11, and that was very painful. I just think this Marist game's going to go over. I really do. I know it's tied right now, and there's a chance it can go into overtime, but there's going to be a lot of fouls down the stretch. I need some missed shots. There's a missed shot from Marist. I needed that. So St. Peter's is going to slow walk it. The Marist coach is mad. I think he's mad because that was just not the shot they were looking for. All right, 43 seconds to go. Offensive foul on St. Peter's. Moving screen. So Marist is going to get the ball back with about 40 seconds. All right, tie game, by the way. There's going to be, if Marist shoots at the end of the shot clock, there's going to be about 10 seconds left. Here comes the drive by Marist. Shots up. Good. Okay, so St. Peter's is down by 2 with 18 seconds to go. Timeout, probably. Yeah, timeout. So there's going to be 16 seconds left coming out of the timeout with a 98-point game. It's going to be very close. Yeah, I've had trouble with this ear all my life, really. Like I said, the eardrum ruptured when I was 11, and it ruptured again in 2019. It wasn't that painful, though, in 2019. I remember it was really bad when I was 11, but then when it happened a couple years ago, it wasn't that bad. Appreciate it, William Valentine. Yeah, I like to be transparent. Like the Stu Finers of the world are not going to show that they're 2-5 against the spread, for example. They won't show stuff like that. That's why I call it sports betting true, because that's reality of sports betting. You're probably going to have nights like that. It's not going to be like the touts who are like, oh, guaranteed 3-0. A ruptured eardrum is pretty much just when there's like your eardrum gets like a tear in it, like a hole. That's, so your eardrum's kind of like a piece of skin that, is like the skin of a drum, right? And so if there's a hole in it, then it can't vibrate properly. All right, so St. Peter's coming out of the timeout here. All right, St. Peter's. Oh, that was a very good and out of bounds play. So it's tied at 50. So I really need St. Peter's to hit a shot here, or not St. Peter's, Marist. So I really need Marist to hit a shot here. They're gonna have 8 seconds to do it. If they don't, then I lose the bet pretty much because it's gonna go to overtime. Got to give it to St. Peter's though. That was a very well executed pick and roll play out of the timeout. I got to give it to them. It doesn't get any more perfect than that. Matt Sansbury, exactly. Like, I could give you my model for free, but you would not know how to use it. Because I didn't write it for like other people to use. I wrote it for me to use. So, yeah, I would have to like work to like make it easy to use for other people, and it's just it would be an ordeal. A ruptured eardrum is common. Honestly, it's allergies, fluid in your ear and stuff like that. That's what caused both of my ruptures. Yep, so we'll see what Marist can do out of this timeout, because otherwise it's going to overtime and my bet's a loser. Pretty much all comes down to, will Marist make a shot or no? And the odds are no, because they've only scored 48 points, or 50 points the whole game. So things aren't looking good for me. All right, 8 seconds. Let's see what we got here, Marist. Can you drop a good out-of-bounds play? They almost turned it over. It's ISO ball. They're going to shoot a 3 at the butt. Oh, he turned the ball over. Oh, he got fouled. Ooh, that was a very tacky foul. Oh, man. I don't know about that. I'm watching the replay. Oh, yeah, that. He got him on the elbow. Okay. Yeah. That was a good call. So he just needs to. The St. Peter's coach is mad, and I understand, but I just need one of these free throws to go in here. Come on, don't blow this free throw shooter. First free throw, good, okay. As Marist should win this game and not go to overtime unless there's a miracle. I mean, I'd be mad if I were the St. Peter's coach too. Are they going to call timeout? They probably will after this. All right, second free throw is no good. Timeout. They're going to have 1 second left. But it doesn't really matter. Unless St. Peter's hits a 3 here, which they probably have no choice but to hit with 1 second left, the bet's good. Yeah, that was a foul. They're still replaying it, and I think that was a foul. Yeah, he tripped him and got him on the elbow. Oh, yeah, swimming is a good way you can rupture an eardrum. All right, let's check on that South Dakota State game. That looks like an over to me. It's going to be very close. It's probably going to go over, though. It's probably a loss. Yeah, I'm going with the loss in the South Dakota State game. Yeah, it's over now. Oh, it almost went in. The St. Peter's half-court shot was very close, but it didn't go in, so thankfully I won that bet. That was close. Too close for comfort. So that one's probably going to be a loss right there, so I'm going to end the night probably 24-18. Which song? Ready to go? It's still in my head. All right, yeah, I'm almost. Once this game officially goes over, I'm going to end the stream. Yeah, it's over now. Yep, 169. All right. So 24-18, not bad. Not bad. I mean, I gained units. That's all you can ask for. So let me update this. 24-18, so 57%. That's good. I'll take it. I only bet a third of a unit on the 0.33. I only bet a third of a unit on the bets I made before the game, because I've been doing so much better on second halves lately that I bet 0.9 units on those and only 0.33 on pregame. So that's why. All right, so that should wrap it up. So combine the 1 unit loss with my about 3 unit win so it was about a +2 unit day. Better than losing. It's better than what I went through Thursday night where I lost 17 units in one night. 91.4, 94.88. So that's about 3.5. So about 2.5 units today. Again, yeah, Stu Feiner went 26-0. I'm not going to do as good as him, unfortunately. But it's better than losing, because on Thursday this started at 102.3 and it was at the end of the night it was 85. So I would much rather win 2.5 units than lose 17 for sure. All right, guys. I don't really have anything else. Once again, thanks for sticking around this Saturday. I don't know if I'll go Wednesday night or not. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. It just depends on how I feel. But we'll see. But anyway, thanks everybody for sticking around for this stream. I really enjoyed doing this, and it wouldn't be possible without the audience. So, thanks for watching me eat the Jack in the Box and everything else. Everybody have a good night.